Let's see how we're doing over here. That seems to be working. YouTube looks good. Test, test. I didn't fix the fucking mic. But it is. Test, test. Okay, yeah, that's working. I did the same thing last time. I forgot to unmute my headset mic. Let me just double check. Hello, Con, you were the first. Hey guys. Let me make sure that I hope this is a short stream. It's not gonna be. It is not gonna be. If I read in game, usually what ends up happening is everything's kind of, the text is pretty small. So typically what I end up doing is reading on the client or in the over here. So what I'm going to have to do is add another source. Display capture, primary monitor, create new. Primary monitor. Okay. I'm going to do this down here. Now I just got to adjust my webcam. And, oops. View, edit, transform, fit to screen, then shave off the bottom a little bit. Yeah, that looks fine, I think. That looks okay. It's not the best, but it's fine. Sorry, let me fix the light next. I got a little lamp right here, and I'm gonna plug it in. If you guys don't know, I am in Stockholm right now for Dreamleague. And as a result, there we go, that's some good light, that'll help. Oh, that's better. Not amazing, but better. My own little lamp. Would you like to see the lamp? It's certainly interesting. Okay, so I'm in a hotel in Stockholm. This is where I've been staying for what, a week and a half now? It's almost 10 days. It's been a while. Been here a while. But we have the break for Dreamleague, and naturally what happens is Ice Frog makes a big patch, a big fat patch. So let me adjust my webcam. Ooh. Let's lock that and this. And I can move this. The downside though is when I go into game, this is going to block like a lot of stuff, I feel like. Does everything sound okay for you guys so far? Is that stuff all good? A little echo? Really? I mean, the audio quality is not going to be very good. Unfortunately, it's just the nature of things. Since I feel like the microphone looks a little loud compared to my normal, but yeah, the audio quality is not as good, unfortunately. But every time I come to Dreamleague, I don't know if there's going to be a patch. Yeah, it looks like too loud. I'm getting like a tiny bit of red. There's something in the background. That's the computer, I think, unfortunately. Do you hear a white noise? That's the computer, probably. It's a little hummy. I'm sorry the audio quality is not very good, but I don't know if there's going to be a patch when I come, and I only have so much space in my suitcase, and I don't want to have to bring like an audio setup. So what I tend to do is this. I just bring my stuff. I bring the stuff that I can play Dota, but I don't necessarily always anticipate every patch for 2 years to be during Dreamleague. But here we are. Here we are. It doesn't stop. You guys like my sweatshirt? My Tidehunter sweatshirt? Or sweater? I bought this at TI years ago. It's like the perfect tournament for it because we're doing holiday theme, basically, which has been fun. At some point, I will have to go downstairs to grab sandwiches that are being delivered. But other than that, you hear a little clipping. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me. Maybe I can add a filter on this or something. Does it need a compressor? Noise gate. Test, test, test. How does that sound? Okay, so I just put a noise gate on the microphone. Yeah, I'm hearing the clip too. I just don't want it to do that peaking too badly. I could just move it away. How's that? Test, test, test. Hello, hello, hello. Test, hello, hello. Does that sound better? It's still like, you stole my medic bear shirt? That's sick, dude. I actually haven't seen mine in forever. I must have lost mine. Maybe it got too old, I don't know. Alright, does that sound better? It sounds a little better to me. I just added a noise gate. Test, 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 hello, hello. What if I get loud? It's fine. I'm not hearing it like exploding. I don't hear as much. Don't spoil me on patch stuff, guys. God, I haven't read it yet. I haven't read it. I haven't read the damn thing. It's 11:40 a.m. I woke up an hour ago. You guys possibly did not. No spoilers. We'll get there when we get there. Come on. Come on. Okay. So, oh, I turned it. Just gonna put it over here. Guys ready? 6:43 p.m. in Philippines. Okay. All right, let's get started. It is time. I haven't gotten myself water yet, but you know, whatever. I won't need it, right? Okay. Here we go. Welcome everybody to Purge's 7.40 patch note review. This patch came out about 10 hours ago, which was evening NA time, but for me, it is about noon. I'm in Seattle right now. So sorry about the audio quality drop, but this is, I'm traveling for work, you know? I don't want to bring all my microphone stuff with me, which would have been a pain. We have potentially a big one here. It sounds like a big one. Got a new hero, and that's basically all I know. Some neutral item changes. I just saw like a small summary. I saw that short that Valve posted. So this is our new hero, Largo. He's large. He's in charge, and he likes to play music. He eats fish. This is different. These are seashells. Those are fish heads in the video. Anyways, yeah, I'm gonna go through this all today. I do not have to work today, so I can take my sweet time, which is the first time in a while. Every single time the patch comes out here, I am usually working the day after. So what ends up happening is I have to stay up in the middle of the night to do this, but today I got to sleep first when the patch came out, and then now I'm gonna go over it slowly. So, I'm gonna make mistakes, but I'll do my best. And I hope you guys enjoy. The weird scratchy noises are probably my mic quality because I'm using my headset. Anyways, let's get started here. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Excited to. I need to turn those off. Oh, friends in chat, and I don't have any. Do not disturb. Close that. Minimize that. Minimize that. Okay, cool. 7.40 Largo and patch, December 16th. Hooray! Thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Alright, Dota's ensemble cast for keen observers looking through the collection of rogues, wizards, druids, and knights, not to mention 2 characters named Ranger, may have noticed the absence of the most maligned of hero classes, the Bard. Which, to be honest, I've been playing a lot of Baldur's Gate lately, and Bards are a famous D&D class, but I dare say They are the most maligned. They are just not. They're kind of like something that got invented like years ago, and I just feel like they're just not really that prevalent in media these days. Am I wrong? Am I so wrong here? When you play music, like I mean, I don't know. It doesn't feel like I'll malign them. I'm maligning them right now. Anyways, this guy's a bard, Largo the Bard. Unlike bards with your traditional bard power, singing about current events and chord changes, Largo is the shamanic head of the bard monk order, so he's a monk. They already maligned him. He tailors every song to his exact circumstances, raising his allies' spirits or, if necessary, their foot speed as they run towards battle or away. As a frog, his prehensile tongue has, shall we say, all kinds of tricks. Ooh! We're talking about sex. You can read a little bit. Sorry, my camera's blocking this partially. Put it like up here or something. That looks like a better plan. What about over here? What about over here? I don't want to make it too small. You can read a little bit about his past, or you can help explore his future in Dota. Gameplay patch. They're too long to fit in this blog. There's a whole site. There's a comic, I believe. Taking over the main menu in Dota for a bit, but the Monster Hunt event's still ongoing. Plenty of time left to craft whatever you're working towards. Since the holidays, the Expedition Pack's on sale. Damn it, I already bought it! Oh! And whoever already bought it, a special early purchase voucher material bundle. Okay, sick. On top of that, we're giving everyone who logs in over the holidays a free bundle of crafting materials. Very nice. So that'll help us get along towards our goals. Some usual shenanigans have made their reappearance. Tilting snowballs. Okay, wonderful. I am not sure. Do you guys want me to read the comic through? I'm kind of leaning towards. Alright, this is not exactly the patch notes. Can you not, guys, do not spoil me. Please. I know you're excited, but wait till I get there. Don't tell me stuff ahead of time. Stop. Stop. The mic sound at the end of a speech is kind of annoying. What does that sound? Is there a little noise? I haven't read shit yet. Is there a mic sound at the end of speech? Is the noise gate making noises? I'm seeing some confirmation that the audio is a ghost whispering. Huh? I mean, I'm basically using a fucking headset. A little click at the end of some words. Hmm. Hmm. I'm sorry guys. I fucking hate audio setups or audio issues like this, but I think this is where we're at, unfortunately. Where I say S. Okay, I think I know what you mean. I can hear that part. SSS. Yeah. I put a noise gate on. Okay. You are not understanding the no spoiler, so I'm gonna have to give you a little timeout, bro. Stop spoiling. It's really simple. Just don't tell me things yet. Okay, let's continue. Alright, born in the Malta Desh, we're just gonna do a quick comic read. Tides fed us, rain sang us, ocean carried only gifts. Frog people. Sacred loot. Ah, yes. Did you guys notice how the loot has 3 prongs on it? But in reality, it's only got 2 lines. Oh no, evil tendrils. That doesn't look like a good time. That doesn't look very fun, I'm gonna be honest. Oh, he's got 4 strings now? What's going on? How did this change? The Way of the Bard Monks. The story of the song. They starve to death in the ocean, bro. Eat some fish. What's going on? Although it's probably like a lot of sun and keep us from dying afraid. Oh, wow, that looks kind of convenient. Oh, is it gonna stop growing? Good thing that guy had his flute. Holy shit. No longer gave prosperity. That guy looks like he's on drugs. It's Largo. You suck. Damn, look at those cool drawings. They only know one song. It's a cool way to like graphically depict playing new songs. Nobody explored the inside of the island. Those brains? Look like brains. I thought this was gonna be short, guys. I won't say this is short.
I do.
I'm scared, like, sometimes when there's stuff like this, like content, I'm scared to not read it, because if I don't read it, I'm worried that, like, I'll forget to go back ever, and then I'll just never know, you know? The magic is working. It was sick of the same song. Our music. Hooray! Alright, that's the karmic. The comic. Okay, we can go over here. Alright, let's begin the patch. Oh yeah, that's right. Ice Frog. I forgot about that part, huh? Frog Hero. Basically, Ice Frog saying the game is not dead. Ooh, that's very smart. Ice Frog is going out into the world playing his song. So he's got. Oh, they aren't fish heads. I thought they were fish heads or seashells. I'm crazy. I thought this is a fish head, I think. Anyways, why does he have 3 of these but only 2 strings? What's up with that? Is there a second purge behind the purge? No, there's not. Okay, here we go. Largo, melee, durable, disabler, and support. The Song Island inspires allies. The trailer I think I've seen. Read the comic. Licks a target unit with his tongue, pulling back short distance. Applying basic dispel, dealing damage if it's an enemy. You can do it to yourself. You can lick yourself. Ooh, that one's kind of weird. Dispelling an effect from target grants temp health regeneration. Spell top basic dispel. Okay, so you get health regen if you cast it. That's Q. Doesn't tell me the damage. What about Frog Stomp? Tosses froglings into an area. Stomp the ground every 1 second, dealing damage and mini stuns. Enemies in the area have a reduced movement speed. Okay. Having good song time. Cloak of Genius. Strums a friendly hero. Items and abilities have reduced mana cost, and a percentage of their damage reverberates over the following 5 seconds. When an effective hero spends mana, the remaining buff duration is reduced. So if they have a lot of spell costs, if they cast a lot of spells, then it becomes a little bit less OP. So it doesn't like last as stupidly long. So it's probably otherwise it would be like way too good on heroes that have spammable spells and not so good on other heroes. If you put this on like a bristleback, it would probably be way too good. So they had to like nerf it a little bit with this last part. Otherwise it would be too strong. This ultimate, I believe, you can play different songs based on. I got spoiled on this on Instagram or something. Yeah, one of them heals. One of them increases damage and spell amp. Grants our attacks additional magic damage. One of them does movement speed, and then one heals. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Lucio from Overwatch, in that you kind of had like, you're like a music-based hero, but you can switch stances. It's kind of similar in that way, but yeah, that's the he's disarm when he does this, and you have to like tempo it or something. You have to hit it on the some strange noise in the background. All right, guys, let me try to fix it. Sounds like too bad. You guys are complaining a lot. I'm gonna remove the noise gate, and we'll see. It's gonna make it worse temporarily, but okay. So this is without noise gate. Why is there an echo? I don't understand why there would be an echo. Sounds like two sound inputs are playing at the same time. It's better when you look to the side than at the camera. Okay, it's possible. Maybe the desktop webcam is picking up or something. Yep, I figured it out. Sorry guys, I found it. I see what it is. I had to scroll down to my audio inputs. Watch this. There, magically better. How does that sound? Is that better? There was two audios. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for complaining. I'm gonna add the noise gate back in. So basically one of the microphones, there was two microphones recording the whole time. This webcam has a microphone on it, and it was, I always forget on OBS you have to scroll down. I don't have multiple audio inputs on my other computer, so I always forget about that. Sorry about that. Good thing we found it now. Thank you for complaining, you all. Alright, let's continue. Ooh, wallpapers for your phones. Those are cool. Look, I'm gonna be honest. When people complain that Valve isn't advertising their game lately, I've been kind of like, look at this. Like, this shit is cool. This is like little extra stuff that they're doing that they really don't have to do, that they do. Make your phones cute. To like put them on your game. Like the little trailers they make. Where are they? The trailer? This thing? This shit's on your YouTubes. It's on your Instagrams. This is an advertisement, if you guys could not tell. So when you guys see this on your Instagram or your Instagram Reels or it pops up on your YouTube, I need you guys to click on those, and I need you guys to give it an upvote. Get that shit upvoted. Those are advertisements. Like, maybe it's not like they're not paying hard cash for it, but I guarantee that took a while for them to make, and it's fucking good. That's their advertisement, guys. Who needs to pay when you could just do social media? Oh, this is amazing. What a cool fucking set. This one. Ugh! Everybody likes this. I do not. Not a fan. I mean, it's stylistically, it's fine. I'm just not for me. But this shit, amazing. Very cool. It's fine. It's fine, guys. I'm gonna make it slightly smaller so it's taking up the whole screen. Anti-mage? That sounds. Oh, that's fucking good. That's a good one. Huge fan. Okay. His first set is super evil. Enigma set. This looks great. Ooh. These are good. These are really good. Incredible sets. Must be Shadow Fiend. Looks good too. These are really nice. Great sets. I might actually buy these. These are nice. They're really good. The Tiny's too chaotic. It's chaotic for sure, but I don't know. I just castles. I don't know. Just makes me think the throne is maybe a little too much. I don't know. I like the shield. I think it looks great. I like this. It is chaotic. Why not use full screen? Why not full screen the browser screen? Because then you see my Windows taskbar. Oh, you mean like this? Yeah, that does seem like a better solution. All right, you win. You win. Primary monitor, undo that. Undo. Go. Okay, you win. Alright, more good suggestions from everybody. Gameplay update, patch notes, featured hero reworks. Treant Protector. Oh, I just complained about Treant Protector! Yes! Yes! Alright, these are 3 heroes that have basically been in the dumps for a long time. People have been, other than Slark support, people have been complaining about Slark as a hero. Tree has got 3 base abilities that are just really mediocre, and Lone Druid has also been struggling a lot to be effective, so let's see how these go. Scylla can root enemies with a new Entangle ability, and his all-new Spirit Bearer has his own new talent tree. Okay, interesting. Dark Reef with Essence Shift is an innate, and the new Saltwater Shiv ability letting him steal enemy health, regen, and movement speed. Okay. So you probably can, and somebody explained to me that I think Quinn said that the way to beat Slark is to spam him in lane, basically, because your first skill just does damage to yourself. So you can basically zone this guy just by spamming him in lane, and then prevent him from getting 6 at a good time. So it doesn't penalize you as much at lower MMRs, but with good players, like the hero just gets dumpstered in lane apparently. So if you have a skill that lets you steal health regen and movement speed, that's going to help you stabilize through the laning stage. That's probably what's happening. With a more menacing Leech Seed rework and an overpowering Overgrowth upgrade, he's angry and looking to get up close and personal with those enemies, threatening his forest. Okay, looking forward to that. Neutral items, these are featured ones. This isn't all of them, but these are just some of them. This is always like the start of the patch where they're like, hey, here, look at these like new things, guys. And guys not write spoilers, please. Don't. Scour every top shelf and don't camp to find small new neutral items. Alright, weighted dice. When calculating your base damage or creep bounty from last hits, the value is computed 2 times and the highest value is taken. Oh, yeah, this is very similar to D&D. So, or creep bounty from last hits. Okay, so I don't know what the range is, but usually we're talking about a little bit of gold. This could effectively increase your gold by like a couple per last hit. Basically, this is like a common D&D thing though. So it's slightly more damage and slightly more gold from last hits, so it's not bad. That could definitely add up, because if you think about a lot of neutral items, if something gives you, let's say it gives you 10 damage, well this one would give you, most damage ranges are like 4 or something, 3 to 4. For a hero like Chaos Knight, this would be really good, because your damage range is a lot higher typically on your base damage. But most heroes have gotten pretty like close ranges, like the numbers have gone pretty close, so this item would be less damage for them, but for some heroes, it would be quite good. Like 100 extra gold after 10 minutes. Well, you know what? 3 to 4% more gold from creeps. Yeah, is your guess. It's something. We'll see how good it ends up feeling. Idol of Skriok tier 4, so much later. False Flight gained 50% slow resistance, phased movement, and 25% evasion for 5 seconds. Okay, I like this. If this replaces like the shield, for example, I think it would be nice, because the shield item that's tier 4 that everybody gets, is it tier 4? I think so. Almost all pros get it because it's usually the best thing to get. Maybe it's a tier 3. The one that gives you a damage block, it gives you a barrier, and it gives you slow resistance. I love the slow resistance aspect of it. I think it's really cool. Because sometimes you really need those. But the barrier was just necessary because it's HP and people want HP. Gale Guard, yeah, that's it. It's tier 3. Okay, thank you. And 25% evasion for 5 seconds. Let it be like useful temporarily. Rift Shadow Prism, a tier 5, so this should be really good. Spend 10% of your current health to create a full health illusion that lasts for 20 seconds. The illusion has 50% outgoing damage and takes 240, so it's a crazy strong illusion. Lasts for 30 seconds. 30-second cooldown, 20-second duration. You spend 10% of your current health. This is great for a lot of hard carries in the late game. And it's going to be a little bit more useful in some ways because number one, it does 50% damage increase is crazy high. For some heroes, this is going to be like insanely good. It's like a Manta style basically in the ultra late game. You can use it to split push lanes. You can use it to farm lanes. You can use it to scout high grounds. It should be very multi-useful. And in ultra late game scenarios like this, a lot of heroes have abundant health regen or lifesteal that would want to buy this. So I think this looks really, yeah, on heroes like TB or Phantom Lancer, excellent neutral item. Featured neutral item removals. See who ends up dying. Oh, Helm of the Undying is dead, unfortunately, which was probably necessary. Pros love this thing. Sister Shroud was very likely to get removed. And Fear Cloak, I'm a little surprised, but this one's also busted. So it's for the best that this got removed, I think. It was very, very good, which is good because I was bad at clicking it, to be honest. So I think this is for the best. All right, train changes. I love this. Here's the previous version. Here's the updated version. Okay, this makes sense. The problem before is that you could stand on the Wisdom Shrine and see everybody that's approaching. Usually players would stand like here, and then as you'd approach, you'd get initiated on. But now it's going to be defensive. Like you're going to be down here in the dumps, and your opponents are going to see you ahead of time, so they can make decisions whether or not to initiate on you. So it's going to make it harder to contest Wisdom Shrines, basically, which should give defenders a little bit of an advantage, I would argue, because the aggressors needed to usually be there much earlier. So I think this is probably fine. I assume that's going to be the outcome. Um, you could hypothetically back up and take the Watcher ahead of time, and then you could come defend maybe. I guess arguably you could have done that before as well. Approach it, take the Watcher, go back to lane. Sounds like an inefficient use of time. But basically, usually what ends up happening with objectives like this is if it's contested, it's harder for you to be there ahead of time. Which is certainly gonna be the case. It will matter for nighttime, of course, because like if you're nighttime, you're approaching like at 7 minutes. It's nighttime usually. They're not necessarily gonna see you coming anyways, but at later stages of the game, it's definitely gonna be really dangerous, especially ultra late game. To go take this, and obviously planting wards around the area might be really helpful. This looks like 2 levels of height. Can you even see my mouse? Yeah, you can. This looks like 2 levels of height here to me. Fender's Gate Radiant. Previous version. Ooh, so there's a new way out on the south side, which is kind of nice. Means it's going to be way easier to basically swing around and gank the safe lane here. That is for sure. Way easier. And also easier to get out of the base and farm this camp over here. Because now one ward doesn't necessarily spot at all. You might want to put like a ward here, because that'll spot people exiting here and down here. But definitely new places to get vision. You could probably also put an observer ward in this area and cut down these trees and have amazingly good vision of the enemy area. Bridge Radiant. So here's the old one, here's the new one. Okay, interesting. So this is no longer like a death pit, one thing. This ward on the cliff is gone. So a little bit harder to get aggressive. And then the nice thing is you can basically get up here from all angles. You can also play down in this area now. So on the Radiant side, your support could play down here to potentially swing around, which is nice. It looks good. More mobility options. That downside is that it's going to be much easier to dive this tower over here. Because normally diving the tower is hard because the only way out are basically through enemy territory. But now, if you want to dive this tower, you can like walk around, you can approach this way, you can approach this way, you can come from the secret shop side. So it's going to be harder to defend this tower as Radiant side, and this is definitely going to change the game a little bit. Because it could affect big things like maybe your enemies kill the enemy offlane, kill the offlane tier 1 much easier, because it's easier to get kills under the tower, you know? That tower doesn't stay alive as long. Maybe that area of the map makes sense to play on, so this could definitely affect things. It might not seem like it normally, but that's how it works. Same thing on the right side. Much easier to invade in this area. There are a lot of trees to hide in though, which is good. So that means that, and there kind of were before, you could hide under this tree or whatever, but there wasn't as much movement possibility. But yeah, now playing in this area is going to be tougher. It's going to be hard to get a ward down that spots everything unless you put the ward like right here, which is kind of an ass ward because it's only going to give a little vision. So ultimately, I think this is a good thing. And not having a watch, like having this spot on top of the Watcher is a little bit too good to defend it, I feel like. What are we looking at? Yes, the other Defender Gate. New one. Less trees to hide in, more map to play in, something actually feeding the water, little waterfall of course. What if this gets you out to lane a little bit faster because you can like cut in earlier? Probably helps a little bit, but yeah, easier to get this camp. It's gonna be easier to defend here because you can come out this way. You might need to start placing wards right here to help spot these side rotations, but if this is a hill, and it might be, then the vision won't go up. But you could probably ward here to get this area. It could be a common place to ward from the Radiant side. And then bridge dire, so similar things. This looks really nice, I gotta say. I like this little bridge area. Looks beautiful. Less height though. Wonder how this is gonna affect like jungling over here. It's not, you're not necessarily on high ground the whole time. To get to those camps, you're gonna have to go up a big cliff. So maybe it's better defensively jungling because you're gonna be up here to the north, hitting camps, you'll be able to see people coming from down the ramp. So it's probably better for 3 positions, I think, who are defensively jungling. We will continue. All right, patch notes. Change the order of the first and third phase bans. First ban phase, first team with the first pick. Second is team second pick. Okay, old is first, second, second, first, second, second, first. Now it is first, first, second, second, first, second, second. To do everything musically here. So new first bans twice, second bans twice, first bans once, then second gets to do 2 bans. So in some ways this is a, because before what would happen is first would get a ban right before they pick, so they could do something like ban a hero that beats the hero they're about to first pick, or something like that. But I don't know if that's always going to matter that much because there's only so many bans, you know. They still have 3 bans, they still have 4 bans, so that's the same. Third ban phase went first, second, second, first, and now it's first, second, first, second. So you take a little bit more turns, which is kind of good too. It's gonna enhance. That's good for second pick because now you get to see more first bans before picking, especially because second. I guess the nice thing is that second will, I believe, picks its first pick last. I don't recall. I'll have to talk to people that do a lot of drafting because I'm a little bit lost in terms of pick order stuff and how important it might be. But basically the whole purpose of this is to like change things up occasionally for pro players because slowly over time they get a lot of like mantras in their head about what's the perfect way to draft. And switching it up a little bit is going to make it more creative and interesting for them and give them more stuff to figure out, which is kind of nice. General changes. Talents no longer require skill point to level. Oh, that's cool. I like that. It doesn't have, you don't have to make hard choices sometimes. It also helps to value some skill, some talents because you're like, well, I just get this for free. Sometimes on like Batrider or some heroes, you're like, ah man, these 10 talents suck ass. They don't, it's like, oh, 50 flame break push, like, woo, watch out. Um, and now you just don't have to make a hard decision anymore, which is nice. Some heroes really do care about their levels. Some 10 talents are kind of blah. Learned by using their talent points available at levels. This results in all +2 attribute bonuses skilled by level 22. So you also get your plus attributes a little bit faster, if I'm not mistaken. All facets that used to have 6 attribute bonuses now have 7 again. Okay. Batrider's Arsonist, Magnus' diminishing return. Not that many, but it could matter, you know. All tier 4 towers now have a barracks reinforcement buff. Each allied barracks that has not been destroyed provides +4 armor to both tier 4 towers. Huh. Each allied barracks that has not been destroyed provides +4 armor to both tier 4 towers. Wow. So basically tries to prevent teams from winning down one lane in like a cheese way, which is kind of good. It's gonna like really disadvantage the game ending like off of one bad fight, which is kind of cool. It's kind of nice when you do that, but it does feel bad sometimes. +4 armor is like a decent amount. So that means you have 6 sets. So if you lose like one set of racks here, you still have like 16 armor, which is, that's a lot. 16 armor has got to be around like double the HP. It's got to be close to like double the raw HP. So the tier 4 towers will take twice as long to kill as normal. Bonuses for each individually and totaling +24 for 6 barracks. Yeah. Okay. Assist formula reworked. So the new is that there's 15 on the outside, there's 50 on the inside. So if it's bigger on the inside, let's say the number of heroes is 1. I don't know, man. We'd have to put this into a graph and graph it. I'm not going to do that. Fun. It will change how assist gold formula. Sometimes how this affects the game is that it does something like if you have a lot of heroes participating in a gank, it gives you less gold. So it might be doing something like saying, hey, we think it's better. Let's change it up so that you get more value if you get solo kills versus like 5-man kills. They might change things like that. You add 50 first and divide so it's less. Um, Probably, yes. It's probably less gold. Probably less gold with groups. But it's not like a gigantic amount. We're talking about a difference of 45 potentially. It should be slightly more gold if it's a solo kill. Not by much, but by like 5. Like 5 more gold if you solo kill. But if there's multiple hero kills, then it's going to be less gold. Because if there's 2, it's going to be 25. Which 25 plus this is 40. Yeah. So it's going to give slightly less gold for multi-kills, but more gold for solo kills. Okay, Flag Bearer Creep. Gold bounty now increased by 1 per lane creep auto upgrade interval, so slightly more gold as the game continues. Slightly more gold for melee creeps. AoE bounty radius increase for Flag Bearer, that's good. Actually, it helps a lot of MMR brackets, I think. Not that they can last at the Flag Bearers in the first place, but you know, decent, decent, decent. Classified as creep gold instead of ability gold. Makes a post-game gold breakdown more accurate. Okay, interesting. Inspiration Order no longer affects heroes. Oh, interesting. So you just don't get regen anymore? Am I mistaken? That shit was useful. Regen from this was really, really useful. Inspiration Aura now also provides magic resistance bonus to effective creeps starting with 0 and improved by 4 every upgrade up to a maximum of 15 upgrades. Okay, this is cool. It basically means that farming as a magic nuker is going to be weaker because the creep wave is going to be resisting the damage that you're dealing. So it's going to be a little bit harder for magic-based heroes to kill lane creeps. It might not be that bad. 4% every creep up interval, which is 7.5 minutes. I mean, it's not a lot, right? Like, if we're talking like 5 of these, it's like a 20% magic resistance aura, which is something. It's gonna take like 2 strong nukes. You won't be able to necessarily clear it with like 1 Caudal Blast, for example. But this is a maximum 50, max of 15 upgrades is still a lot though. That's like what 60% magic resistance for like a really late game scenario. I think the other thing that this is doing is helping the game to end because mega creeps haven't really been a problem for a long time. Mega creeps used to be a big fucking deal. When you got mega creeped, it was like, oh shit, like you're probably gonna lose the game. But pretty much every hero kind of got AoE here and there as the game continued. There aren't a lot of heroes that don't have AoE anymore. Bane has it with a shard. Undying has more damage with decay, for example. Like everybody has some way to kill creeps. AA has better AoE than he used to. So this is going to certainly help games end because you can't just send a support back to easily clear the creep waves now. You might really struggle on it. So that could really matter for mega creep games. But for the vast majority, it's probably not that big of a deal. But it is going to be a little slight buff to like Battle Fury type physical damage heroes who are going to be cleaving creep waves in the end of the game. Your respawn time decreased to 45 seconds. So losing your courier early game is going to be less painful, which is fine. No longer has a penalty when clearing a Clarity, Mango, Fairy Fire, Healing Salve, Tango. They did this because they removed the regen from Flag Bearer Creep. This is going to make laning more skill-based if, assuming there's no other major changes to regen. It will still cost you money to bring your items out, but it's not going to take as long for the stuff. I didn't know the mangoes were enchanted. I thought they were just regular mangoes. Flanker will now go to a more obscure shopping area within range of the secret shop when using go to secret shop. Okay, that's good. So rather than standing directly on top of the secret shop, it'll be a little bit hidden. All illusions now have 800 daytime vision and 400 nighttime vision. That's a huge nerf to illusion heroes who are split pushing across the map. 800 vision is not good. It means that like Manta illusions pushing out creep waves, they're not going to be have as good a vision. Extremely abusable, but with that said, a nerf to illusions is probably fine because they are very good at scouting. Very good against Nago Siren, for example. They're not going to be able to see creep waves as easily. You're going to have to know where the creep waves are when you're trying to split push. It's a big deal. Yeah, 400 vision is bad. But if you play it with your actual hero, you're not going to have any trouble having vision. But it's going to just make illusion split pushing weaker for sure. Even doing things like send your illusions through neutral camps, you might walk into camps and they could be empty, for example. So, going to be it'll be weaker during nighttime. But with that said, you don't need vision for your stuff to be good. It's just going to affect some efficiency things here and there, and you'll have less vision and information. Smokes are slightly less useful against illusion heroes, but still useful, right? And I don't think this is a bad change. I think it's creative and smart. Roshan no longer considered a hero for lifesteal mechanics. Ooh. As a result, physical lifesteal from damage to Roshan is reduced by 40, and spell lifesteal is reduced by 80. That's a huge deal for some heroes. I would say heroes like, I don't know, if Ursa has lifesteal, obviously it's a big deal for heroes like Dragonite right now, who are going Mask of Madness and Armlet. You're getting 40% less lifesteal. It's going to mean sustaining against Roshan is again harder. They had to keep finding new ways to make Roshan more difficult to kill. Ursa used to always have lifesteal when he would go for Roshan in the past. Hasn't really been the case for a long time now, but yeah, like Vlad's Ursa, very, very common in the past. But right now, Ursa's go Battle Fury. It's still going to be possible. Troll Warlord is going to have more trouble typically because he has lifesteal usually, but it's going to force you to need more heroes to take Roshan, which is probably fine. Disarm no longer dispel. Well, that looks good. Slam no longer double duration against creeps, sure. But Slam now does double damage to creeps. You can't tank it with creeps as much. So just making Roshan harder to kill, which has kind of just been a feature over the years because pro teams will abuse some very easy to Roshan hero in a big way, and it makes a huge difference. Okay, Tormentor. Adding a Tormentor timer near the minimap functions similar to the Roshan timer. Can be pinged to communicate the stored of Tormentor. That's nice actually. Kind of needed this. Gonna bloat the minimap area, but pinging Tormentor location in the world will trigger the same ping as a timer. Minimap now only has one Tormentor icon reflects where Tormentor. Oh yeah, because it's only. And then the shiny now only starts dealing damage to enemies when attacked. This is nice because it sucked when you're standing next to it waiting for your teammates and you started taking damage. You can hide by it more often now. Bounty runes now grant gold based on when it was created, not when it was activated. Okay, cool. Which means that basically if you have like 3 bounty runes that have been sitting for a long time, you don't get extra gold. So I don't think this is that big of a deal. It's just gonna mean slightly less gold from bounty, and when you like come back to your jungle and it has like 4 bounty runes, when playing on the enemy map, crushing them all game, you won't get like as much of an advantage. So this is a slight disadvantage to teams that are winning. Say. Duration haste no longer increases by 3 every rune cycle. It's always gonna be 22 now. Okay. And Envy's rune no longer grants incoming damage reduction. Interesting. I wonder why they removed that. Maybe it's too good when you bottled it. I liked that feature. I thought it was smart, like a way to make Envy's rune better. But oh well. Terrain changes. We basically watched all these already because they're very nice things. But we should read. There's some things that are different here. Let's see. Hard camp nearest to tier 3 towers where the streams used to start has been demoted to a medium camp. Okay, so it's a medium camp. Streams used to start. Does this mean both of them? There's 2 medium camps then in that area, which means defensively jungling as like an offlaner is gonna be less good. It's gonna be a little bit less gold there. The laning is gonna matter more. Safe lane, medium, amphibian camp, neutral camp close to the tier 2 tower up the stream, slightly closer to the bases. Wisdom shrines to low ground, hard camps near to wisdom shrines move back slightly towards base, so they're still hard camps. I don't understand this one and this. This is confusing me. Change bridges to actual bridges. Triangle, the hard camp in the triangle has been demoted. Oh, they're taking gold off the map here. A lot of gold off the map, so if this goes to a medium camp, and this hard camp and the triangle is now a medium camp, that means just way less gold for the double stacking. Ancients are still probably going to be there, but this is a big deal. This adds up a lot over the course of the game. And there's some players that do like math models. They like count how much gold you can get across the map in this area, in this area, in this area. And it's going to adjust farming patterns and change like how people play the game, certainly. Twin gate mana cost decreased by a lot, so encourage people from going back and forth if they have mana. They refund the mana cost if the channel was interrupted. That's great. That makes me feel better. Sucks when you click on it and you're like, oh, there goes 75 mana for nothing. But yeah, this is good. Tormentor locations. Watchers nearest to the mid lane and near small water camps south and north of the tier 1 tower have been removed. Okay, the ones, yeah, near the mid lane jungles. Watchers in the primary jungles repositioned. Watcher night vision range decreased by a lot, 800, 450. This is nice because it sucks sometimes at nighttime. You can't see very well. It's hard to see when the watcher is lit up or not. So you would have to like body check it, and then doing so shows you. So now you can actually see the watchers without them seeing you first. Watcher capture time is decreased, which is good. Defender gate vision radius is up. Defender's gate will now show their vision radius while holding Alt. Move to tree. This is huge, by the way. Gigantic vision. It's gonna be harder for opponents to get close to the gate without showing. Move to tree. No. More centered around the shopkeeper on the radiant side. Okay. Invulnerability targeting. Well, this could be impactful. Most items and abilities that previously could target and or affect invulnerable units no longer do so. Nullifier can no longer target invulnerable units. So that would that be heroes like while Yules, you can't be nullified. Satyrs banish purge no longer target invulnerable units. Right, that would be invulnerable, right? Like Yules in the air. Can't vacuum somebody Yules, ensnare can't. Unless Song of the Siren, so they still allowed Song of the Siren. Bloodlust can't target invulnerable. I'm in Stockholm right now. Yeah, the OD banish staff is probably one of them. I think this is Yule's, guys. I'm pretty sure. These all look like common Yule's usages, but we'll see. Can no longer target invulnerable units. No longer target invulnerable. Assassinate can't target invulnerable. It seems like only some things. Maybe these things could work before, because this is probably all abilities that could target like dispellable heroes. I'm gonna do a quick check on this. So I think this is a cool change, if I'm understanding it correctly. I don't want to say too much yet because I don't know yet exactly how it works, but my feeling is that this would allow you to protect yourself against Nullifier, which I think is a big complaint for most support heroes. Yep. So now, I did read it correctly. Now, if you want to stop Yules, you have to nullify them first. But if you are paying attention, what you can do is this. Oop, sorry, let me try it again. See if this works. Okay, so basically, if you want to protect yourself and the carry goes on you, you have to Yules ahead of time. If the projectile's in the air, it will get your ass. But if you do it ahead of time, then you are protected from it. So it gives you some counterplay against Nullifier when before there was literally none. You're just like fucked. So I think this is a good thing because Yules was a little too hard countered by Nullifier in my opinion. This still gives you some play against it, but it's like less busted. Prevents targeting, not disjoints, correct. So Yules will better protect you basically. If you are Yules in the air, you can't get knocked out of it, basically. And there's other versions as well, but that's like the most obvious one. So, yeah, Shadow Demon Purge, things like this. There's probably still some dispels that you could do that it doesn't clarify. I bet you Brewmaster Dispel AoE is still going to take you out of Cyclone, because that's the whole point of it. Like, you Yules somebody with Brewmaster Cyclone, and then you Dispel them afterwards. So there's still going to be some solutions against Yules, but I think this is just a simple buff to Yules. That is still not bad. It's not exactly the best. Usually you want to use Yules to dispel something and also be invulnerable for 2.5 seconds. But being able to protect yourself for 2.5 seconds isn't the worst against like a BKB carry who jumps in. So I think giving it some counterplay is a good thing against Nullifier. So I'm into this. Oh, since it also makes them invulnerable, all changes mentioned, I really should have read this. All changes mentioned will apply. Nullify will dispel Cyclone off the target immediately if Cyclone is cast on a unit already affected by Nullify. Okay, already figured this out. Can't target Cyclone units, but will dispel AoE off the units in an AoE, so you could cast it on somebody next to it. And AoE sim. Yeah, okay, I figured this out already. We're good. Doesn't matter. Neutral group changes. Alright, here's a nerf to the Satyr, the Chen, the best Chen creeps. This is a Chen nerf. Mana burns target in. It's also a nerf to Doom. Decrease at all levels, straight up just worse, and Purge can no longer target invulnerable units. No, I'm I'm affected. So yeah, just straight up worse. We're talking like a little mana early game, But as the game continues, it's going to be weaker certainly. But yeah, people don't really abuse it that much in the ultra late game. Maybe like a Doom, but this is going to be the biggest deal. It's what, probably 20 to 30 extra less mana deal burn. That's fine. There's lots of other Chen neutral creeps, and nerfing the by far best one is going to allow the other ones to have more play. There is some play with the Hellbears lately, so I'm excited about that. Initial and maximum stock increase by 1, cost increase by 10. So clarities are more abundant, healing salves are more abundant. They're doing this likely because there's less regen in lane. No longer has half duration when cast on an ally, now heals for half the amount per second when cast on an ally. Okay, this is a interesting way to nerf it, basically. I mean, I don't know why this is better. It's better for Oracle in some ways because it lasts the full duration. Maybe it's worse because Oracles don't have ultis for 10 seconds. But it basically keeps your ally out of combat longer, which is kind of a negative, right? So they just straight up made it worse for your allies. Maybe people are trying to abuse it too much. In laning stage, Ironwood Branch got nerfed. 5 more gold. Ugh. It is by far like the most efficient item in the early game. Rough for Wand though, Magic Wand. Tough, man. Observer wards cannot be planted within 300 units of another observer ward from the same team that's been planted within the last second. Okay, so you can't accidentally double plant anymore. Sometimes it's 2 allies, sometimes it is the same person. Plant no longer increased by cast range increases. Okay. That's kind of cool. It's kind of fair. Sentries can't be placed within 3 units of another sentry on the same team. Yep. It's good. Can be used directly from backpack. Thank God. No cooldown when entering the main inventory from the backpack. That's really nice. Wonderful change to make this item feel a lot better. That way you don't waste like 6 seconds. Like one of those things that just makes you feel bad when someone's like, let's smoke, and then you're standing there 6 seconds ticking. It's the worst. Initial and maximum stock increase from 8 to 10. Shared Tango now heals for half the amount per second. Oh, get fucked, carries. Oh, buy your own. Buy your own. Oh my god. That's bad. Half the amount per second. That's rough, man. Buy your own regen. Roshan banner upgrades with each subsequent drop. Effect raise increase. Okay, that's cool. The first one's weaker, but then up to 1200. That's crazy. This is, bro, they're cooking on Roshan's banner. This is great. I love these changes. It's really nice. 900 range is also a lot. 1200, man, you could like, because the problem right now slightly is that I think the banner is in a good place, but you basically just nuke the creep wave. They aggro to you when your creep wave is dead, and then they run away from the banner, and then you kill the creep. So it's like it protects them, but it's not like really good. But if it's like 900 or 1200 range, like holy shit, dude, the advantages for doing like 2 and 3 Roshans are incredible, which is bad for me because I'm really bad about remembering to Roshan. But what a fucking buff if you can just do this consistently. These are gonna be crazy strong. Makes sieging a lot easier, which is good. Any of the game's kind of hard sometimes. Ghost War and Magic Immunity vulnerability decreased by 10. I actually am happy they're doing this because this item has been like I bought it recently on Pugna because they had some solution or something. And I used it and I got Zeus ulti and I blew my ass up. And I was like, oh, that sucked. So I think lowering that percentage I think would be helpful. However, does that affect E-Blade? We'll find out. If it does, E-Blade is a weaker item. But it's not a big deal because not that many people use E-Blade. They could buff it in other ways, I think. Ring of Tresk is cheaper. Shadow Amulet is cheaper. Ooh, getting some. It's on. We got sales, man. Black Friday sales. Voodoo Mask is cheaper. Bloodstone total cost decreased due to Voodoo Mask. Spell Lifesteal bonus is up by 5. Blood Impact Spell Lifesteal multiplier decreased by 3. So 75 versus 80. So it's worse using it actively, but its base is better. This item is very under purchased right now. People do not buy it. It's not very good. That's the problem. Maybe there's some heroes it'll fit on though. Recipe change. Ring of Trask now no longer has a recipe. Oh, cool. It's nice. Gives you slightly more regen, which is better. Just buff to the Boots of Bearing, pretty much. That's nice. I like it. I like it. Crimson Guard. Guard buff no longer dispellable. Okay, buff to Crimson. Popular item right now. A little surprised about this, but they're nerfing the nullifier, I guess. Total cost for Dagon is down. Total cost for all levels decreased by 50. Basically the same. Diffusal Blade and Mana Break no longer applied by illusions. Okay, interesting. That's a big change. Suppress now applies basic dispel to any target. Okay, so you can dispel enemies. I mean, I don't think this is the biggest deal in the world. Like, Diffusal Blade is definitely good on illusions, but it's only like 8 mana burn. Like, it's been kind of nerfed for a long time. It's not necessarily still bad. It's a little sad because it's iconic, because Diffusal Blade has been like the illusion item for no joke 20 years. Like 20 years, guys. That's what it feels like. It's like my whole life. Diffusal Blade is an illusion item, but things change in Dota, and they did this for a reason. Manta Diffusal is weaker by a little bit. It's definitely way weaker on like PL type heroes. Nagas haven't been buying it forever, so that's the one's not a big deal. It's basically just PL that really buys it a lot. But the upside is that they're gonna be able to buff this item in another way, potentially, as a result, and that could be good for the game because it could be more utility in different ways. So Ethereal Blade recipe change now requires Glimmer Ultimate Orb instead of Aether Lens. Okay, so it's gonna be a generic stat item. Recipe cost decreased, total cost decreased by a little bit. No longer provides cast range, mana regen, all attributes bonuses better. The damage is decreased and to 1 times the sum of the caster's attributes. So much better item on generic heroes. It's going to be a good Morphling item again, basically. Without a doubt. Just straight up a good Morphling item. E-Blade is back on the Morphling, which is fine because people have not really been... People haven't even been skilling Adaptive Strike on Morphling lately. Thank you for the subs, Joe Cat. You know what I should do right now that I haven't done? I need to go into my settings. Thank you for gifting those. I forgot to do this. I need to make my subs cheaper right now. Subbing though. Monetization. Subscriptions. Subscription discount promos. Use one right now. Let's be conservative and pick 12 hours. Or discount. I'm sorry I screwed you just now though. Anyways, if you want to gift subs on Twitch, it's discounted. I'm so sorry. Sorry. So sorry. I'm so sorry. It's
Hooray!
Thank you, Joe. The fuck? That's crazy. How many did you give the first time? I can't even see. Do 20 twice? I don't. That's crazy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, man. Okay, so E-Blade on generic heroes is gonna feel better. If you aren't a cast range hero, it's gonna feel better. If you have some kind of nuke, it's just gonna feel better. I could definitely see this be good on like a techies type hero. It's not bad. Got okay stacking. I don't know. I gotta look at a hero list, I think. Thanks everybody for subbing. I appreciate it. My battle report. Like your Zeus type heroes, it's less good on them certainly because cast range is good, but there's got to be like other nuke heroes that it's kind of sick on who are kind of happy to buy it. It's gonna be way better as a core item because cores typically can't afford and like getting generic type stat items. Like a Venomancer, for example, could maybe get an E-Blade if you really want to, even though your hero is very much about right clicking. Probably not good on him. It's weaker on Sky in a lot of ways, certainly, like in almost all ways, but Snapfire, eh. You could buy it on some like melee hero, like a Lion core is probably gonna be more into it. I feel like because cast range is really good on Lion, but if your Lion core, extra stat is just straight up better. I feel like if you've already got a Blink Dagger, you don't really need that much cast range, and now you could have a Ghost Scepter to defend yourself if you want. Nyx Assassin, I feel like it's better, perhaps. Ogre Magi, maybe not so much because you don't have any int gain. Grimstroke, again, good and bad. Less cast range, which is a bummer, but more survivability. I think trading survivability for cast range is good on just a lot of heroes. some cases. Dark Willow won't be upset, I don't think. Bounty Hunter, kind of good. Not that you have like the craziest nukes. There's definitely some heroes where it looks kind of okay. I think Lina core is going to be into it. Cast range is really nice on this hero. But extra stats isn't bad either, and Lina has really high stat gains. So I think it's still pretty useful on a lot of these heroes. Maybe Queen of Pain buys it or something, but is it all spell damage? Is it just magic resistance? Magic damage vulnerability. It's not good on Quap. But certainly some heroes. It's good on the hero like Death Prophet. No, you're doing physical damage. It's not good. Leshrac, mixed damage. Kind of works on Viper, but not. Not really good on Storm. It's interesting. The cast range decrease is interesting for sure. Could use it on a hero like Necrophos, to be honest. Better on him. Amplify damage with the E-Blade Blast, but it's redundant because obviously Nullifier is still gonna wreck you. Buying like a Ghost Scepter is still very good. Yeah, interesting. Definitely interesting. What's Pugna's magic resistance increase here? It's up to 50, so it's way better than another item is gonna be. Okay, let's move on. Keep reading. Primal Beast. Primal Beast, yeah, sounds pretty good on Primal Beast. It's not bad. I don't think his agility and int gain are very good, but you definitely increase your damage by a lot. Sure. Ghost Scepter part's kind of weird, but Glimmer Cape recipe cost increased, but the Shadow Emlet's cheaper. Guardian Greaves recipe changed. No longer requires a buckler. Recipe cost is down. Total cost is down a lot. Armor bonus of it goes up by 1, but it doesn't provide armor anymore. One of the reasons I like this item. It still gives you armor, but not nearly as much. But it's cheaper, which is good. So here's the trade-off. It doesn't provide additional bonuses when below 25 health to anyone but the wearer. So it's gonna be a better offlaner item, legitimately. No longer provides armor and increased mana regen when below 25 health. Okay. And still provides bonus health regen to the wearer below 5 health. So you don't get bonus armor or mana regen no matter what. That's gone. However, this is worded kind of sloppy. No longer provides additional bonuses when below 25 health to anyone but the wearer. And it no longer provides armor or mana regen when below 25 health. So that's confusing. Anyways, what it seems like is that it doesn't give you bonus regen to people and armor when they're low, but you get bonus health regen probably when you are below 25% health. So this is going to be a better offlaner item. The item is better as a dispel now. So it's easier to get Greaves now. If you need Greaves because you're playing against like a silencer, Greaves is way cheaper to buy. 700 gold is a giant decrease. Mech alone is like sub 2,000. A lot of people have Mech and Arcane Boots, and now you're just spending a simple 1125 gold to go from Mech Arcane Boots to Guardian Greaves. So if you need a dispel against something that's really fucking you up, Guardian Greaves is a buy now. This is going to be a good core item, in my opinion. I genuinely think like this item was already like offlane adjacent, but most offlaners didn't buy it. I think this is a viable potential item buy as an aura item as an offlaner. A hero like Darkseer is probably going to be pretty happy with an item like this now, because now you have the ability to protect yourself from an Orchid. It doesn't cost you that much money. Before it's costing you about 2,000 gold to get the Dispel. Now it's only costing you 1125. It's not bad. Not bad at all. And you're getting 1 extra armor. So I think this could make a lot of weird heroes viable as offlaners. If you really want to do that, if you want to buy aura items, obviously it pairs well with somebody that's already tanky because heals and armor are going to pair well with people that have good strength gains. But regardless, I think it's a cool item that's going to be way easier to buy, even from a support perspective as well. Going from naked item to Greaves Dispel for 4,300 gold, I think is fantastic. The last Greaves line is supposed to be the result of the 2 changes. Okay. Animitis, Transmute no longer has an experience multiplier, and the charge restore time is reduced. You know, I'm actually so into this because it got a little bit befuddled, kind of. It's also basically means you can Midas as soon as you want to Midas. So they're basically increasing the gold gain of Midas, but not the experience. But they're taking the experience gain away, which is good because before you had to be a little careful what you Midased. You have to be like, I need to go Midas those big creeps because they're worth more experience and it's multiplying. So if I don't do that, I'm not maximizing my value. But now it's like this shit's on a lower cooldown, and you can Midas anything you want, and you're gonna have a good time. Basically, I'm gonna expand this. This is way too small text. So just go Midas stuff, guys. Just go Midas things. It does not matter. Give stuff to Midas, and you're gonna be okay. Just Midas creeps. Midas creep you're about to miss a last hit on. The GPM is up by like 10 or 20%. Midas just lost his place kind of was the problem. Like Helm of the Overlord, Helm of the Dominator just kind of replaced it in almost all ways. Some heroes did still buy Midas occasionally, like I saw some Helm into Midas on Invokers yesterday. That Sumail did, I think. But most heroes just don't justify Midas over Helm of the Dominator, because Dominator basically also increased your farm, gave you map control, things like that. So Midas is probably back. It's just not going to increase your experience gain as much as it did before. It's still probably good to use Midas on large creeps if you can, because you will be killing them faster. Like, if I can one-shot a 1200 HP creep, it's better than me killing like a 400 HP creep, obviously, because I don't have to spend the time to kill the 1200 one. But lowering the cooldown, I think, is just going to be good. This is probably really nice for Doombringer, to be honest. But also negative, because Doom does more damage against heroes that are lower level than him. But, I don't know, it makes me excited to buy Midas again, which I haven't felt in forever. Heart total cost decreased. Max health regen bonus decreased by a little bit. Behemoth's Blood new passive ability. Whereas health regen is increased by 1.5% of missing health. Oh, interesting. Multiple instances of Behemoth's Blood don't stack. So you can't get multiple hearts, obviously. The raw percentage health is lower. So it's basically a weaker item when you are full. But it does a lot more by when you get low. Health regen increased by 1.5% of missing health. So if I'm missing, we gotta check this number out really quick.
I will stomp them to
Because it doesn't say what the missing health, like, if I'm losing 1,000 health, is it 15% more?
this. Heart of Tarask. Bones to crush.
Prepare for
Ooh.
battle.
Steel and strength.
I mean, it's a little higher, but more health you have, the more regen you have, obviously. The percentage of your health. I increased my health by like what, 1,000, 1,200. It basically it's just gonna work better. So I'm at 38 at full. So it's gonna be easier to work on the health of heart people, but it'll kick in more at the end. Just seems like a little, I don't know, it's a little different. It's more like you're playing Huskar basically, which is fine. I don't know how much of an impact it's gonna make, but we'll see. Thank you for the sub. Heaven's Halberd. Disarm is now only dispellable by strong dispels. Oh, I should have tweeted that I was doing this. Ugh. Ugh. I should really, sorry guys, I forgot to do this. Do a little post here. Streaming the patch notes all day. Let's do a quick link on x.com, which will surely not throttle my tweet. Surely they will not screw me. Let's see. Heaven's Halberd disarm now only dispel by strong dispels. Okay, good. This item is sucked for a long time, and the buildup is just so awkward. No longer has separate disarm durations for melee range. Duration always 3. Okay, and the cooldown is increased. Ugh. Well, BKB is only a weak dispel, right? So hypothetically, you could halberd BKB targets before they use BKB again, so they buffed it. You should be able to halberd pre-BKB, which is good, obviously. Let's go buy the other one with a Vanguard, of course.
Prepare for battle.
No? Huh? I saw the icon still, but the disarm icon went away. Okay, BKB does remove it. This item sucks ass. Don't buy this. What mean, you can't manta it off, I guess, but like,
Manta style.
okay, I don't want to do that. You should be, yeah, you can't manta it.
Galloping.
Oh no, I'm disarmed. So I don't know, man. It's a start. It's still pretty bad, I would say. The BKB counter was the most valuable one, certainly. I just don't like the build up Vanguard into Heaven's Halberd. Ugh. It's just very blah. I mean, it's definitely good for like long periods in the early game. You rushed it, like Vanguard into Heaven's Halberd. Maybe there's some circumstances where that feels good, but I just don't know about this item as a rush. Maybe there's some circumstances where it can be good. Does it have Sange in it? I guess it doesn't have Sange in it. It's not expensive enough. Very cheap. Struggling to find it. Yeah, it's just a crown. It's a very inexpensive item. 6 health regeneration, 5 all attributes, like it's HP. Damage block's alright. It's just I'd rather you spend the money on almost anything else. Like ores are gonna be better. Like how often is this gonna pay off when why not just get like a Crimson Guard instead of this? Like I don't see why you wouldn't get a Crimson over Heaven's Halberd in most circumstances. Maybe there's some heroes like if I'm against an OD or something as an offlaner and he's gonna like shred me. I'm playing like I don't want to buy Vanguard on Tide, but who picks OD? There's some heroes that are gonna be spooky certainly, but I just can't see this is very. I just feel like it's not very good. You're right, it is good against Dusa. That's a good point. It's definitely good against Dusa, but Helm of the Dominator, dominate golden experience bounty when dominating creep, decreased from 150. Boom! Big nerf to Helm. Maybe Midas is back. But with that said, they added mana cost. People are still using it a little bit. Too much maybe. So are they using it too much? I don't know if they are. There's kind of just like specific heroes that buy it now, like your centaurs and stuff like that. Some axes are buying it. Maybe it needs to be reduced. Less golden experience, it's going to add up, so it's less of a value item than it was before. Holy Locker recipe changed. Crown instead of diadem, so easier to buy. Recipe cost increased by a lot. Difference of 540. Total cost unchanged, did Iron Branch increase. All attributes is weaker, so it's just a worse item. Energy charge automatic gain time increased. So you get charges slower. And the max charge is increased though. Energy cast range. They probably did this part because some people were buying it just gain mana. It kind of fell out of favor, but some people did it at TI, I believe, for that reason. And also because paired with the thingies on the side of the map, what are the lotuses? It makes your lotuses really strong. The cast range is up. They're basically making it better as like the way it was kind of supposed to be, which was healing a teammate. And then energy charge, mana restore per charge decreased. Energy charge active also increases the target's incoming heal amp. Okay. Whereas before the energy charge heal. So they buffed the healing on it basically. So you can use it to heal even more on one guy. So usually you want to use this first, it looks like, because it's going to increase the other heals they're getting by 10%. So Holy Locket should be decent. This also, if I'm understanding, someone told me at some point that the amount of heal that you get from Holy Locket, or the heal increase that it gives you, counters things like Spirit Vessel and Shivas and stuff. So if this is true, this extra 10% would mean it cuts into those items by another 10%. So that's decent. So you could maybe buy Locket as a solution against those items, perhaps. Condo recipe change. Thank God it was the worst item ever. Requires a soul booster instead of a Tiara of Celemene. So soul booster is the raw stat item. Tiara of Celemene was mana regen, just nobody needed it. Nobody needed this item. Now it no longer requires a recipe, total cost unchanged, provides health regen of 7. Mana regen bonus decreased by a lot, but it still gives mana regen, which is fine. You didn't need 8. The health bonus and the mana bonus. This was like the worst recipe item in a long time, but now it looks fine. Raw health is good. It's not like that much raw health, but it's raw health, it's raw mana. I think rushing Konda on a hero like Pugna looks viable-ish now. For the heroes that do want to buy it. We are going to definitely see more Kondas now. That'll be fun to see. Magic Wand, way more expensive, 460. Armor, mech bonus base is just up, so there's a buff to mech. 5 armor at all levels. So Greaves is just like solely a dispel now, basically, and extra regen when you get low. But Meteor Hammer stun duration increase. Woo! Merlini is very happy about this. This item is not popular. There's a couple heroes you can buy it on, like Rubik, because your AoE's increased. And who else? OD, it's still probably okay on, but the item buildup is just is hard on a lot of heroes, unfortunately. Nullifier no longer targeting vulnerable units, which is good. Octarine cannot be dissembled anymore, now requires a 200 gold recipe. Total cost increased by 100 with the recipe and the sell many cost increase. Pavis armor bonus is up. Dissembled Perseverance, interesting. Okay, so you could like, there aren't a lot of people buying Perseverances lately. Isn't it just like Lotus Orb and stuff? Or is it, here's the other one, the better Perseverance. Lotus Phylactery. Oh, it goes into Phylactery now. That's new, right? Yeah, that's why this gives a lot of regen now. It was Lotus and Lincoln's before. There's a new way to do it. So why would you ever want a Perseverance and then split it off is the question. Changed Veil, clearly. I don't know, maybe there's some builds where like going Perseverance and other stuff makes sense, but Pipe recipe cost increase makes sense. To make it the same price, Pipe is good. Phylactery is changed. Perseverance, instead of Point Booster. Less raw health, basically. Recipe cost, total cost. No longer provides health at all. Ooh, that's a little bit weaker for a hero like Pugna, who's like the one hero that I like to buy it on sometimes. But it does provide regen, so it's gonna be a better item for offlaners if you're looking for like regen and not health. And chorus as a whole, like mid heroes, I think would probably be more interested in this. What else does it give you? What's it? Oh, it's still the item, so it is some stats still. I mean, still 7 attributes, but it's certainly gonna be more viable. Yeah, and the regen numbers just go up a little bit. The health stats go up a little bit. But I still don't think this is that bad. I would basically be buying like these items instead. I'd be basically working towards a Perseverance instead of buying like null talismans and stuff. I don't think it's bad at all. Like I think a hero like Pugna would be happy with this. The health regen's a little bit of a waste. It's not like super valuable. I would argue previous Phylactery is better on Pugna, but giving some mana regen is not terrible, I think. Sniper Phylactery better now. Yeah, probably. The regen is nice, certainly. And the upgrade is worse on a hero like Sniper though, I would say, maybe. Just raw health mana. But it's definitely better on Pugna. You're basically just adding a bunch of health. You're adding 450 health and mana to like a caster, which is good. There's definitely more heroes that are gonna buy this now because you can use it as like a mana regen item. Health and mana regen item. Diadem isn't terrible. 7 all attributes, it's okay. Maybe we'll even see some 4s buy it. Maybe not. It's kind of expensive. Kind of like a lot of regen. But there's maybe some offlaners that could buy it. That might be casting spells every 9 seconds. You could hypothetically buy it on like Centaur, but you need more armor. You need like armor regen on this hero, not just like stat regen. Might buy this thing. A hero like Quap could certainly buy it. Or like dagger spam. Couple skill points, you could do like dagger phylactery. Kinda cool. Kez is definitely gonna buy. I know October is gonna buy phylactery on Kez now. Regen and attributes. Not bad on like Lena, except for that you can only use it with your ulti, so it's ass. Don't do it. Flash Racket's kind of sick. You do like Lightning Storm, phylacteries. There's certainly some heroes that's kind of cool on. Lynx. Gives you generic regen, which is good on the hero. Mana regen. You could use it to slow your opponents, but it's okay. It's not a lot of damage, but it's a little nukey. You could buy it on like Broodmother and stuff. It's not terrible on Brood. Stats and regen, a little bit extra slow and damage. Does not work on Clinks. Is it good on Zeus? It's fine on Zeus. Not like incredible, but like totally fine, I would say. bad on Lich now. It used to be kind of good on Lich. Not Undying. I don't know enough what trees changes yet. Grimstroke, eh. Works with your second skill. Kind of blah though. Shaman, casters. Crystal Maiden? Oracle? Witch Doctor? Or Magi? Is it okay on Ogre? I mean, you're getting slow. It gives you regen. It's not terrible. There's definitely like some heroes that can buy it, certainly. If they want like extra slows on their abilities, you could do it with either Ignite or with Fire Blast, I think. It would give you another way to like nuke and increase your damage in kind of an interesting way.
With steel and strength.
It's a good change. I think Perseverance is an okay item. It's not super value, but it's like a good way to get regen. I feel like weak players are going to buy this item a lot. It's going to happen. My prediction. Because it kind of gives them everything they want. Oh, health regen, mana regen, but there's probably a lot of builds that want to shave this off in exchange for other. Radiance evasion bonus increased by up to 25%, and Burden no longer causes enemies to miss their attacks, and no longer does extra damage to illusions. Okay. So buff to illusion heroes. The individual hero with radiance is better. You're basically more evasive against if your opponents have BKB is one thing, because before the burn would not lower your miss chance probably with your BKB active, but as a whole, it's fine. About the same. Refresher Orb recipe change no longer requires cornucopia. Recipe cost increased, so they're basically just going to drop the stats that it gives you. Same cost, less benefits, less health regen, less mana regen, just nerf to the item. Very popular item in late game stars. Revenant's Brooch just kind of needs a change. It's got nothing, I'm surprised. Scythe recipe cost increased, unchanged. Shadowblade, cheaper. Shiva's no longer does extra damage to illusions. There's buffs to illusions. Gonna make illusions a little bit better. So I mean, they're worse with Diffusal Blade, and they have worse vision at nighttime, but now these items that they made to counter them are less there. Thank you for the sub, Pyro. Appreciate it. Silver Edge, total cost decreased from 558 to 57 due to the Shadow Amulet decrease. The debuff now caps the target's move speed to 200. Oh, interesting. Not dispellable and does not pierce debuff immunity. So if you hit somebody with Silver Edge at the start of a fight, that's bad. Your 200 movement speed max for the whole duration, and yet it's not dispellable. So that's like actually a cool way to gank late game as a core with Silver Edge. Start the fight with Silver Edge, break them, and their movement speed's capped. So 200's a lot. That's like a 50% slow for a lot of heroes. For a couple seconds. That's a big change. I'm into it. What's the duration? 6 seconds? 6 seconds. They're broken and can only move 200 movement speed. What a disable. This item got so much better all of a sudden. It's like Hex, you guys. Like, what's the Hex? How fast are you when you're Hexed? Where's Scythe of Eyes? 140. It's like close to Hex in terms of slow. 200 versus 140, very similar. So, big deal. You can still press BKB, defend yourself or whatever, but like if you're chasing somebody through the jungle, they can't just like press BKB and run, you know? They can press BKB, they can use their movement abilities, but like if they're just a fast hero, this is going to be really good against some heroes. These like super high movement speed heroes, like even like a Centaur or something. Caps your max movement. Maybe there's some solutions with Stampede or something. But Lycan is good against Lycan. These heroes that are trying to get away with being fast only. Those heroes are going to have problems. It doesn't pierce debuff, but it's not dispellable. That means if you apply it to them before they use BKB, they can't dispel it. It's stuck on them. They're slowed. That's how that works. Urn of Shadows bonus mana regen decreased. The slow release charge gain radius is up. Oh, slow release charge can now be gained by all copies of Urn of Shadows item. Changes exclusive to Urn of Shadows and doesn't affect Spirit Vessel. Ah, that's nice. So basically when one of your teammates buys an urn and another one buys an urn and one of them upgrades to Vessel, as long as you don't both upgrade to Vessel, it's not a big deal. That's good. So basically just player friendly. So if two players want to buy urn, they can do it. It's going to be a decent base item by itself. Soul release charges now can be gained by both urn and Spirit Vessel from the same hero death. 2 allied heroes, both of them have Urn of Shadows and Spirit Vessel. Enemy hero dies within 15 in range. Both urns will gain a charge. Spirit Vessel also gains a charge as well, but only for the ally that was closer to the dying enemy. What? Both Urn... 2 allied heroes. Both of them have both Urn of Shadows and Spirit Vessel. Why did they make this example so fucking confusing? Because everybody can have Urn of Shadows, I guess? Enemy hero dies within 15 in range from them. They have both items. Maybe they're just trying to show, hey, by the way, you can have both. Both Urns of Shadows gain a charge. Spirit Vessel also gain a charge as well, but only for the allies closer. Okay. How is that a confusing? Because number one, people don't buy both items. So in a way, it's good because they're saying, hey, by the way, you could have both of these items hypothetically. But like the items build from each other, so why would somebody have both? You rush a vessel and then you buy Urn again afterwards. Is that what we're supposed to be doing? See what I mean? Anyways, it's not a big deal if 2 people buy Urn anymore, which is good because it's kind of nice as like an item that you could use to sustain your regen. It might be a more popular item to buy right now because people have less regen in lane. So you could argue that somebody getting an Urn of Shadows in lane just makes sense because we're talking like a 300 HP heal or whatever. It's a nice little item. It's 200 actually, it's not that. Sorry, 30 regen times 8. Math on stream. 240? Is that it? 816? Yeah, 240 heal or 200 damage on enemies. Every time there's a kill, you can get a lot of heal. 825 gold, not that bad. Buy more urns probably. It's an expensive item for support certainly, but some cores will definitely be happy to buy this item. I think. If you're not fighting that much though, it's not good. Veil of Discord recipe change. Ring of Health, Chainmail, Circlet, and a recipe. So it doesn't give you health regen anymore. So it's gonna be a weaker offlaner item for sure. But regen, armor, stats, it's pretty similar to the previous one, which was Crown, Helm of Iron Will. It's basically the same thing, right? Stats, armor, and health. The buildup is going to be easier though, so in some ways it's a better offlane item, because now you're buying a Ring of Health for 700 instead of having to wait for Helm of Iron Will, which is really expensive. This like 275 gold difference can really make a big difference sometimes. So, big buff to Ring of Health. Way more useful now. So Ring of Health, Chainmail, Circlet, sure. It's got more health regen bonus now, because Ring of Health gives you more. Same cost. Got a recipe, so it is a lot of items to buy, but definitely will be easier to fit into your item build. Like a decent hide item in some ways. It's fine. Like it gets you the regen faster, but we could definitely see this get fit into item builds just for that reason alone. It's also giving like offlaners like an easier out. They don't have to go Helm of Iron Will and to buy Helm of the Dominator. I guess there's gonna be other regen options that might fit their playstyle a little better. Wind Waker cycling cooldown increased. This is for mostly turbo and shit, I'm sure. Very popular item in accelerators like that. Wraithband, attack speed bonus increased by 1. Yeah, Wraithbands are really not that popular, but a little buff to them is fine. Ripper's Lash is cycled out, which is fine. I like the item. It was really cool on some heroes, but it was not picked very often. Shroud is out. Spark of Courage is out. New item, Ash Legion Standard. That's the Mars icon right there. Active Shield Wall. Decreases wearer's movement speed by 12. To give all friendly player control units with an 800 race a 140 physical damage barrier. 12 movement speed is not bad. To give all friendly player controlled units with an 800 race a barrier, like HP. You basically activate it and everyone friendly player controlled units. So it's good basically if you have summons. If you have summons, it's going to give them a little bit of HP. Yeah, protect Eidolons, things like that. It doesn't work on heroes though. It's not giving barrier to heroes, but it's going to be good for like Chens, Beastmasters, things like that. Like in Wolves, Brood. Brood is a great example. A lot of Brood, there's some shit that just wrecks Brood spiders. Like instantly kills them. Yeah, flat 12 movement speed. Which is not that much. But considering it only works against player controlled units, I think it's fine. It doesn't affect ward units. I don't think people are going to touch this item much. Obviously, there are some heroes where it's really good on them, but there's a lot of heroes where it doesn't do shit. It probably will work on illusions maybe, but yeah, I don't think this is going to get picked much. I'm glad they're putting it into the game. I feel like in 6 months we're going to be like, this item sucks ass, unless you are this very specific hero. Duelist gloves are back. Passive boldness provides 20 attack speed if there's enemy heroes within 1200 units. So a fighting item, fine. Heroes will like this. 20 attack speeds are really good. Here's the loaded, slightly more base damage. Like, let's look at some damage examples really quick.
Long shall my name
Go back to
be
Centaur.
remembered.
He's doing 63 to 65 damage. So that means there's a damage range of 3. So on average, you're getting like probably one. Let's think. If this is D&D, if it's 63 to 65, that means the options are 63, 64, and 65. So on average, you're doing 64 damage. So this will probably like give you like half of a damage increase on a hero like Centaur. It's not good on him. Take a look at Chaos Knight. Chaos Knight's damage is big range, 53 to 73. So on average, he's hitting in the middle of that, which is going to be what, 63 damage. So for Chaos Knight, that neutral item's really good. It's giving him like 5 damage. It's like a 5 damage item. So for CK, it's really good. But a lot of heroes have pretty close ranges. Dawnbreaker is 50 to 54. Doom is 56 to 66. It's good on Doom. It's going to be like 5 damage on Doom, or not 5, 2.5 damage on Doom. Everyone, Lion has a big range. She's got a 6 damage range here. Enchantress has a 10 damage range. I didn't know that. So there's going to be some heroes where the lucky thing is just better.
My steel thirsts.
So that's good to know. You'll probably want to check. We'll probably just learn which heroes have. You can see the range easily enough. Do you just mark over? Is this a farming item? Yeah, of course. It's if you're not getting last hits, you're getting half the value, right? Because it's creep bounty last hits. All creeps give a range of gold. I'll have to check the numbers. I'm sure someone's gonna make a Reddit post about it that does the math for everybody, but there's some creeps that have a larger range than others. Maybe range creeps have a bigger range than melees, for example. I don't know how big the ranges are for neutral camps versus lane creeps. It's kind of a wash. But yeah, if you have a big damage range, this item is better, and if you're hitting creeps, this item is better. So if you have both of those, then this is 100% like the item for you. Something like an alchemist who hits a lot of creeps, he's got a range of 6 damage, which is not that much. So he's getting a little damage from this per attack, and he's getting a little GPM increase. So for some heroes, it's gonna matter. Brigand's Blade is cycled out. Goodbye, Brigand's Blade. Rest in peace, Windranger. Defiant Shell is back. I forgot about this item. Passive Reciprocity. Keep in mind this isn't gonna have the base stats that it had before, which was like generic stats and armor. Now it does Reciprocity. When attacked, the hero counter attacks a target within their attack range for 80% of their normal attack damage. Cooldown is 5 seconds. Can't proc attack modifiers. Dormant Curio increases counter attack damage from 80 to 104. This is a great dominant Curio option. It will increase your farm speed, of course. Great against neutrals, for example. Will be attacking you, and it's basically increasing your attack speed by 1 extra attack every 5 seconds, which is not bad. This is probably equivalent to somewhere around 20 attack speed or something. 15 to 20 attack speed against neutrals. Against heroes, it's quite effective. Obviously, if somebody attacks you with a blink dagger, you're going to put their blink dagger on cooldown, which is kind of cool, even if you're running for your life. So I think Defiant Shell is cool. Against some heroes, maybe it's a little bit less ideal, but I like it. Syrian Signet is buffed. Oh wow, cool. So they actually buffed it against heroes and nerfed it against creeps, which is probably fair. Against creeps, it was very, very good on some heroes. One of the best, I think, was Underlord, actually, because every time the Firestorm would come down and damage creeps, it would reset the duration of Syrian Signet. But it definitely makes it good against heroes as well. So could encourage supports to buy it. Damage going up to 90 is nice. Total damage going up is nice. 117 damage with Dormant Curio. That's a lot. Huge amount of damage. If you're pairing this on like some nuke that isn't that severe, like on a Crystal Maiden or something, her nuke does like 260 damage max. So if you're using this against heroes with Dormant Curio, Syrian Signet, that's like 50% spell amp, guys. It's crazy amount of damage. Even 90 is a lot. 90 on a CM, 90, 180, that's like 33% spell amp. That's a lot. So this is like a crazy spell amp neutral item. You know, Scale Guard cycled out as expected. It was just a gimme item. It gave you health. Health is too good on command. Quap Dagger. Yeah. Really good on Quap Dagger. Good point. How much does she tick for though? The ticks are not high enough though. Because the proc damage of it is like, it has to be like 55 or something. It's not as good on Quap Dagger as you might think. I'm struggling to see it. Oh, here it is. You have to deal over 55 damage. If you don't, and that's after reduction. So if Quap is dealing 80 damage per tick, that's going to get reduced, of course. But if it gets reduced past 55, it doesn't proc. But if it does, it's really good. Yes, if you have Shadow Strike level 4 with Searing Signet against heroes, crazy amounts of damage. Because you're getting like every 3 seconds, you're getting, how long is this proc for? Like 6 seconds or something? So if you're getting 45 extra damage per tick, then yes, you're doing like a lot of extra damage with a max Shadow Strike. But if you don't get Searing Signet, you're going to be crying. This is gone. JD Pollen Bag is still here. The duration is decreased by 3 seconds. Max health damage is decreased. Cooldown has dropped a lot. So they basically just made it weaker, but it's way more spammable. 25 seconds is not bad. It's basically doing 12% damage instead of almost 16. Which is a lot. It's helpful that they're like, hey guys, look at this fucking fat number. That's good, and you have to be like, you know what, honestly, 15% is a lot. Sorry, yeah, that's a good item. It lasts 9 seconds. Fine. Max health damage decreased. Oh, this is Dormant Curio, sorry. But yeah, 9% of their max health versus 12% of their max health. It's not bad. Over 9 seconds. And it's max health, not current, so like, it's just good. You're gonna take away 9% of their health on a 25-second cooldown. Not bad. Headband can now target allies. Cool. Still can't target the wearer themselves. Okay. So you can push an ally away, which is really useful. This item just got way better. I do like buying this sometimes if they have like a gap close hero. It's very useful. It's like free Heaven's Halberd. Half of it, but still good. But being able to push your allies away is good. You can basically save them or initiate with them as well. So it'll give you more options. Unrelenting Eye moved to tier 3, but it looks equally powerful. What's going on? No longer provides status resistance from nearby enemies. The max slow resistance decreased from 100 to 50. And then you can Dormant Curio it, of course. I have to look at this in game because I can't. It doesn't have all of the words, of course, but okay. Increases slow resistance by 50%. This bonus is reduced by 10% for every enemy hero within the wearer's attack radius. Within their attack radius. Okay, that's cool. Instead of the search range. Good that they changed that. Did they verbalize that? Yeah, they did. So basically, if you are a melee hero, this is just way better than a ranged hero. If you're playing like Drow Ranger, it's still possible to get it on like a Drow Ranger type hero because it still protects you from like solo kills from heroes that have a lot of slow. But this is going to be way better as a melee item. Like I think this is very, very compelling. Like I think melee heroes are eating good right now. You've got Unrelenting Eye, you've got Jitty Pollen Bag, Gunpowder Gauntlet, or Serrated Shiv. Like even as like a carry or something who's a melee hero, this looks great. If I'm playing like a Sven, slow resistance is not bad with melee range. So like worst case, you've got it's only 30% slow resistance, and that's just a neutral item, you know? Like obviously Serrated Shiv and Gunpowder Gauntlet are damage, but like slow resistance is really valuable. Really, really valuable. How much slow resistance do you get from your ulti? You get 30, and there's a plus 20 at the 20 talent. So you could get 50% slow resistance at 20 from God Strength. You could get an additional 50 from this neutral item, potentially. So we're talking 75% slow resistance. So you're only getting slowed for 25% the amount of slow. This is going to be really powerful. It's going to be a nerf to slows. Okay. Except for range heroes. A nerf to slows for melee heroes, who are the heroes that care the most about it, which is really smart about this search radius change. The heroes that are hurt the most by slows are melee heroes. Because they both can't attack and run away. Whereas range heroes are like, oh, it's slowed. I'm slowed. That sucks. These heroes are going to get on top of me, but at least they can still like react to it, you know? Especially carries. So nice buff to melee heroes here with Unrelenting Eye. Monocle cycled out, that's fine. Staff is cycled out, that's fine. Fair Cloak cycled out. Here's a new one. Player's Bota. What's Bota? Both of these. Something asses. Active Bloodthirst. Increases wearer's base damage by 15% and attack speed by 30 for 6 seconds. No mana cost, cooldown 65. Okay, interesting. The passive, the cooldown of Bloodthirst is reset whenever an enemy hero dies. Ah, so it's kind of like Bloodseeker. Dormant Cure increases bonus damage from 15 to 19, attack speed from this. Okay. So basically you use it to give you damage and attack speed for 6 seconds. Cooldown's really long, and if somebody dies, it comes back. Or you wait a long time. That's a cool item. I like it. You could use it to jungle if you really want to, but it's probably not needed. At tier 4, you're clearing Ancients, no problem, usually on almost all heroes, so it's going to be used in fights for sure. 15% is not bad. Attack speed by 30 is not bad. Just a little boost. I like it. I'm into this. Giant Small is nerfed. I don't even like this item that much, to be honest, but people just grab it because like the other ones are just not that good at tier 4 for damage. I don't know what that one does yet, but a lot of like kind of defensive ones. Like I think a lot of people just grab Giant Small at tier 4 because like they don't have like Serrated Shiv. Or they're like, well, I don't want these other ones. Oh, Rattle Cage is back. Cool. Idol of Skriok. False Flight. We read this already. Phase Movement. Slow Resistance. Evasion for 5 seconds. Gonna be nice on supports for sure. It's called False Flight. So you don't get to actually fly, but you are evasive and slow resistant and run away. It's basically Phase Boots. Kind of like Phase Boots with Evasion. Yeah. Dormant Cure increases the duration. Metamorphic Mandible. Pupate. The wearer enters an insect form for 4 seconds, increasing magic resistance by 35 and movement speed by 15, but decreasing size by 20 and armor by 45. No mana cost, cooldown 30, can be dispelled, can't be cast while channeling. Okay, so you are getting magic resistance, movement speed, your size is less, and your armor is way less. So you become squishy to physical damage. It's kind of like it's like a Ghost Scepter, sort of, against magic. Very interesting, very useful in a lot of circumstances. You could use it to run. Like, I think this is going to be really popular on a lot of supports. Really popular on a lot of supports. You basically press this when you're getting focused. This paired with Glimmer Cape is busted. Fucking busted, guys. The reason is because magic barriers are HP. And increasing your magic resistance while giving yourself a magic barrier means you just don't die. So Metamorphic Mandible plus Glimmer Cape, you're not going to die. Because you're going to take 35% less magic damage and you have a barrier. So, very good item with Glimmer and Pipe. Really, really, really good. However, against physical damage, you're going to have a bad time. And against minus armor, you're going to have a really fucking bad time. No joke. You're going to have a really bad time. Yeah, really good against Skywrath Mage. But if somebody has a Deso or something, or any minus armor, you're going to get shredded. You're going to get fucking shredded, guys. Using this on like a high agility hero, you're going to get shredded. You have like, if you're like a Morphling and you use this thing, you're going to have a bad time. Because you're going to be losing like 20 armor. Like an insane, like imagine like if you could make your opponent have 20 less armor. That's like literally Slardar. That's like Slardar ulti. If you're a support and you're losing 6 armor, it's like you're against a Deso, guys. So against physical damage, very scary to use this item. Yeah, Weaver would love when enemies have it. 100%, you are right there. Increasing the duration is fine, but still, we'll see how that works out. Be good. Hello everybody on YouTube, welcome. A lot of viewers on YouTube. Okay, Rattle Cage. Returning as a tier 4 neutral artifact. Reverberate. After taking the damage, you fire up to 2 projectiles random at nearby enemies, within 600 radius, prioritizing heroes, deal damage, slow the target. Dormant Curio increases the damage. That'd be fun. Fun with Dormant Curio. So a little Blade Mill-ish Reflect. Still going to be nice. Certainly nice as a replacement to Spirit Cloak. But obviously not nearly as fucking busted. Fear Cloak was so good. So useful in some situations. Only Undying is gone. Dazun is tier 5 now. The AoE radius is much bigger at 16. 16 is a big deal. And if you manage a Dormant Curio at 20% AoE increase is crazy. I am glad they moved this to a tier 5. It was a very, very good item on certain heroes. It felt like a must take for anybody that had big AoEs. I think making a tier 5 sounds fine. Do that. Gonna make like some of those like late game scenarios less extreme against your Earthshaker type heroes. Nope, Dominate, Helm of the Dominator is still in the game. It's never gonna go away. That is just that is an item that you have to leave in the game forever. There's no way you can take Helm of the Dominator out. It's like the game. A big thing about Dota is neutral camps, and yes, there's other games that have neutral camps now. But one of the things that makes Dota special, I think, compared to a game like League of Legends, is that our neutral camps actually do something. We can control our summons. We can micro. Those are all aspects that Helm of the Dominator encourages, and there's a lot of heroes that also really benefit and have auras and have summons. You can't get rid of Helm of the Dominator because it's like you genuinely it would feel like you taking out like 4 heroes in the game. That's what it would feel like if you just couldn't control summons anymore ever. You'd be taking out 4 heroes from the game. There's like no reason to do it. It would be too painful. They just nerfed the item so that it is less like busted to buy on heroes that aren't summon heroes, and they've been doing that consistently. They're doing it in ways that will affect your win rates because your opponents are getting more gold from your summons. The amount of gold you're getting from controlling summons is less. Like they're making the item weaker in ways that still make it fun. They're doing a good job on it, promise. Here's the prism. Spending health to create an illusion that is very strong. This is has really good potential for sure. All right, we're beginning the heroes. We are 2 hours in. And we're on to hero updates now. Abaddon, base strength decrease. This hero has been popular at the tournament, by the way. His damage is decreased by 1. Pretty big damage range, 49 to 59. The quickening cooldown reduction on hero death decreased. Miscoil cooldown is changed. It's a better level 1 nuke. This skill is pretty unused. Abba support is garbage. Nobody does it. Well, I don't know if it's garbage, but nobody does it. It's exclusively played as a carry or an offlane, but mostly as carry. So nerfs to Miscoil a little surprising because nobody gets it, but it being buffed a little bit is good. Fine. Alchemist Acid Spray mana cost increased. 120 at all levels. I have a feeling this hero could be better because they took less gold out of the map in a couple different ways. So Alchemist being able to still farm a lot by Greevil's Greed might be a buff. They buffed the level 15 talent a little bit. This one was kind of bad. It was like very little damage. This looks fine to me. Anti-mage remove counterspell ally ability. That was the shard that people never used. Ag shard no longer provides counterspell ally ability. It now the shard illusion outgoing damage increased from 75 to 100. So basically, when you counter a spell now, I think it puts a illusion on them, on the person that you counterspell. So they're just buffing the illusion damage, which makes it a little bit easier to use. You don't have to like worry as much about trying to reflect, I guess. Talent Persecutor min-max movement slow increased. That's the how much they get slowed, I think, when they are low mana. Arc Warden base attack speed increased by 10. Hero's basically the same. Magnetic Field better early, worse late. Could make the hero a little bit better in the early game. I have not played Arc Warden in forever. That hero is very underplayed. That's why it's not being changed. But 10 more attack speed is not bad, certainly. If you think about like early game with Magnetic Field, you have 20 more attack speed. Wait, no, it's mana. I'm sorry, I misread. That's mana cost. Ugh. Cheaper to spam. Worse early. 10 attack speed. Okay. That's fine. Better mana problem, less mana problems late game. Alright, Axe is certainly gonna get changes here because he's been pretty popular. Duration increased for Berserker's Call. Cooldown increased. So more duration early. Same duration late. So better early with low skill points. No longer has armor based damage multiplier. Ooh, that's gonna change the build a lot. Damage change from physical to pure. No longer has a reduced movement slow against creeps. Okay. So when you battle hunger creeps, the creeps aren't going to be slowed anymore, which is fine. They'll chase you better if you like battle hunger them to pull them to you, and then or something, or if they're running away from you for whatever reason. It doing pure damage basically means minus armor builds on axe aren't good anymore. Sorry for those Deso axe lovers. AC is weaker on the hero. It doesn't increase its damage based on how much armor you have. So this is going to hurt Axe a lot in terms of laning stage. This is probably why they buffed Berserker's Call, because he's going to have to be more of a spinner. Battle Hunger slow replaced with Battle Hunger damage per second. Counter Helix damage increased. Count Pulling Blade damage replaced with 15 strength. That's a lot of strength. And then 2 times Battle Hunger Armor Multiplier replaced with Cooling Blade damage. So, big deal for Axe. Definitely a big nerf. It's going to change his starting item build. Normally you start with multiple points or multiple rings of protection so that you can have more armor and deal more damage. This just doing raw 12 to 30 damage is a big deal. This you should just have extra damage. It being pure instead of armored is fine in some ways because as the game continues, like if you're using it against a Dragonite, for example, it's going to do more damage. Heroes that have a lot of armor, it's just going to be better, but you can't scale it up as easily. So it's going to feel less bad for not getting Coat of Blood stacks because it won't affect your armor as much, your damage as much, but you would still have more defensive capabilities, which is a good thing, obviously. And then, yeah, they have high armor, it's just better. But in the laning stage, ugh. Because basically before you'd start 3 rings of protection, that's 6 armor. So it was doing like 18 damage per second physical instead of 12. So against supports, it's just way worse. It has to be worse. I assume the item builds will change. You'll stop going rings of protection most likely. You'll probably be going more generic regen stat type stuff. Like health regen. Maybe you'll even buy, no, you don't really want to buy a halberd, it's bad. But we're gonna see different item builds level 1 for sure, because you're not getting 6 battle hunger damage out of your armor anymore. So definitely we'll see some changes. And you're definitely gonna feel it. You're not gonna be able to snowball this hero as much anymore as the game continues. You're just gonna have way less damage because you're doing your battle hunger damage. You're basically gonna kind of go back to old Axe, which is basically just a spinner hero. You're gonna need to like call people under creep waves, or you're just not gonna do that much damage. Simply put, you can still buy shard and get multiple sources of battle hunger on a guy. That's still decent. Like 2 battle hungers doing 30 pure damage each. It's not bad. 60 damage per second. It's not bad, but it's not gonna be like crazy damage. I don't know. But it does make you better against some heroes like Timbersaw and stuff who have really high armors. I don't know. We'll see how it changes things. Bane, Nightmare, cooldown is increased. Nerf to Bane here. Ag Scepter, illusion damage taken, increased. So straight up just nerfs to Bane. Which is interesting because we did an interview with X Nova the other day and he wanted Bane buffs. He said the Bane's not very good, but sorry, X Nova, it's straight up nerfed. Nerfed, not much, but nerfed. Batrider daytime vision increased. Good for Batrider's eyes. He got his eyes checked. Arsonist no longer has decreased number of attribute bonuses. Flame break, movement slow decreased by a lot. 32 down to 24 late game. Level 15 talent. Flaming lasso cooldown reduction increased by 1 whole second. Incredible. Batrider is still useful in pro games. Very good as a support against Timber because you can actually run him down when he goes to pull waves. So that part's pretty good, especially because Timbers are getting like reactive armor now and not Timber Chain. It's easier to kill them. So Batrider, small nerfs seems kind of reasonable, but daytime vision range is nice for sure. And make it easier to get lasso grabs. Beastmaster, the universal hero damage per axe rescaled to be better later. While the wild boar's base attack time is worsened by a little bit. And inner beast bonus attack speed rescaled. So it is worse early, better later. And at level 2 it's exactly the same. So his BAT, the boar BAT is weaker. This is going to hurt you if you go like boar axes rather than like boar and inner beast. If you go inner beast with boar, it'll eventually be better, but it's certainly going to reduce your DPS a little bit. Would encourage you to max out wild axes again. 4 skill points is going to do slightly more damage, but this is kind of a wash is the way that I see it. But call the wild boar BAT reduction is going to certainly mean chasing is a little bit hard with the boar. I don't think this looks that bad for Beast, but considering the state of Helm of the Dominator, a little nerf to Beast is probably warranted. It's okay. Bloodseeker. Sanguivore ability. Base heal increased from 25 to 30. No longer upgraded with Ag Shard or Ag Scepter. Blood Rage Ag Scepter effect moved to Ag Shard. Ag Shard targets max health as pure damage decreased from 3 to 2. So this is the when you're Blood Rage and attacking a guy, you deal pure damage. So basically you took a 4,200 gold item that gave you 3%, and now it's a 1,400 gold item that gives you 2%. That's value. That's basically them acknowledging like, hey, we understand that this wasn't worth 4,000. How about a sale for 1,400? And you're like, I'll do a sale. I'll do 1,400 for 66% of the value. Don't mind if I do. Water it down. I don't care. 2% pure damage hit. That means if they have 1,000 health, you're getting 20%, 20 pure damage. They have 3,000 health, you're getting a 60 pure damage attack. 60 pure damage is great. A lot of people have 3,000 health as the game goes on. So I think Shard on Blood Rage or on Bloodseeker is definitely really good. Rupture now upgraded with Ag Scepter. Increases current health as initial damage by 3%. Replaces cooldown with 2 charges with the same charge restoration time. So basically Ags, you could very easily get like Bloodseeker coming back as like a utility hero with this. As a carry, not exactly ideal, but I think if you this gives you the option to play him as a spellcaster basically, because now there's like a build you can build into that actually feels viable. When this was that was more viable in the past. I think Bloodright was pure damage. It scaled pretty well. You could go Atos and Gleipnir with it to make the AoEs bigger. Well, not to make the AoE bigger, but to root AoE root basically was the idea. But there is a possibility that you go like Ags on Bloodseeker and you aim to do like multiple ruptures in a team fight is certainly an option. And I think with the silence ability, if you go the silence one where you can silence your opponents, I think that also gives credence to that a little bit. Maybe even go cast range. Sounds kind of goofy. Maybe. Silence plus rupture, full of cast range. Bad. Or you get a blink dagger, blink silence, rupture would work. Blood Rage spell amp replaced with 30 Blood Rage attack speed. Rupture initial damage replaced with Blood Rage and max health DPS for allies. This was the 20 talent before. So it doesn't hurt your raw health as bad. And now it's replaced with 20 agility. Pretty good. And then Rupture charge is replaced with Bloodright Silence Duration, which is cool. That's a huge silence duration. Let's take a Bloodseeker. Take a look over here. 6 seconds, so it could be like an 8.5 second silence, which is crazy. God, the duration's high. 8.5 out of 12. If you get an Octarine, you can almost perma-silence people. Sounds fun. Rupture cast range is quite good though, I gotta say. Cast range is 800. But if you get like an Aether Lens or something, 20 agility at 20 is not terrible. Especially because you're also getting attack speed here. Spell amp and attack speed. This gives you attack speed and damage. Although you kind of want to get Arterial Spray for the spell amp. If you're going like a spellcaster build. Then you're getting 30% more rupture damage and 30% more blood, right? You kind of have to go this one over Old Blood. Old Blood's kind of a right clicker build. So you either say like, do I want to silence people with Old Blood and do right click damage, or do I want to do Arterial Spray, do percentage base damage? It's probably Arterial Spray if you're going to be casting spells. Huh. Okay. Bounty Hunter, cut purse, visual effect of gold flying towards bounty hunters, no longer visible to enemies, the bounty hunters invisible. Wow! What an incredible buff to the hero! Holy crap! It's almost like this is how it should have been the entire time. Who knew? I should open the window. It's okay. We only have sunlight for like 2 more hours. This one was crazy, dude. The fact that you're invisible and you use that and your opponents know what direction you are is just like, why? Why would you do this? Anyways, I liked getting this sometimes. It's cool in theory, but it was just the worst facet for sure. Don't think it's that much gold over the course of the game. The other one is the Shuriken can travel through enemies, so it gives you AoE. But there's a possibility that a support could abuse this well, maybe. But it's not great. Stun duration for Shadow Walk is buffed, so a little bit better as a support certainly, where this is gonna shine. Support buffs certainly. Or really wants the AoE though, because if you don't have it, it kind of like really affects your ability to farm. Alright, Brewmaster, people were talking about Brew getting changed, and you know what? I'm gonna say Brew looks a little changed, so let's read through it. Strength gain decreased by a lot, int gain is up, so you can cast spells easier, but you have less raw health. Removed roll at the barrel from drunken facets, that's fine. Remove primal companion ability, that's his Ags, and remove belligerent innate. The innate was the one where you die and you'd come back with more damage, I believe. And something else. I gave you something else. Liquid Courage, new innate. Passive improves with this level. When he drops below 50% health, he gains a status resistance buff. And his movement speed alternates every 1 second between faster and being slower. This is like the old facet. The effect, maybe that's... Oh, they got rid of Drunken Master as well. Okay, so Drunken Master looks to be in the new innate. The effect becomes stronger at lower health, scaling from 0 up to max value of 20% max health. Max status resistance is 10.5% plus his level up. Max speed increase 25, max slow is 10. So it will make him faster when he's lower, and it will give him status resistance up to like 30%, which is good. So the stuns will last less, and disables will last less when he's lower. But so in the case, if this might not matter in some cases, because if he's like max health and he gets like bloodthorned and they kill him before the bloodthorn pops, the status resistance shouldn't matter because it's not going to decrease the duration of the bloodthorn. But if it's like bloodthorn into another stun, into another stun, into another stun, it's going to work, and he's going to have more status resistance for the following stuns, which will be helpful. So this is good against multiple disables, but not good against like one thing that hard counters you. Upgraded with Ag Shard. May activate the ability to toss a strong drink to himself or a teammate, granting the max effects of his innate for 5 seconds, and also providing 2% max HP regen per second. Interesting. When he drops below 50% health, he gets this. Status resistance, movement speed. With the shard though, it gives you health regen. And you can throw that on allies. So it could allow Brewmaster to be like a support, certainly. Because you can throw this on an ally to give them status resistance. And it's been kind of a long time since Brew is kind of a viable support. So this giving him a shard that actually does that is cool. Cast point for Thunderclap is better. Mana cost rescaled to be good at all levels. Radius rescaled. This is just going to be a better ability to level up. This ability is slept on heavily because the other stuff is just better. Because before, like Cinderbrew basically gives you damage and activates Drunken Brawler, and Drunken Brawler is basically like free damage for mana. So you basically cast just Cinderbrew and you get all these bonuses from your passive. So you don't have to spend a lot of mana to get value out of your hero. But you can't cast Cinderbrew and Thunderclap a lot on the hero because your mana was kind of rough. They are buffing it though. His endgame is better, so it's going to be easier to cast spells. But if you want to do a lot of damage, you can get a lot out of like Cinderbrew and Thunderclap. But then like in your mid game, you don't have very many Drunken Brawler levels, so it's kind of hard to like really abuse your opponents because your evasion isn't that high, your movement speed not that high, your attack speed's not that high. So you kind of just had to max Drunken Brawler, but they continue to buff Thunderclap. They've been doing this a lot. It being lower mana cost is good. That means if you level it up all the way, you're really not losing much. You're not getting more mana cost. It's doing more damage, more slow. The attack flow and the movement slow on this are really good for fighting early game. If you get Thunderclap levels against heroes that want to right click you, they do not anticipate having their attack slowed that much. So I don't know, this ability is eventually going to be broken. They're going to keep buffing until it's broken. It's a good ability. It's bad once people get BKBs obviously, but like it's definitely a little slept on. Now rolls out the Barrel Veil that deals physical damage. So basically the old facet is put into here. So I don't know, it's right off the bat, buffs. His strength gain is worse, that's bad. But we're talking 10 HP per level. So he's getting 10 HP less per level, which is a big deal, 11 HP less per level. But he's getting more int. This just automatically happens when he goes below half health. He gets movement speed and HP. You're not going to be able to be fast on purpose with Cinderbrew, but it does bonus physical damage. This is just free. This used to be a whole facet. You'd have to get a facet to get this. So you do more damage with Cinderbrew. Thunderclap casts faster, costs less mana, and has higher radius, and it's a good skill. And now also you won't feel as let's read Drunken Brawler before I finish. But so far this looks like buffs. Brewed up from Cinderbrew to Drunken Brawler. When Brewmaster casts any ability, he becomes brewed up. Oh my god. Thunderclap, max it out, baby. Max it out. Because now you don't have to max Cinderbrew to lower the cooldown to use the Drunken Brawler. Like the build actually has flexibility now. Any ability, he becomes brewed up for 5 seconds, gaining 150 to his stance bonuses. If he's already brewed up, the duration is extended by 1 second. Cool. After brewed up ends, he's hungover and cannot become brewed up again for 9 seconds. So when you get drunk, you gotta keep taking shots so you don't become sober, because the duration gets extended by 1. Otherwise, you could like cast Cinderbrew for 5 seconds and then Thunderclap for 5 seconds. It'd be way too good. You gotta cast them together. Earth Magic stance resistance has gone up at level 1. They're trying to encourage people to do new skill builds, basically. Void Stance is removed. They did this because the status resistance is in the innate now, and because people didn't really use it much, to be honest. It was basically used like late game to remove, to try to like not get chain stunned, and also occasionally some good players would use it to slow their opponent, because it was really good brewed up to slow their opponent. But I think it's fine they removed it, and it's going to make it easier to play the hero because there's less stances to toggle through. Ultimately, I think this is a good thing. Stance visual indicator is now always present around Brewmaster instead of it going away after some time, and stances can be switched without canceling channeling or invisibility. Cool. So you can do this basically. So basically, if you use if there's like a Shadow Blade, that would be good. Use Shadow Blade, Wind Panda, sprint around the map super fast, then go gank with it. Sounds kind of fun. Sounds very fun. I don't think it's probably good, and I don't think like carry brew is probably great, but especially with like the strength gain nerfs. But it's a cool idea. Okay. Void Brewing is removed from the Primal Split. They're just making it easier. I think this is fine. The Void Brewing is okay, but it died a lot easy. It didn't have that much damage. It did the pullback, which was fun for micro, but like it scares players. Let's be honest. It scares players. 4 Brewlings, that's a lot. And sorry, not Fogged. Fogg's counterpart Lacoste said he stopped playing Brew when the Void got added because he said it was too much for him. He could play the 3 but not the 4, so he's good. He can play the hero again. Void Brewing is removed. Duration is increased late game by 4 seconds, which is nice. All Brewlings now receive the respective Drunken Baller Sensitivity. That was a 25 talent before, by the way, so that's a big deal. Huge deal for the Fire one, which is going to get attack speed. Is that it? Just attack speed and the chance to crit. So the red one, which already did the most damage, is going to do even more damage. The green one's going to be harder to kill, and the wind one is going to be evasive and high movement speed, so that's good. Earth Brewling's debuff immunity ability renamed to Earth Element. It no longer grants debuff immunity. So it's no longer magic resistant. It now provides 80% status resistance and 60 magic resistance instead. Okay, so stuns do work on it, but they rarely last any long, and it's going to give them magic resistance. So you can cast abilities on the Earth Brewling now, but it's just not going to last. It's fine. It's kind of like BKB change. Your abilities aren't useless against it, but it's still good. The Demolish building damage is decreased, and the movement speed is increased a little bit late. The damage is upped, so it does more damage early. And the Brewling's damage, storm damage is upped. A little bit of damage here. No longer upgraded with Ag Shard, now upgraded with Ag Scepter, which before would be used out of combat. So now Primal Split, Ag's Rush on Brew sounds like it's going to be a thing. Brewmaster to cancel the ability early, provides brewed up bonuses to all Brewlings on cast. Also increases abilities level to level 4, improving his stats and his abilities. So if you buy Ags, it increases your ulti by 1. Provides brewed up bonuses to all Brewlings. So it's basically like the Shard. This right off the bat looks good. I don't know if it's going to be worth it, but good. Earth, 4100 health, 8 health regen, huge damage, 9 armor, other base stats unchanged. Hurl Boulder, 200 damage, 2 seconds stun. That's really good. 85 to 90. Windwalk 320 bonus damage. You can do this twice, by the way, so this is crazy damage. If you do the Windwalk double tap, that's like 600 physical, 55% bonus movement speed. Cooldown's still really high in it, unfortunately. 100 damage on landing, 6 seconds. Fire, damage, health regen, huge damage, can crit, 24 armor, base stats unchanged, 100 damage per second immolation. I mean, it's good. Refresher, Ag's Refresher Brew is probably going to come back with this. And then let's take a look at the talents. Thunderclap Duration replaced with Drunken Baller, Brew Up, and Extend Duration. This one's going to be grabbed every single time, I think. Brewling's base damage is good, but like, I don't know. Brew Up and Extend Duration. This basically means your Extend Duration is 2 instead of 1. That's a huge increase. This is just going to be a passive now. I guess it was, well, you're going to alternate stances, I guess, but I mean, it's just going to be like Brewags. You're going to buy Urn on this hero every game no matter what now, because you don't have to worry about people also having Urn. You don't have to finish the Spirit Vessel if you don't want to. You're going to get a fast Urn, which is going to give you mana regen. You can probably get less Drunken Brawler because the percentages are pretty good at level 1. You're getting 8 out of a possible 20. You're getting 10 out of a possible 40. The magic resistance, I feel like, is kind of the big part, though. At max, it could be 30 when brewed up. At max here, when brewed up, we're talking 12. So you're getting like a big chunk of the possible magic resistance and armor. With just one skill point, you can max Thunderclap Cinderbrew. You're gonna do more damage with Thunderclap Cinderbrew. Like I could see you going like 4-4-1 maybe. The downside is that if you only have level 1 Drunken Brawler, your brew splits are doing less damage, but the upside is that you could do more damage outside of it, so which isn't terrible, I don't think. I'm excited to play him. I'll definitely be playing brew. Let's see how it feels. But yeah, I assume you're gonna get the extended duration one, but if you want to make your ulti really, really good, obviously more brilliant base damage is good. Cinderbrew damage duration increased at 15, which is fine. It's pretty good with to increase the damage because of the this extra physical damage. This is also going up by 40%. Sounds quite good. Sorry about my mic here. Where are we at? Oh yeah, we're on talents. Brewed up multiplier for Drunken Brawler replaced with 600 Brewing Cells. So they're trying to make like the brewed up like less extreme, which is probably fair. It was certainly good, but it kind of required you to cast. You were so reliant on brew up. So, replace with 600 Brewing Health. That's nice. It'll make you more survivable, and it's also like in a part of the game where you can control it. In the past, it was at 20. But I was like so far into the game that there's usually this timing in the mid game if they have good solutions against you where they just wreck you. And replace with Primal Split cooldown. That's cool. Yeah, he's about Primal Split again. He's a Primal Splitter. He's about Primal Splitting. And then Drawler. Thank you for subbing. So many. 20 subs. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Lil Lin 98. Thank you for the 20 subs. Appreciate it. They're on sale right now, guys. You want to buy them. If you buy gifted subs right now, Twitch doesn't make any money from them. Only I do. I'm happy to read for you. I'm sorry if you can't read. Or it's helpful. Feels weird to make a flame joke for somebody that just gave me money, but I'm happy to read for you. Where are we at? Brewling's health is good. Primal Split cooldown is good, and then Drunken Brawler's stance bonuses 1.5 times more. That's really good. You just get 50% more bonus at all levels. So that means we're talking like 10% more magic resistance, more movement speed, more attack speed. Like 20 attack speed. That's pretty sick, actually. I like that one. Talents being free is also a big buff for brew since you max your other spells faster. That's a great point, yeah. You would definitely delay your 10 talents because all of your abilities are quite good. Well, that's not exactly true. A lot of pro players would get attributes. And they might still get attributes, but we'll see. See what they feel is best. I'm getting my skills though, for sure. Bristleback getting buffed. Strength gain up. Nasal Goo no longer has armor loss per stack. Okay, so it's weaker. You have a lot of it, but armor loss per stack increased by default. Does this mean? Oh, no longer has increased armor loss per stack. Okay, so when you got Snot Rocket, then the armor loss reduction was better because of this facet, but now it's the same for both. They buffed the base one. So it's basically a buffs to all Bristleback, arguably. It makes Snot Rocket less good than the other facets, but it still makes it better. Like, it's still good, it's just the other ones are also better. So if you want to go like right-click Bristleback, it's going to be stronger, because you're getting more armor reduction by half per Nasal Goo. Broodmother Agshard no longer increases duration of Insatiable Hunger. Broodmother's illusions now also benefit from the web. That's cool. Gonna make Manta on Brood better. People still bot sometimes. In-cap bite attack bonus increased by a little bit. This increases the damage you and your spiders do. So this is gonna be a damage increase. Spider's milk heal replaced with Insatiable Hunger lifesteal plus 20. That looks nice. This used to give like crazy lifesteal, and it's good right now, but it's high, but it's not like insane. So being able to buff it up, I think, is nice. Spiderling health increase at 15 to be better. In-cap bite attack bonus decrease. So they basically put 4 into the base ability, which is a lot. Genuinely could encourage you to maybe like max it out early even. Is that crazy? Could be. You could control with like the illusion. Like if they don't have spider solutions, they could definitely get dumpstered by the spider, I feel like. Plus 35 attack speed replaced with plus 25% in cap, bite, slow, and mischance. Okay. I gotta look at the base numbers because this is interesting to me. Could be really good in some circumstances because mischance is a big deal. Mischance is 60 here. So if you're getting an extra 25, I mean the slow becomes crazy. It becomes a 55% slow. And it becomes an 85% mischance. It's crazy good actually. I like that change. This is gonna make Brood more effective as like a utility carry. Because if you run into the fight and they don't have BKB, they're just not hitting. They're not gonna hit. 85 mischance, like, good luck, dude. If you don't have MKB, you're gonna have a problem. Very valuable. And then that was the 25 talent. It got moved down to 20, which is super likely to get to if you're having a good game. And that's replaced with spin web, move speed, and ignore speed limit. That's how you get pulled over, guys. Or the speed limit. Plus 14% movement speed is huge, though. That's basically another boots. The 46% bonus. And up by 14%. Is that more gifted subs? Thank you so much, Oz Gaming. Appreciate it. Oz Gaming. Thank you. You can reasonably get 700 movement speed. Yeah, I suppose because you can go above 550, right? So you can be like actually a scary spider. I like that Brood could potentially become like a carry. I think that's interesting. It's been kind of a long time coming. Hard to get there. You don't, I mean, BAT reduction to insatiable hunger is definitely good though. 25.25 reduction is huge. I forgot about Spinner's Snare. Totally forgot. Thank you for the sub, D-Tonin. Alright, we're on to Centaur Warrunner at hour 2 and 20. Bonus max health decrease for Rawhide. Centaur has been pretty popular. Workhorse has been very good. Cooldown is increased, and the duration decreased by 1 second. So valid nerfs to the Centaur. Oh, you know what's probably happening, guys? I bet you my sandwiches have been in the basement for 2 hours. Telling. Yep, it's been downstairs for an hour and a half. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go run downstairs and get my sandwiches. Hopefully they're still there. Be right back. I'm gonna press a 3-minute ad. Sorry about this. Bad news is that that I ordered, somebody already took it. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I got my sandwich, but I ordered a drink with protein in it. Somebody ate it already or took it. We as talent ordered 3, and there was 0 left when I got there. There's some other drinks. I don't know if somebody fucked up and took mine or what, but rest in peace. I will starve to death tonight. I gotta eat this. I'm sorry. I'm gonna mute. Can you hear me? Okay. Sending one text message and I'm ready to start. Okay, sorry about that. We've discovered the error. They accidentally ordered too few. So because I was the last person to go grab mine, it was gone. Bummer. Alright, we're at Centaur. Gotta do this so I can talk for the next like 8 hours. We just did Centaur. I think we're on Chaos Knight now, right? Min damage. Oh, this is why the range was so bad. Min base damage increased by 5, max base damage decreased by 5. Oh, they actually made the range better. The min went up by 5 and the max went down by 5. Same total damage, but the range is less extreme. Damage spread decreased from 30 to 20. If they didn't do this and you didn't get that one item, you would be kind of like fucked, actually. It's like you would lose like 7 damage on average if you didn't get the lucky dice one. So it made it less chaotic, actually. But it's still chaotic, certainly. I didn't realize the range was 30. That's crazy, actually. I even last hit on this hero. Jeez. Level 25 talent, plus 10 phantasm duration replaced with phantasm damage taken. Okay, that's pretty good. Chen! Already got some nerfs up above from the Satyr if you play that build. I don't, I'm not scum. But Penitent's mana cost increased from 70 to 85 to up to 80 to 110. The cooldowns increase, so it's bad at level 1. No longer grants bonus attack range. Deals pure damage by default. Okay. Not exactly a spell you want to spam. 50 damage on a 20-second cooldown. Good luck, but you know, bonus damage is bonus damage. Level 10 talent Penitence deals 175 damage, replaced with plus 75 Penitence damage. Okay. Nerf there, and then 20 talent Divine Favor heal amp decreased from 20 to 15. That's your third skill when you put it on an ally, so it's going to be a little bit less good at heal pumping, but this hero is good and used by some players right now, or some teams, so it needed to get nerfed. And this is a nerf here, obviously, but it's also getting bonus damage for free, so it's not the worst. Like, if you do some kind of a penitence build, you could argue the hero is a little bit better, since this is effectively like a 170 damage nuke or something. It's not bad. 160 damage nuke. It's okay. Clanks, removed suppressive fire and engulfing step facets. They're both gone. Removed tar bomb ability. I see why somebody said earlier it doesn't work for Clinks. Removed bone and arrow innate ability. I don't even know what that shit did. Oh, it was the one that spawned skeletons. New innate ability. Passive can't be leveled up. Clinks and skeletons apply a stacking debuff that causes their attacks to pierce up to 20% of the target's armor. Clinks applies 2% per attack. Skeletons apply 1. Okay, so the more you attack, their armor goes away. Or at least you pierce it yourself. So very good for you as a Clinks. And then strafe skeleton archers attack speed factor decrease from 60 to 50. So they're not going to attack as quickly as you, but they will still attack. And you're trying to lower their armor, which means minus armor builds are probably better on Clinks now. Deso, if you're lowering their armor here, lowering it in a different way like Deso or even the other one, Corrosive Orb is probably useful. Searing arrows are back as a base ability. Imbues his arrows. I mean, how many reworks have we had with this hero? Jeez. Maybe Crit will be happy. Clinks arrows with fire for extra damage. Skeleton arrows always fire searing arrows with 50% reduced damage. Mana cost 10. The archers target the enemy attacked by Clinks with searing arrows effect. Okay. The skeleton archers can be directed, which is good. Bonus damage is good. Death Pact no longer creates skeleton archers. And then Skeleton Walk, Skeleton Archer stats, and Ag Scepter upgrade are now part of Skeleton Walk. Skeleton Archer duration rescaled from 15, 20, 25, 30 to 20, 25, 30. Based on the ulti level, I guess. It's probably 15 without your ulti skilled. Also applies to Burning Army. No longer slows the target. Spawn interval improved by a lot. This is like 60%, or it's like 33% faster, and skeleton count increase. Burning Army is pretty fucking ass, by the way, but it's probably better now because of Infernal Shred. Because now these things are effectively, if you have 6 more skeletons attacking, they're going to lose 6% of their armor like immediately, because that's like 6 extra attacks hypothetically. I mean, it's going to take 0.6 seconds for them to spawn versus the old one, which was 0.45, 0.67, 0.75. So you'll get 6 skeletons spawning faster than 5 skeletons spawned, and these ones do more damage. They're going to be attacking the correct target instead of just attacking random shit that they're closest to, which is good. So it's going to be more effective as a gank target. I think a rework is fine. The hero definitely was okay, but a little bit weird. Bonus base damage means harassment in lane looks okay. Link applies 2% per attack, so I mean, what? It's not much. It's not much early, but as the game goes on, it'll be really effective. Certainly having like a Blightstone is not terrible because these skeletons are doing like 9 extra damage or whatever. Or Searing Arrows. I assume you're gonna be leveling up maybe like a 1-4-1, but Death Pact is really good for healing you. So I don't know. Usually you max out Death Pact a little bit for the raw health, but it will be interesting to see how this plays out. It's probably gonna be very similar to old Clinks. It's probably not gonna be that different. I doubt Orchid's gonna be that bad if you want to go for an Orchid build. Little Silence. Burning army able to destroy towers. Does it say? Yeah, it just says stacking debuff. It doesn't say against heroes. So if it works against towers, yeah, you'll kill towers really quick. But yeah, this is very similar to old Clinks, but basically the same thing. Death Pact on creeps to heal. Bonus physical damage from Searing Arrows. You do minus armor, so something like Deso is going to be really good. You could go a Deso Rush. You could go an Orchid. There's lots of options here. You can be Blinks. Talent Bar, multi-shot replace Searing Arrows. Yeah, it's just really, truly just back to old Clinks. Clockwork. Jetpack can now be toggled on and off for the duration of the buff. Toggle cooldown is 1. That's really good. It's good to use sometimes, but then you like Cog Guy and you're not next to him anymore. Rocket Flare cooldown increased by half a second. It's kind of disappointing to me. I mean, Clock is still kind of a good hero. It does get picked occasionally, but I don't think it's very good right now. But the Jetpack buff is fine. It'll definitely make this feel like a more useful shard. It's really good for vision, is probably the best thing about it. So I guess if you rely on Clockwork as like you expect to get a shard from a Tormentor, or he buys it, he's so good at scouting for daytime fights. And now you can basically Jetpack, find your opponents, hookshot in, and turn it off. So you can be like, I'm going to guarantee that I see you guys before the fight starts, take the fight, and then afterwards, I'm going to ensure that I actually get to use my abilities on the heroes that you want to use them on. But sounds kind of fun. I just wish I wish they would have been doing some with the other facets. I like what I wish they would do genuinely is I wish they would go into the hookup facet and they would make it not dispellable. That's what I want to happen. I want that facet to not be dispellable. And I just wish they would do that. Because like the only one facet on Clockwork is good. The other two are garbage. Unfortunately. I want hookup facet to be useful. But it's hard. Because like once they get a nullifier, that shit just doesn't work and it feels bad. It's already like wasting your hero because you're basically hookshotting in on a guy that got initiated on. Which feels bad because the guy that initiates usually is like got a BKB or is tanky. So it's not really good for you to be there. You are supposed to be on like the support on the back line or like the ranged heroes. That's where your hero is supposed to be. So if you're spending your ultimate to hookshot an ally to give them armor, you should profit from it some way. It shouldn't be like solvable instantly, you know? Crystal Maiden base damage up by 2, decreased by 2. Ooh, base intel. Okay, undamaged, unchanged. Okay, don't get excited, guys. Actually, this is not bad. This is a nice change for CM. This is a lot of mana difference. Like 26 mana. It's a huge difference early game. It means you're gonna have more mana to work with. Certainly, it's gonna be easier to cast all your spells. So this is a nice change. Expanded Armatur's rework. Go check in demo. It doesn't push them back in. What do you mean it's reworked? Just not there?
I'm more than a bit tightly wound.
How did they just not mention that?
Clockwork. Gear up. Yes, closing in.
I'm confused.
Prepare for battle.
Cozy in here, isn't it? A traps for a trap.
So you can't like double hit anymore, basically, is what it seems like. Is the duration longer? Yeah, it is.
A fine adjuster.
So it doesn't give you double hits anymore when it did, which is good. Ooh, 4% outgoing. What happens when I get a plate mail? 1.5% outgoing? Holy shit, guys. 14% outgoing damage, and all it cost me was all my items.
Run like a
I want to, every time I go into a game and I'm like, I want to get chainmail, it's just never, I never do it because I'm like, it's garbage. There's no fucking way this is ever useful. Unless you're playing like Turbo or something, you want infinite gold. I really want hookup to be a facet that's good, but just don't let it be dispellable. It lasts for 4 seconds. Like, let me hookshot my allies. It's just armor. It's literally just armor. So like, why allow that to be dispellable? I find that annoying. Like, if somebody gets nullified in the late game, let me hookshot them. Crystal Maiden got the buffs. That's good for her. Base int increased for Darkseer by 1. Damage is the same. Slightly easier to afford spells. And when you level up and get heals, you're going to get slightly more mana now because of the increased int. Vacuum no longer affects invulnerable units. That's going to be things like Song of the Siren, Heroes, Yule, Scepters, things like that, so you can't pull them out. Dark Willow, Curse Crown stun duration is increased, so it's a much better level 1 skill. 1.5 second stun duration is good. Jack's return speed is upped, and the Curse Crown AoE replaced with the Terrorize cooldown. So, they basically did this because people ignore Curse Crown because it doesn't do that much damage. There is a facet on Dark Willow that I tried out the last couple days. Last couple of weeks, the Shattering Crown one. They basically, damage dealt to them while Curse Crown is proccing will result in extra damage at the end of it. It's 35% of any damage that Dark Willow does. And it's also, you know what, this is probably sick with Dagon actually. This is legitimately probably sick with Dagon. Dagon Dark Willow with Shattering Crown. You're basically getting 35% spell amp on Dagon. It's obviously most clear with like Spirit Vessel, right? You're getting big Spirit Vessel ticks. But like, you could Curse Crown Dagon somebody to do 35% more damage. Wait, let me just check something. Just a quick check here. And Orchid them. Orchid is, the problem is that Orchid's not going to end before it's Shattering, before Curse Crown does. But it's a cool idea. Like if you did Orchid early and then cast Curse Crown, it could work. Enemy hero.
Let's find something to steal.
Dagon.
Dagon, you're on borrowed time. See where the road takes us.
I'm confused. Doesn't work on items. Is that true?
You ready for shenanigans? Gotcha.
Definitely works on this. There's 60.
I'll take what I want, and what I want now is your life.
Maybe it doesn't work on items. Does it not work on items? All damage dealt by Dark Willow?
Your middle tower
This is a
under
bug?
attack.
Hand on me. It was inevitable.
Need earn charges, of course.
You're gonna love this. This place is boring anyway.
It doesn't work on items. Why does it say all? Alright. Theory is gone. Hey, why does it say all? Not specific enough. Alright, well, anyways, the Shattering Crown facet increases the damage that you deal with your skills or your right clicks against your opponent. Including like your Bedlam and stuff, and then allies right clicking will be increased by 15%. So it can be used to deal more damage, but everybody gets throwing shade basically because you can do up to 30%. It basically increases your Shadow Realm damage by like 30%, which is good. And you can do this without having to cast Shattering Crown. But if the Shattering Crown disable duration keeps going up, you can better justify getting 1 skill point of it, because in the laning stage it only costs 80 mana. It's going to do a 1.5 second stun duration. You can basically argue that it's going to do like, 75 damage, 100 damage while they're being Cursed Crown. So you can basically use it you could argue it's the same damage as throwing shade, but also extra as the game continues based on like your opponents being right click. But with that said, like this ability tends to be kind of blah when BKBs or Mantas are remotely in the game outside of buying shards. So it's kind of a blah ability, and this would be a facet that helps make it a little bit better. So I'm still going to keep going Shattering Crown because I like being different and trying other stuff, but it's definitely not that impressive. But Dark Willow has actually been played a little bit the last couple days, so I am not super surprised to see buffs to Curse Crown and basically nothing else. Losing the Curse Crown AoE is a bit bummer for me because I like that build. But Terrorize cooldown or Bedlam damage. Also, they're really good ultis. So lowering this cooldown by 15 seconds, late game is really good. It's dropping it to 65 seconds. You could basically terrorize often. It's a huge duration. At this point in the game, Dawnbreaker base damage increased by 1. Good for her. Ag Scepter no longer reduces air time or channel time. Okay, so basically you aren't going to drop as fast. The pulse per heal goes up. So it's just, isn't this just a nerf? Arguably, if you're trying to use it to interrupt like a channeled ability. But maybe it's better this way because then it's better from like a support perspective. If you don't want to fight, it's not good. But if you want to fight, it's kind of bad in some ways. Break of Dawn max damage. Oh, okay. This is the higher damage during daytime one. Big nerf. Yeah, that's what I thought. This looks like a nerf to me. Kermit is great. Why? Dazzle base strength increased by 1. Damage at level 1 unchanged. Int gain decreased a little. Damage gain per level decreased a little bit. Mouth projection, Ag Shard, healing amp decreased by 5%. Yeah, Dazzle had some like kind of crazy heal, keep people alive things. I actually haven't played him much since they changed his ulti. I probably should because he was one of my classic heroes I really liked a lot, but I don't know when it's like when a hero becomes when a hero becomes overpowered, I generally play it less. So ever since he became strong at one point, I kind of stopped playing it, but I need to put him into my rotation again because this hero, I'm not good at using his ulti right now. Feels like a bummer. Death Prophet Witchcraft movement speed bonus changed from half per hero level to 0.75 plus 0.75 per level. So her movement speed is going to get way better now. It's just like way faster. Oh, I see. Exorcism no longer provides bonus movement speed as a result when it's active. So your first couple exorcisms are going to be a little bit weaker, but what's basically nice is you're going to be fast all the time instead of just like okay fast without ulti and fast with ulti. You're going to be just like fast no matter what. So this is going to make her more effective without her ultimate as she levels up. And Ag's Scepter Spirit bonus damage increase, so they buffed the Spirit again. So her right click Ag's builds are just straight up going to be better now with these changes, which are cool. So yeah, right click builds kind of back on the menu. Just got to get levels, got to level up. Maybe Witchblade builds good again, perhaps. I'll definitely try her out. Doom int gain increased. Remove Devil's Bargain facet. Which one was that? I don't remember the specific name. Ooh, they removed the one that everybody got. That was the one where you could sell items for a big percentage. They had to keep nerfing it because it was inherently kind of too broken. So now you're forced to do Impending Doom or Gluttony. This hero is not picked very often. You see it sometimes, but I think the Impending Doom one is kind of ass. Gluttony has cool potential. It does increase your base restore charge time. But one thing is that you can get Devourer magic resistance at 10, so Gluttony would allow you to eat 2 creeps and give you like a huge amount of magic resistance, which is kind of cool. But it also upgrades your abilities by 1 level, which is also interesting. So, I don't know, you can get some like really strong creep enhancements. You can eat Ancients at 15 if you get that talent as well, so you can get some really powerful abilities. But Doom duration being increased is kind of, it's not that good. But Acceptor now also increases damage per second by quite a bit. Okay, so trying to make him like maybe more of a nuker, but I think this is a good place to start. My assumption is that Doom is going to be a worse hero. Having extra int gain is nice, but to be honest, I looked at those other facets that he's now left with, and I'm like, I wish people were taking these ones anyways. Honestly, I think it's more interesting than the sell item thing. So carry Doom kind of in the shitter. It got to live out its dream, but yeah, back to regular Doom. Dragon Knight is picked almost every game right now. Very popular hero. Base agility decreased from 16 to 14. Base agility decreased by 2. So less attack speed, tiny bit less armor. Not going to affect him that much. Elder Dragon form, bonus attack damage increased. Decrease, sorry. So a little bit less farm speed, a little bit less DPS in fights. People are going Armlet, Mask of Madness right now. Breathe Fire damage reduction replaced with -2 Breathe Fire cooldown. And the other one's Breathe Fire damage cast range and Dragon Form replaced with 60% Breathe Fire damage cast range. It's not replaced, it's just decreased. Oh, I see. It's not in Dragon Form, it's at all levels. So rather than at 20 in Dragon Form, Breathe Fire is better, it's just better all the time. Plus 60%. It's like 60% spell amp and cast range on Breathe Fire, which is kind of cool. Makes it a little bit more viable as like a jump nuker maybe. Especially with Breathe Fire cooldown. This just a straight up buff. Are people taking the other facet though? They're probably taking 15 damage consistently because they're going right click Dragonite and they're getting 300 health, I know. So if you get Breathe Fire cooldown, you're dropping it to 9 seconds. The spell amp increase, it's gonna be, what did it say, 60% more? So we're talking like a 500 damage nuke on a 9-second cooldown.
The dragon comes for war.
Just gonna level up to max. So Miss does like 320 damage. This is physical, of course, because I'm green. However, if I'm blue, I'm not sure. I can't remember. It'll make it magic for sure, but it doesn't apply Worm's Wrath. Does it if you do this though? It does not. No, it doesn't do that at all anymore. Breathe Fire cooldown, making it a 9-second is pretty good. Here's the damage and cast range. Yeah, everyone goes Elder Dragon for attack range, I'm sure. And they probably go Worm's Wrath effect. That gives you more minus armor and more corrosive damage per second. But yeah, if you're pumping out a 512 nuke, God forbid if you go Akaya. 50 damage, guys. There's no way you do this build though. It's a 9-second cooldown. Like surely there's no way you would ever do some shit like this. There's just no way. Nice. You just go right click. There's no way you wouldn't right click. Problem with clicking on the portraits is that this is the web browser so that I can zoom in. So I can't. It's fine. Thank you for the idea though. Draw Ranger movement slow increase for frost arrows, better at level 1. Marksmanship disable range decrease, so it'll be a little bit easier to fight. What's the attack range of like Monkey Kings and stuff? It is 300. So if a Monkey King is attacking you, you're still losing marksmanship, but it's gonna be a little bit easier to increase your damage. You can still use your shard, of course, to make sure it doesn't get disabled, but level 10 talent, Gust costs no mana, replaced with -25 frost arrows mana cost. Okay. I did kind of like Gust costs no mana, but this is probably just better. Saves you mana over the long term. You can basically use them more to farm. You get this for free at 10. You don't have to worry about skipping your other abilities. What's your other 10 talent? Multi-shot arrow per wave. Yeah, that one's pretty good too. But it's basically going to save you 3 mana per arrow. Which ends up adding up a lot over time. You don't really buy that many mana regen items on draw typically. But her Arcana looks so good. Or Spirit base damage decreased by 6. 6 less base damage. Alright, this is like a rework. Kind of. Maybe it looks like a rework. 6 damage is crazy. All those facets are gone. Does he have any facets? Now passively grants 2.5% bonus attack damage per currently unused charge. Oh! So if you're a better Earth Spirit, you will deal more right-click damage by not using boulders. The max stones is like what, 7 or 10 or some shit? Whenever Earth Spirit uses another ability on Stone Remnant, he gains 7.5% bonus attack damage for 10 seconds. Effect doesn't stack. Max ability charge is increased from 7+1 additional charge at every 5th level to 7+1 per 4 hero level ups. Okay, so when you respawn, you should be a little bit higher damage. This is all right-click damage, by the way. This is why they reduce his base damage by a lot. So at level 1, he's just going to have more damage. Let's take a look at see how much it is.
All paths are one.
Alright, so he doesn't have a facet now, which is fine. Let's see what his base damage is at level 1.
My spirit accretes from a higher plane.
So I have 49 plus 8 damage with my boulders, because I have 7.
Perfect location.
I lose like 1 damage.
Prepare for battle.
Perfect
About.
position.
I mean, he's basically the same hero, guys. That's what you need to realize. Just gonna pause this. So I lost 6 damage, but I start with 8 bonus. So I've got green damage, not as much base damage, but it's not a big deal because he's got a base damage buff. And as his base damage scales up, if you buy more strength items, obviously you're getting bonus damage for all those stone remnants. So if you have 4 remnants, that's a 10% bonus attack damage. If you have 8 remnants, that's a 20% bonus attack damage. So if you buy something like a heart, which gives you what, 30 strength right now, somewhere around there, that's basically 60 extra damage. Well, buying a heart is like, it's like 90 damage on Earth Spirit, actually. It's kind of wild. Once these come back, okay, there we go. All right, watch my damage. 49 plus 12. This gives me 40 strength, actually. This is gonna give me 120 damage. Am I crazy? Why is it not working like that? My math is just terrible, that's all. I did the math as if I had 200% damage, not 20. That was bad math, sorry guys. Okay, less broken. That was egregiously bad math, my bad. Still, as you gain strength, your damage is going up. Cooldown on Boulder Smash is rescaled. It is better early, slightly worse late. Grip can now target allied units by default with cast range. That's kind of busted. Can't pull allies that are affected by leash, root, bind, duel, chronos for a black hole. Extra rework, decrease cooldown by 3, increases allied unit cast range and speed by 50. So kind of busted. Like this is, you can just use this all the time now. So he's probably just a support right now is where he's going to be most useful. He does do more damage right now by a little bit. This is not much of a change. Really, it's really not much of a change. He's got more damage, right click, but not by a lot, but he does have more. And you can just pull your allies to safety. So I don't know, maybe there's some matchups where this is really good to play it with like some like ranged pause 1 or something. But I mean, you can pull them from farther. It's definitely going to be crazy good saves. It's like hooking an ally. Why pick Pudge 5 when you could pick Earth Spirit 5, you know? Geomagnetic Grip cooldown replaced with -2 Boulder Smash cooldown talent. It's kind of nice you get free talents on this hero too, because all of your abilities are so important. Rolling Boulder damage talent replaced with 175 rolling Boulder damage from Strength. But 20... See how much strength you have at 20. So you have about 100 strength at level 20. Your strength gain is really good. So this is basically 175 damage. It's basically the same number. So if you buy no items, this is the exact same rolling boulder talent, but it can be obviously much better if you are playing a core. So you could potentially play a core on this if you're building some like right click items. I don't know if it's crazy to go something like Echo Saber on this hero with treads. I've got more damage than I used to. I'm sitting here at plus 28. I didn't have that before. I basically had like, also I have higher levels, right? Up to 11 remnants. So I'm getting bonus damage here. I can roll in and hit harder. You used to have a facet that gave you bonus damage during your ulti, so in some ways this can be offset. I can't remember exactly what those numbers were. So maybe this isn't going to feel as strong right now, but I could definitely see some kind of like a right click transition mid build where you buy, maybe you buy Blade Mail again and go Blade Mail Heart like before. Like the classic build like this. With high regen and damage reflect. Like this is certainly viable, I'm sure.
Precisely.
As like your mid build, some shit like this.
I'm going.
In-game's not the best, but yeah, I could see something like this be kind of okay. And then Boulder Smash cooldown replaced with Geomagnetic Grip Remnant damage. That's when you pull the Remnant through somebody, it gets bonus damage. But Boulder Smash cooldown, oh yeah, it's just gone. And then but the cooldown is here for 2. That's kind of wild actually. But they did up the cooldown here. Maybe it's not as big of a deal. Talent Magnetize Undispelled will replace with Earth Spirit Magnetize himself. Okay. It's kind of nice because then you don't have to worry as much about like if your opponents have BKBs or dispels or whatever, you can just put it on yourself and it doesn't get removed. Is it undispellable? It's still dispellable. I assume like you could use it on yourself and then let somebody else dispel him.
As must be.
Okay, I see. Yeah. So you can dispel him from it, but it gives you better options, right? Like if you're playing like a Brewmaster or something, then like it's gonna stop. You could do an AoE dispel, but very rare cases where that would be useful. But you can remove from him. It's fine. I don't know. I'll have to hear what Mira has to say about it because she plays Earth Spirit a lot, but it looks like much better as a support. Like much better as a support because you can pull allies to you. And it looks like from a right click aspect, he should be scaling better. It's not just reliant on like your magnetized levels with right click from your facet. It could actually just be like a tried and true strength right click build, some kind. So armlet, I don't think you have enough regen on this hero for armlet. It's probably not worthwhile. Unless you buy like lifesteal or something, but I just can't imagine that's the build. I think you're more likely to go like treads, echo saber, heart, right click stuff. The Ags even do on this guy right now. Oh yeah, that thing. Chant Remnant. Okay, moving on. We got Earthshaker. Earthshaker Fissure. Damage decreased from 110 to 290 to 100 to 280. Ags Shard no longer allows Fissure walking. Okay, Echo Slam 90 110 to 70 110. So weaker early Echo Slam, which is a big deal for Echoing Ancients. And then, oh, this is just like nerfs to the hero. He's just nerfed. I wonder why they nerfed him so bad. Hero's not that popular. Chant Totem damage increased at level 20. But yeah, this is kind of a big deal. Like, it's not like it takes that long to hit level 12, but yeah, your Echo Slam be a little bit, like, decently weaker early. He's fine. Like, it's not that big of a deal, I don't think, but it is nerfs. It's not that bad. It's 10 damage. 10 damage here. You can't Fissure Walk anymore, which is fine. If you buy Ags, you can still jump around, no problem. And, but they did nerf the AoE item. Dazoom Blood Right's nerfed. Like, but by the time you get like here, it's about the same. It's a pretty small nerf. It's okay. Elder Titan Astral Spirit, return Astral Spirit and move Astral Spirit sub abilities can now be used while he's disabled. Okay, that's good. Makes it a little bit easier for a newbie, a little more newbie friendly. I haven't played this hero much at all in a long time actually, but I could see myself playing as a support, have some fun with it. It's definitely good against certain heroes, and the minus armor aura is still very powerful. 10 talent, Astral Spirit move speed per hero increased. There's another hero where 10 talents are, like any hero that has 3 really good abilities that you feel like you need all of them leveled up, they're going to be really happy about this 10 talent change. Astral Spirit move speed per hero increased from plus 2% to plus 2.5%. Although I gotta say, there's some heroes like Elder Titan who I get a little bit like scared to play sometimes because I don't exactly remember like sometimes there's like facets where I'm like, oh, my attack speed is reduced, but my movement speed also grants attack speed. I'm like, when is it good to get this? I'm not quite sure. And sometimes these ones are just a little goofy, where it's like on math it might make sense for some players, but I'm scared to do it. You know, just easier for me to go deconstruction. I haven't played this hero in forever, actually, like forever. Last time played it in November. I don't recall this. Before that, it was January. Or no, November? I literally do not remember this. I straight up don't remember playing this game. I'm gonna be.
Use strength to shoulder the burden
Huh.
of a broken world.
Didn't know. Movement speed per hero increased. Natural order radius at 20 increased. So better to use your aura. A little buff for Dazoom Blood Right going away. Ember Spirit, decently popular. Cooldown decreased by a little bit. Searing Chain's duration nerfed, and Searing Chain's nerfed. This is the better facet for Ember is the Searing Chain's one. But he's not really like picked every game at all. So just tiny buff, tiny nerf, fine. Enchantress, Overprotective Wisp maximum decrease by 1. And Rabble Rouser damage amp. This is the what level you are affects your opponents in the jungle. It's changed from 10% plus 4 per her level to 4 plus 4 per level up. Huh? Huh? What's the difference? What's the nuance here? It also affects units that come under Enchantress's control. Okay, that's cool. So it gives you more damage. That's it? Why did they word it so different? Why did they say level up instead of to level? Why did they word it different? It looks different. 10 plus 4 per Enchantress level 2, 4 plus 4% per Enchantress level up. Why? Because level 1 doesn't count? So at level 1, she gets 14. Now she gets 4. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, level 1 doesn't count. Level 2, it becomes 8. Level 3 becomes... And the reason they did this is because it's buffing her... So it's worse now. But it works on her creeps, so it's better, basically. Your creeps are just going to do more damage to heroes now, which is good. Enchant creep attack bonus damage decreased by a little bit per level. Enchant units may now be bound to a persistent hotkey. Okay, cool. Was it not like that before? Little friends, affected creeps now gain damage buff from Rabble Rouser for the duration in case they did not have it. Oh, this one. Bonus stack speed decreased from 100. I bet this is probably good, but it's a little bit hard to justify in a lot of cases, but it might be good, who knows. You had to rebind it every time, really. New system, all per level things will be standardized to X plus X per level up. Was that the same for Death Prophet? Yeah, it was actually. I missed it over here. So at level 1, she had half per hero level, and now she's going to get 0.75 base and 0.75 per level up. So at level 2, she's going to be at 1.5% movement, whereas before she was at 1. Okay. But yeah, she had a base. Enchantress had a base of 10, so. Okay. And then other creeps. Enchanted creep armor replaced with +5 armor for Enchantress on all of her units. Okay, that's cool. Kind of a nice little facet. Good against some heroes like Ursa who will be right-clicking you no matter what. Touchable attacks will replace with +9 Nature's Attendance Wisps. I'm glad that that's at an early level because it's easier to pick this up at 20. Getting to 25 on Enchantress is really rare. And doing some kind of like a heal strat with her was just really difficult to do. Really, really difficult to do. I don't need stats, thank you. Because the other heal ones, there is the 15 and now the 20 talent. So you could kind of get crazy heals going at an earlier point. The 15 talent is 50% more heal from your wisps, and the 20 talent is double the wisps. So you're getting 50% more heal at 15, and at 20 you're getting double. So those two together is going to be crazy fucking numbers. Like crazy numbers. 24 times 9 times 13. Time. I don't know if we need a big boy. What year is this? Why does the calculator take fucking 25 seconds to open? Jesus Christ, turn the AI off, dude. What is this shit? It's a calculator. My God. $16 times 9 times 13. That's 1,800 HP heal at level 4. At level 15, it's 24 times 13 times 9. 50% bigger, and then that number is going to double because we get double the wisps. So the level 21 now can heal for 5,600 HP. Obviously a gigantic number. Actually viable to get because you're going to level 20 and not 25. So, and the untouchable attack slow is always kind of blah anyways because it's like, what's the difference between 210 and like 275? It's really not that much of a difference usually. Okay, I'm into this. gives her some like possible fun builds with heal stuff, or like some mech build or something. Enigma Ag Shard now also spawns an Eidolon if the target dies before the effect expires. Okay. That way, if you like Malefice them and then they die, you get like 1 extra. Does it continue spawning it though for the whole duration? If so, pretty good. It's basically gonna allow you to jungle faster with Ag Shard. Because before you'd have to like stun a big creep, but now you could like hypothetically stun a small creep. You could use it on the creep wave and not be too fussed about it. It's kind of cool. This talent sucks ass. It's not good. Like you're basically doing 50 extra damage per Malefice stun. So it's like 150 damage talent. It's just not as good as the other one, which I believe is health. Like a lot of raw health, which is really broken on Enigma if you go, yeah, 250 health. But still, 60 extra damage is good if you get to 25 maybe, and your Malefice lasts for like forever with bonus instances. But you always go Demonic Summoning Eidolons anyways, especially with like the old AC Enigma build, of course. Faceless Void, time dilation now applies 1 instance of damage and slow in addition to the per cooldown instances, buffing the skill. Slow per cooldown is decreased, DPS per cooldown is decreased because it's always doing damage now. It's still gonna shred, like, it's actually kind of good in some ways. Like, this skill is gonna destroy Dark Willows and Invoker and Kez's less, but it's gonna be better against heroes that just have like 1 or 2 spells. So it should normalize a bit Faceless Void's usefulness in the game of Dota 2. And it's also going to help ensure that it stops blink daggers and things. The duration is less too. If you do max it out, it's basically doing 10 damage per second, does 100 damage without them casting a spell. They cast 3 spells, we're doing like 300s, like actual numbers, but still kind of a bad ability, but it's a cool theory, and I'm glad it exists in the game. But time dilation, DPS per cooldown decreased from 9 to 6, so definitely harder to use, but it's guaranteed damage now, which is kind of helpful. Time dilation talents are still not that bad, probably. Grimstroke Phantom's Embrace. Cooldown is now also refreshed if the Phantom's target dies before the Phantom latches onto it. Okay. If you can still bug abuse this. Bog showed me this one time. I'll show it to you guys. If you spam Phantom's Embrace on people when the thing is coming back to you, sometimes you can throw out 2. God, my edge pan is really bad because I've been recording clips.
Prepare for battle.
This guy dies, I'm going to spam it on the next one. See, I got 2 off.
As I planned.
So that still works. But now, basically the way it works, if you throw it out and somebody dies on the way, the Phantom's Embrace would die. Which could mean, actually, that you can abuse this to bug some shit. Watch. Oh, that was weird. We're gonna have to try it again.
Well now.
Unless I can reset them. Let me see if I can do it. I want to throw it out as one is dying and then use that coming back to me. I mean, you could basically just do like this. That's weird.
Effortlessly.
Only get 1. What's going on? Worked the first time. It's not. Doesn't feel as consistent now. I'm not sure why.
Oh yes. You'll know when to forget or not. I set my brush.
Why has it changed? What changed?
Well, now. This way now. At last.
I don't know why it changed.
I'm not ready.
I'm so confused. It worked at first, but now it doesn't seem to be working. I don't know what's going on. Very weird. Phantom's Embrace, Soulbind. Dark Portrait. Anyways, this is a buff to the hero. I can't get that thing to work super consistently, but if you can cast it twice, it's really broken because they have to attack all of them to be unsilenced. Soulbind can now be reflected, which is fair. Reflected spells now get cast onto both units affected by Soulbind. So if I like Soulbind a Lotus, and then it latches me to an ally, and then I can keep casting targets on that guy, it's gonna hit both of us. So it's actually really good. Lotus is really good against Grimstroke now. Thank you for the sub from these. Is it only when the duration ends instead of when the target dies? Maybe it is when the duration ends. Maybe that's what it was. Yeah, I think you might be right. Dark Portrait, outgoing damage is decreased by 25, and the damage taken is decreased. So it's less strong, but it will die less easy. So basically no changes to Grimstroke, which sucks ass. I really like this hero, but like, it's so like leveraged over whether or not Soulbind is good at the time. So that's makes me kind of sad, but well. The hero is like so based on like, is Inkswell good to use on a certain hero? What it feels like, or is Soulbind good? Like Grimstroke is literally about other heroes, is what's sad about this hero. I mean, they changed E-Blade to be worse for Grimstroke because you don't have cast range, but it does give you raw HP, which is kind of good, but I would argue cast range is kind of good. I'm kind of sad. Hero's still unchanged, despite not being popular at all. I don't get it. Why don't they make it better? I'll buff it. Gyrocopter Afterburner. Maybe they just don't have good ideas without changing the hero's fundamental aspects, but Afterburner rocket speed, move duration decreased by half second, missile damage is decreased, so just nerfs to both facets on Gyro, but Gyro is decently popular right now. Part of this is like Slardar, but honestly. Hoodwinks, active scurry, cast range decreased, active attack range decreased by a lot. Ability can no longer target trees affecting Acorn Shot or Bushwhack. I don't know what that ability does enough. Isn't that the evasion one? Oh, I understand.
Let's not get squirrely now.
Chance to redirect enemy attacks to a nearby tree. So that means that like, if you happen to like bushwhack somebody to a tree, the one tree they're tied to, if they attack, someone else attacks you, you could have redirected the attack that's supposed to hit you to the tree that's stunning your opponents, thus ending their stun early, which would have been really fucking annoying. So this is a buff to the hero, but it's like extreme RNG circumstances. But that's good. They 10 talent, health instead of mana regen. The other one is Scurry ability charge replaced with bushwhack damage. So these are kind of blah talents right now, but raw health is kind of nice on the hero. Everybody got Scurry ability charge. That's going to affect the support play a decent amount, but at least you'll be more survivable, I guess. And then bushwhack damage replaced with Scurry ability charge of 15. Okay, good. It's still in there. It's just later. I assume we'll see less hoodwink play as a result, but it's not that much worse. This is the fast that everybody goes though, right now. Invoker, Might of Tornadus. Ag Shard, drag speed decreased a little bit. Alacrity, mana cost decreased. Cast range increased. Easier to cast. This is 6 times Exhaust. This should be more damage. Yeah, it's more damage. Basically at all levels. Slightly more, not much. Cold Snap, cooldown reduction, buff that talent, buff the Alacrity one.
You should be more fully aware of me.
Chaos Meteors, that's what everyone gets. Chaos Meteors. Seems like everybody gets the Facet Orb level. They want that to be better. Because it makes all your abilities stronger, right? They can be all slightly better than they were before. Kind of a busted facet, actually. Well, it's only for the spells whichever one you are. So if you're Exhort, it means all of your Exhort levels go up by 1. So it's basically like getting, 50 damage on Sunstrike. And it's basically like getting 5 more burn damage per second from Meteor and 35 more contact damage. And you get slightly more, you get 12 more damage from Alacrity. So it buffs 3 abilities and Deafening Blast too. 40 more damage on Deafening Blast. It's pretty good if you think about how most facets work. You're like making one skill slightly better. In this case, lowering the Cold Snap cooldown by 6. Out by strength up by 2, base int decreased. Damage at level 1 unchanged because he's universal, but he's got more health, which is good. I wonder if I was gonna just be straight up better because regen is worse in lane. That could be something people rely on. Rest in peace, Enigma Galaxy, for getting eliminated. Spirit mana cost decreased. Cooldown is way low. Duration is decreased also, but from uptime, which is kind of nice. And with a lower cooldown, that's better because you should be able to dump more damage out throughout the laning stage, especially with the level being low. So I could definitely see spirits becoming like a better skill build on this hero right now. Doing 30 damage times 5, that's 150 damage every 15 seconds. It's a really good level 1 ability, to be honest. Just spam this to like try to beat your opponent. Your base damage is still bad, but like between tether and spirits, you could do decent damage. 15 seconds at all levels. It's fine, just less mana, period. Does 250 damage level 2. Like, these numbers are kind of asking to be, like, the skill is kind of asking to get used, to be honest. What's Metagun do again? Armor and magic resistance? Nobody gets this. Nobody gets this over, like, attack speed and spell amp, but 13 armor is potentially good. It could allow your skill builds, like, if you went Medigun and just got, like, 1 point, you, like, have to get overcharged, though, for the max health regen. But maybe you don't need a lot of points. Maybe you just get, like, 1. And then you rely on, like, spirits more to do, like, ganks or something. It can't be good, though. I feel like, kind of, like, not utilizing the hero correctly. I mean, Egg Scepter, you can still get, like, the spawning spirits, which is good. But you still can't, like, relocate your Helm Dom creep. I don't know, ganking with this hero is kind of weird. But maybe there's some potential for, like, spirit maxing. Plus 50 spirit damage, kind of good. Like 50 spell amp, 90 times 5 damage. It's not terrible. Maybe an Ags build would be fun. Rather than just like a buff up my teammates type thing. Thank you for the sub, Star. I appreciate it. That was 60 spirits hero damage replaced with plus 50% spirits damage. Which would actually mean that if you go crits Krieg and get spell amp, and they do 50% more damage, you could actually get some nice chunking. Certainly. I like the idea of metagun, but it's just like, I don't know. I mean, if you're trying to keep your allies alive, bonus magic, bonus armor, not terrible. Skill build looks kind of goofy. And you kind of need tether maxed out also because you need, this is like one of those heroes that wants all of your abilities maxed, I feel like. What's your base movement speed? It's pretty high, 320. You're giving your teammate like 6. Maybe you don't get tether early. Is that crazy? Does it doesn't do damage anymore. It just does move and attack, and you're also losing 60% of your regen going to your carry. You just can't skip tether early. Like, no way. But what if you did, guys? You have 300 mana early. You got like spirits level 1 or something, you just beat up the enemy support for 150 damage. I don't know, maybe there's some viability there. Talent unslowable during overcharge replaced with relocation cast delay. That's very low cooldown. Or very low duration. It's like 3 seconds, right? Yeah, cast time's 3. Jakiro, very strong support right now. It's definitely getting nerfed here. Dual breath cooldown replaced with ice path base damage. This used to be your 15 talent. Nobody got it because it sucked. Attack range replaced with liquid fire. Attack speed slow at 10. Attack range is now at 15. Sounds fine. Jakiro's a hero that I would sometimes delay my 10 talent, so. Liquid fire attack slow is fine. Ice path base damage is fine. It's just 60 damage. The base is 50, so it could do 110. If you go ice 1, it does a lot. It could do 310 total. Everybody gets twin tear though because it increases your base damage by enough where you're doing like 70 physical damage with your double attack. Which ends up making you a really good trading support between high base damage and free liquid fire damage. And these talent changes I don't really think are going to change much, to be honest. -3 dual breath cooldown means it'll be a 7-second cooldown at level 4, if you get this. Makes Octarine look kind of good because you could drop it down to close to 5 seconds. You could basically be constantly dual breathing, which I think is cool. Octarine on Ice Path isn't bad either, but the rest is a little bit of a waste. And then 25 talent liquid frost max fire and frost max health damage increased by a little bit, which is good if you get. If you play core Jakiro, I think this is worse because you don't get attack range at 10 anymore. It's now a 15 talent, which is pretty delayed. Usually you want to leverage the extra attack range a little earlier than this. And both of these facets are talents I would argue are just weaker on any kind of like core Jakiro. Ice path damage or liquid fire attack speed, so it's like it's fine like against buildings and stuff, but it's definitely weaker for core Jakiro. For support Jakiro, I don't think they're too fussed about this. Losing attack range means you can't like spam your abilities as easily, like from a safe distance, but you're still maxing out liquid fire, so it's probably not a big deal for the current build on Jakiro. Juggernaut, very high win rate, not doing very good at Dreamleague, but I think it's like a 35% win rate, but nobody's banning it, and teams are playing well against it. But in pubs, it's quite good. Base agi decreased by 2, damage at level 1 decreased by 2, so he loses 2 damage, which is kind of a big deal. And then Blade Fury mana cost is higher, so if you are able to harass your Juggernaut and force him to Blade Fury or heal, you can pretty quickly get him out of mana, which is nice. But the best solution against Jug is to not fight him 2v1. Like, if you get to half HP and then he can spin kill you, you're gonna have a bad time. So having an ally that can like offset this, like a Shadow Demon Disruption or something, or a Cookie or something, can be really nice to get you away from danger. And then they nerfed the biggest problem with Jug, which is the level 20 talent Healing Ward hit. It didn't need to be +2. +2 is way too good. 2 hits to kill a Healing Ward, fine. Keeper of the Light base int increased. Base damage up by 1. Blinding Light damage buffed again. Chakra Magic mana better early. Will-O-Wisp damage increased. Blinding Light cooldown talent replaced with Blinding Light damage. People really don't like Blinding Light on Keeper of the Light, unfortunately. I kind of like the Blinding Light talent, but I get why people were never taking it. Chakra Magic just seemed too good. But increasing the damage by 90 at 15 is kind of sick because it's going to up your damage by a lot. You'll basically have a 500 damage nuke from Illuminate and like a 330 damage from Blinding Light. The two spells together, it's just a lot of damage. I did have one game where I tried Blinding Light Miss, which ups your miss chance to like 85. It's pretty good. With the cooldown, you could spam it quite often. But that's kind of gone now. But it's fine. I think the damage is okay. Certainly has a lot of nuke potential if you can get up into those higher levels. But, and Will-O-Wisp also giving you more. This is going to make maybe core Keeper feel better, I would argue. Chakra Magic cooldown -2 is good, but I wonder if like a mid Coddle would be happy to have this extra damage. Kind of sucks that Coddle doesn't ever really want to buy a Kaya though, I don't know. That part feels kind of weird. And the change to E-Blade doesn't really look like a Coddle item, but actually it's probably fine because you already get a lot of cast range from your ulti. Maybe E-Blade is just better on Coddle now. If you want to go an E-Blade build from mid, just +24 to attributes. You still want to go Dagon first probably, or Vessel. Vessel, Dagon, E-Blade. Could be good. It's like crazy damage. I could see that working perhaps. You'd have crazy all stats on the hero between a Spirit Vessel and a possible E-Blade, but yeah, I could see it working. These damage number changes might be a difference maker. 20 damage here, 90 damage here, all amped by like magic resistance reduction. Like maybe Coddle feels like he has enough juice again and it's worth it. 2 does 140, it's alright. Kez base strength increased by 1. Oh my god, it's gonna be hard for me to read. Cooldown reduction per level increased from 0.2 to 0.25, so that's a big deal. On level 1 decreased. On level 3 decreased. Oh, so switching disciplines has lower cooldown as you level up. I didn't even know that. Yeah, Katana base attack time improved, and Katana bonus agility base damage decreased. Bonus agility base damage. Okay, so he attacks faster, but he gets less bonus agility from being in Katana. So he's getting bonus damage and worse BAT, but now better BAT slightly. It's like more normalized basically. Katana damage per second rescaled. So better later, worse early. The active effect may only trigger up to a maximum of 500 stacks. Okay. Ag Scepter, Ag Shard now also increases max stacks to 1,000 and stack his burst damage from 50 to 1,000. This is where you activate it to like do the damage that you were dealing to them a little bit faster. You can sometimes kill them quicker than you expect. Or you can die quicker than you expect to. Falcon Rush no longer has to have a fixed attack rate or any interaction with attack speed. The Echo attack damage decreased. Lower. Echoes now have 50% reduced chance to proc random effects, such as Basher, etc. Echo with Maelstrom 25 chance will have a lower chance. Echoes can no longer trigger marks, but may still create them. Okay, that's good, because sometimes it would like chain bash really strong. Chance to mark will be reduced because the proc changed before, so you can still proc it, and they can't trigger marks. So that means like you have a 18% chance to proc the trigger. That's like the prepping a stun, basically. Your illusion, your Echo can't proc it. So basically you have an 18 chance to make it. Your illusion has or your Echo has a 9 chance to make it. And if you proc either of them, you can't proc it until you actually attack again. So it's gonna be a little bit harder to chase with Echo Slash, or whatever the heck this is called. I don't recall, but rush speed decreases as well. This is basically the one. Is this all echoes? Does that mean your sword and your chase one? Probably is. Those are probably all echoes. How it works. So it's gonna be harder for you to get free procs and things like that. This could really affect your hero's abuse power in some of those short periods, or sometimes you get lucky and you get like a bunch of procs and proc them yourself, kind of a thing. Shoto Sai, this is your range one. Mark stun duration decrease. This is like basically if you proc them, it's how long they get stunned for. Amount of stun duration, parry duration you can do is lower. And then 20 talent, plus 50% attack damage added to talent toss. Replaced with plus 60 attack speed during Falcon Rush. Yeah, nobody was gonna grab this. It just like a small damage talent. It's garbage. Funka torrent damage increased early game, so usually you have level 1 torrent for a long time because you need X maxed out. X marks the spot, cooldown decreased. So maybe encouraging people to not max it out all the way, if you so wish. If Kunkka support is in any way viable. X into torrent, it's probably too difficult and situational, but maybe if you have like a stunner carry, it could work. There aren't really a lot of like range stunner carries though. If you're a melee stunner carry with Kunkka, it's kind of just asking to get AoE nuked, but it could work too. Legion Commander, press the attack mana cost decreased by 10. Moment of Courage, cooldown rescaled. It is going to proc a little bit faster, but less good later. So better 1-point skill. Let's track Misanthropy. Diabolic Edict duration increased a little bit because the skill was a little bit too busted. And then the radius is up for Split Earth early. Lena's int gain goes up. Cast range for Lugian Blade is better. I think they could have changed maybe the way the damage block works on Lena ulti. Shard with the slow burn facet, because you don't get the barrier until like it ticks. Every time it ticks, it will give you barriers, so sometimes it doesn't tick very effectively. Although it works really good against illusions. If you have the shard and you Laguna Blade an illusion, you do an insane amount of damage, you get a crazy barrier. I found that out the other day. So Laguna Blading illusions is really good. Still one of the coolest ultis in the game. It's just like the sound effect and the way it looks. It just looks so cool. Lion X mana cost is less early, so you can skill it early if you so wish. And Finger of Death cooldown a little bit better early. Fine. One of the most popular heroes in the game. Gotta buff him. Alright, here's the Lone Druid rework. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, here we go. Base movement speed dropped a lot. Base damage increased by 4. This is a huge difference. Removed Bear With Me and Bear Necessities facets. Removed Gift Bearer innate ability. Effects now part of Summon Spirit Bear. The bear is innate, cannot be leveled up. Abilities move to 4th ability slot. Spirit Bear now counts as a melee hero for most spells. Since the bear is now a hero, all unit related changes move to a separate Spirit Bear section below. Sections for the summon ability changes only. Cooldown decreased. 120 at all times. Entangle, new point targeted basic ability. Allows Lone Druid to entangle enemies once they gain 5 stacks of this ability. Entangled enemies are unable to move. Take damage per second. When cast, applies 2 stacks to each enemy here in the area and 5 stacks to enemy creeps. and also empowers Lone Druid for 10 seconds, making him apply 1 stack with each attack on enemy heroes. Cool. So it's basically like a, hey, just so you know, I'm gonna entangle you. But it instantly entangles creeps. So you can use it to nuke creeps. It's gonna be a way to farm, which is good. But also good for fighting heroes. Enemies are protected from getting new stacks while they're already entangled. So attack speed is good. Obviously. Radius is 350, stack duration is 10, cast range 700, mana cost 60, cooldown is decent. Pierce is debuff immunity. Very good, very. The empowerment buff and enemy stack counter debuff are undispellable. Entangled debuff is dispellable. So once they're entangled, it's dispellable, but it's kind of like Monkey King in that he builds up charges. Creeps can't gain stacks from either Lone Druids and Spirit Breakers attacks, and are entangled only on cast. Okay. Roshan is affected as if you're a hero. Okay. The Entangling Claw is reworked. Now it levels up with this ability and passively provides empowered attacks at all times. Upgrade with Ag Scepter. Increases radius to 450. Hero stacks on cast to 5. Instantly entangling them. So you can basically use it as a guaranteed disable, and it removes stack protection from entangled enemies. Like, so you can basically chain entangle, is what it means. So if you're attacking fast enough, you can cast on them, they're instantly entangled, and then you should be able to re-entangle them if you're attacking quick enough with both of you. Spirit Link no longer grants attack speed or shared armor. Passively grants movement speed to Lone Druid and his Spirit Bearer. This is where we make up for the bad movement speed reduction. Like 30, that's a lot. Lone Druid attacks now heal the Spirit Bearer by default. Okay. No longer upgrade with Ag Scepter. True form mana cost decreased by a lot. Duration decreased. Blend decreased by a lot. No longer gives the claws and demolish, so you don't do bonus damage to towers anymore. But it gives you bonus attack damage. And it gives you better bonus armor. So this will help make up for the fact that you don't get armor Spirit Link anymore between you and your bear. Bonus damage is good. Duration being less is mixed bag, but the cooldown being much lower is really good. You can use this more often. 10 talent. Spirit Bearer movement speed replaced with Entangle root damage per second. Health talent replaced with Summon Spirit Bearer cooldown, that's a good idea to give people the choice. Because in the ultra late game, like your bear cooldown is like so much of the hero. Dropping it by 25 is nice. Spirit Bearer armor replaced with 12 agility. 30 Entangling Claws DPS replaced with 55 attack speed. It's pretty late in the game, but 55 is a lot. Then Spirit Link attack speed replaced with 0.6 Entangle root duration, which I think it's 2.4 at that point, so a 3-second root is crazy good. And then True Form cooldown replaced with True Form provides 60% slow resistance. Okay, now let's read this one. Universal melee hero instead of a creep. Attacks now count as a melee hero attacks against Roche Banner, Skeleton Archers, Ice Sphere, Supernova, Nether Ward, TI Sonic Traps, Tombstone. Okay, so you're better against all these heroes with Lone Druid now. In fact, I would say very good against them because you can kill them fast. Already did hero damage to the Master Serpent Wards, Curs, Obs Wards, Sentry Wards. Okay. Now be targeted or affected as a hero with the following abilities: Flame Blade, Duel, Finger of Death, Spear of Mars, Reaper Scythe, Slark, Reaper Scythe against this. Damn. Slark Pounce, and Atrophy Aura. Good to know. Duel and like the fact that you can do like Coin Blade, Duel, Finger of Death against it, and Reaper Scythe is pretty spooky, I'd say. Can also break enemy Smoke of Deceits. Okay. Death will not provide charge for spells. Earn, Flesh Heap. Yeah, some of these like, yeah, okay. That's fair. This is already like really good for these heroes, and most of these heroes are kind of blah, so it's fine. Or bad, I would say. A lot, like half of them are bad, so it's fine. But these ones would just be like too good, I feel like. Can now capture Watchers and Outposts. Starts with a TP scroll and cooldown the first time it's summoned. Copy of Lone Druid's neutral item. Independent cooldown. Changed. Demolish, Innate, and Hidden. Return, Entangling Claw, Savage Roar, Spirit Link. Fetch. Because you need to actually cast Entangling Claws now is the problem. Base HP 1500, base regen 3, base attack time just way lower, but you're missing a lot of attack speed now, so that's the problem. You're gonna be missing this. Plus 10 extra base attack time, base armor 0. Doesn't scale up either. Base movement speed 310. What scales it? Their talent? Can't remember. Don't remember. Base magic resistances. Demolish ability no longer passively grants 33. Okay. Daytime vision range. So you're a little bit weaker to magic damage. But you're scaling. Are there stat gains? Oh yeah, there. I was gonna say. I was like, how do you have less HP and everything? It seems weird. And then gains strength and agility and int per level, but there's no base attributes. As a separate talent tree. Okay, so here's now the bears stuff, which is just gonna be different. I mean, for the lone druid players, they're probably really jazzed about this. For the average player, you're like, this is too much to read. Oh, you can use sunder, reflection, track, bounce, weaver ags. Okay, good. Return, consider teleport. Bonus building damage rescaled to 30 at all levels. No longer passively grants. Okay, this is the innate hidden, is what they're referring to. Here's the debuff immunity. Levels up with entangle. 5 stacks. After fetching an enemy, Spirit Bow will now have an attack command issued towards the target. Okay, fine. 10 talents, 10 magic resistance, or 20 movement speed. Okay. Both decent. And these look like the first talents. The numbers are just so round, you know? They're like, wow, 10 or 20? Wow. The math is so easy. And then over like years, it's like, oh, 13 movement speed or some shit. 15 talents, plus 4 armor, or return is no cooldown, and half channel time. 500 health or 30 damage. 15% damage to entangled units, or plus 20% demolish bonus building. God, these look so like kind on the eyes. They're just so kind on the eyes. Shit's gotten more complicated with time, I dare say. Thanks everybody for watching. Got 6,000 viewers on YouTube, which is awesome. Thanks everybody for watching. And 500 viewers on Twitch. Twitch sucks ass now. What's up with that, huh? What happened to you, Twitch? You're falling off, Twitch. Oh, okay. But I'm glad you guys are here on Twitch. Dude, YouTubers, things are changing. Look, I'm just saying that things are changing, okay? I know Twitch viewership as a whole has dropped like 20% across the board. Been talking to a lot of people here, a lot of their viewership has dropped on Twitch in big ways. I think people are literally migrating away from Twitch. I think people literally watch Twitch less now, and they watch like YouTube and other streaming sites more. I think is what's happening. I think as a whole, YouTube is running their website better than Twitch is. I like Twitch personally, but I think YouTube has been doing better in some ways. And I've also read some things about like YouTube is way better at monetizing stuff, and big advertising campaigns are more likely to go on YouTube than Twitch. So I think YouTube is making more money as well. So I think that's like a mixture of reasons. But so yeah. Anyways, those are the two websites I stream on. I'm not going to change that anytime soon, but YouTube Premium offers way better value than Twitch Turbo or whatever. Yeah, that does make sense. Watch YouTube videos and Twitch streams. If people, well, and YouTube streams. If people watch on both. That's a good point. Anyways, let's continue. I think these Lone Druid changes look good. Let me do a little demo quick because I'm curious exactly how the
I am honored.
forbearance.
Is hungry.
So it's like an ability. So I have to like choose when I'm about to like disable. If you want to gamble with crypto money, well, this is the place to be. So I've got the bear always. This gives, oh, this gives movement speed. Oh, yeah. Okay. Movement speed and shared lifesteal from Spirit Link. Angle.
With speed.
Oh, so only I cast on the main hero. I mean, I can still build up this.
Do not dare.
Only the bear does it until I cast this. If I do this, This looks really good, to be honest. Like, look how much more we're reading this guy, you know? So basically, all the time the bear has root stuff, this just looks so much more fun in my mind. So much more fun. Because now you have way more control about how you're fighting. You can also do shit like this. And he's like, oh no, the ability is getting too high. And then I'm like, sorry, got your ass, you know? And then I triggered early, you know? And it's gonna end up doing just over like 80 magic damage or something. Not that much, but something. It's a disable. And if you're entangled, you can't attack, I believe. Rare mechanic these days. So it's cool. It's like a little nuke. Leveling this up looks decent. I don't think you have to, but I think getting at least 1 point is going to be mandatory. You will probably be grabbing Spirit Link. I could definitely see you maxing out Entangle first though, because this is a way to farm. Check this shit out. What's this? A creep wave? It's a little creep wave. Shit out. Boom! You didn't have this shit before, let me tell you. Don't just farm on this hero. You had to like go do things. Well, now you can just farm. So I assume we're going to be maxing this out first because it is an AoE nuke and it's going to help you to increase your farm speed. And you're not just reliant on getting last hits and denies. So you can use this to nuke jungle camps. You're going to use it to push creep waves. And then you're probably also going to get Spirit Link to increase your movement speed of you and your bear, which is going to make running your opponents down easier. However, your bear is not getting attack speed outside of like the agility from leveling up. So you are gaining agility per level, which is good, but your bear is going to be vulnerable to minus armor sources for a while, most likely. Especially like ones that ignore agility, like Draw Ranger, the bear is going to have a trouble against that, but maybe it did already. I don't know if that counted for green armor or base armor. But it's gaining 4 damage per level, and I'm gaining 2.8 damage per level, so I mean, it's getting there. I don't know how much damage per level I was getting before, but getting slightly more magic resistance per level. Not much. The bear is not very smart. I don't know. It's not that different than regular lone druid. Getting HP. I got bonus attack damage. We're definitely attacking way less fast than before. It's going to feel a lot more intuitive, I think, to average players playing against it, that like you're going to be like, oh, this is how fast they're attacking. Because your attack speed is not leveling up very much. And frankly, even like Spirit Link is kind of a blah. Like, I wouldn't be surprised to see like 4-1-1 or something as a skill build. This gives you like enough control. So you can stagger these abilities. You basically have 2 stuns now, right? You have a 0.8 roar, and you have up to like a 2.4. So, and you can definitely chain these. 100%. Obviously, if somebody has boots, it's a little bit different, but like... So I accidentally selected all of them. Like, this shit's quite good. So this looks way better, like way more like ready for the realities of current Dota where everyone has abilities and shit that does stuff. So definitely a big change to the hero. I think this is great. This looks really good. Staggering those disables, having AoE farm capabilities that cost mana that you don't really have much mana to spend anyways. Your skill build's more flexible, but obviously you're going to put a lot into Entangle. You have 2 sets of talents. You don't have to get talents on your lone druid that affect just your bear. You're like choosing to increase your damage, or lower the bear cooldown, or get agility, and attack speed. This is other 15 talent. Savage Roar cooldown, of course. Savage Roar radius. Yeah, this looks way more fun. I'm definitely going to play a lone druid to give this a shot. Not really sure what items to buy yet. I might have to do a little theory crafting out to feel more confident about that, but You could probably do similar to the same builds. Obviously, attack speed's really important. I could 100% see Mask of Menace being good on the bear again, because you just want to up your attack speed so that you can get to 5 procs more rapidly. I think Echo Saber could be good. Echo plus Mask of Menace could be cool. Just chain and tangle people. But it's gonna require some disable. Some slow could be good. Blightstone maybe. Yeah, looks fun though. Curious what the win rate's gonna be after this. I assume it's gonna be good, but it's gonna take people microing well for it to work. To share experience with the bear, so slower leveling. I assume you level up the same rate. Probably tied to you. Is my guess. But good question. If they level separately, that's crazy. But the bear does sometimes level up more quickly than you, especially if you buy like an axe or something. Because then he's fighting separate from you. It's 30% win rate or something. In build Diffusal Rush, yeah, Diffusal was quite good. Diffusal might be weaker though because you don't have as much built-in attack speed. But certainly having the slow, it sounds good though because it's another slow. So between Diffusal and Roar and Entangle, you can like crazy disable people. You basically like approach with Diffusal Blade, use Entangle, root them, Roar, root them again. Like it should be a lot of attacks, most likely. Idea. Okay, Luna. Lunar Orbit. Collision damage is buffed early, formation time decreased, and rotation radius decreased a little bit, but the collision radius is up. So it's gonna look smaller, but it's still hitting the same radius, I guess. This is a sleeper good ability. Pro players I feel like don't appreciate it, but if you buy Shard and you get the facets, it actually turns Luna into like a damage monster, but a lot of pros are relying on the Ags build to try to make the hero good. I don't think the Ags build is good. I think the Ags build is like eating candy, which I love eating candy. By all means, love candy, but it is candy. You buy an Ags, you spend 4,000 gold, you're like, this is gonna be so fucking sick, and you're gonna use it to get like 4 really good kills. But then after those really good kills, your opponents eventually, those kills don't lead to you taking barracks. And then what ends up happening is you get some kills, you get some net worth, and then the game delays for 10 minutes, and then you're trying to like out DPS a guy, but you have a fucking Aghanim Scepter. And you start dropping the meteors on people, but then they just simply walk away or Force Staff or Glimmer Cape or have HP or have magic resistance, and then it doesn't feel good anymore. You have this 4,000 gold item that doesn't do shit! When you could instead just have damage, turn on your lunar orbit, and shred some motherfuckers. That's what is good on Luna, in my opinion. The Ags build is a bait. Pro players like it though, but it doesn't win very often. I swear to God, guys, lunar orbit with the shard. The shard increases your damage by 50% from the lunar orbit. People look at the skill and they're like, oh, this skill sucks ass. Well, if it gives you damage resistance and a ton of physical damage, you're playing against Timber Saws, it's good. I promise. Okay, anyways, Eclipse cooldown replaced. Thank God, get rid of that. They put at level 20, so to try to encourage pro players to stop getting Ags, they replaced it with Loosen Beam damage, which in some ways is better, actually. Maybe the Ags build is back on the menu, because if you can get 80 more damage by level 15 with your Eclipses, they're going to do even more damage than before. Maybe it's okay. Because instead of 300 a beam, you're doing almost 400. Yeah, 380 damage per beam now at 15. Could get more mini stone on this as well, but it's kind of blah. And then Loosen Beam damage at 20 is replaced with the cooldown. This looks better, genuinely. Like, at 15, the cooldown reduction is nice. But I would argue having more raw damage at 15 is just better. Because this is like an overall mean amount of damage at 15. Whereas, like, it's already good damage at 15, but you don't really need the cooldown that bad, I feel like. I'd rather just do, like, so much damage that you're for sure killing people. That looks better to me. And then by the time you're 20, you need to fight more often, get pickoffs more often, and you're actually active in a bigger way than a level 15, so I feel like the cooldown pays off here. This could save the build. Anyways, Lunar Blessing damage per level replaced was plus 30 Lunar Blessing damage. A lot easier. It's just people are like, oh, it's 30 damage, sick. It's nice. And it's also slightly more damage, right? Easier for people to read if they can't read. Alright, Lycan, summon wolves. Wolf damage decreased. from 23 to 53 to 22 to 52. Why are there so many numbers? 5. How do you do 6 wolves? What's happening here? 1 damage. Alpha wolves? I mean, did they level up 6 times though? Health bonus. I mean, Lycan is decently played right now, but they did nerf Helm of the Dominator. Played sometimes. And now they've nerfed the health bonus by a tiny bit. It's barely nerfed. We'll be fine. I mean, there's less jungle camps, I guess, so maybe he's gonna have a bad time, but base damage by 1. Reverse polarity, 5 seconds less. Diminishing return no longer has decreased number of +2 attribute bonuses. Okay. The one everybody gets right now, I think. The double shockwave. Marcy removed Fleeting Fury Facet. What is that? Oh, that was the punch one. Got rid of it. It's very good with Helm of the Dominator. Maybe they're trying to make her less of a Helm hero. I would say definitely weaker. I mean, you can still put this on your opponent, on your illusion or your summon. So when you put it on your summon, the ally also gains 75% of lifesteal attack damage bonus. Whenever the ally attacks or is attacked by an enemy, she counterattacks. So if you run in, like leap on your neutral onto an enemy and you use bodyguard on your neutral, every time your neutral attacks, Marcy attacks 1 extra time. So you can use it to increase your attack damage. It's just you're not getting this like extra free unleash from the leap like you were before. So that was kind of like your farm ability. At the very least, it'll allow her to be more of a dedicated hero. She could be more effective in her specific role that they want to buff or nerf her in. And this facet just caused too many problems. They realized like it was too much of an outlier. And if they want to change Marcy core, then it's just better to get rid of this. Mars God's Rebuke. Bonus damage versus heroes decreased by a little bit. Mars has been pretty good since TI even. Area blood cooldown reduction decreased from 20 to 16. Okay. Reduce the mana shield. No longer benefits from mana cost reduction effects. That would be Sanj Kaya. Would reduce it by 25%. It's really good. It's basically like take 25% less damage. 20 talent, Stone Gaze duration replaced with +1 Gorgon's Grasp Volley. Okay, so it's earlier, and then 25 talent, Stone Gaze duration. So, I mean, this is, if you want to play like utility Medusa, +1 Gorgon's Grasp Volley is pretty good because it makes it longer, makes it bigger. So you'd be better able to like disable your opponents, but I mean the only other buffs to that playstyle was like Meteor Hammer stun duration, so I doubt it's coming back. But I feel like a lot of Deuce's 20 talents are kind of blah, and this is just going to make it easier for her to like feel useful. The other one was what? Mystic Stank Bounces or Stone Gaze duration. Like people just get Stone Gaze duration, they'd be like, I guess I'm getting Stone Gaze duration. But now they can be like, okay, well at least like my grasp is more likely to catch more heroes, because it does do a decent amount of damage. It's like 300 physical. Okay. Fun to make shapes anyways. Meepo no longer has decreased number, okay, barely buffed. Mirana Starstruck second meter damage decreased from 100 to 70 to 100, so that's fair. It did double damage at level 1, which is quite good. At base, second meter damage increased from 60 to 70. So basically, if you don't get the Starstruck facet, you're not as punished. You could get leaps and bounds and not feel like, well, why would I get leaps and bounds if my second Starstorm does 60% when I can get Starstruck and it does 100? Well, now it's just going to do 70 instead of 70. But later as you level up, it's going to do more. So you also miss. So basically, all you're missing is the blind now. If you do double Starstruck, if you do the double Starstorm on a guy, they get 60% miss for 3 seconds. Leaps and bounds does not get that. On landing, leap roots targets and a 250 rate. Anybody get this? A single person in the planet get this facet.
Tonight,
I'm currently in Sweden right now.
leap forward. Prepare for battle. Forward, pet.
So, I mean, you could do this, I suppose.
Good idea.
Like, if someone's right-clicking you,
I'm under attack.
like, you could help ensure that you get, like, an arrow stun. Which makes your leap distance a bit better, too.
Good idea.
Because if you do get the leap distance at 10, like legit, what if you do some build like this?
Since you command it. Yes.
Like, it's probably fine, honestly. I've never thought to try this for some reason, but it's not bad, guys.
Perfect.
Like, I feel like people aren't gonna see that shit coming. Like, you just come up to a tree or some shit, you max this out.
Yes.
I don't know what the stun duration's gonna be like, but the leap duration's pretty good.
On the
Right? And you just
prowl.
do some shit like this.
Yes.
Boom, you hit him, you hit a little star storm afterwards. Like, obviously that's a level 1 hero, so it's gonna look better than normal, but like, it's still doing like 500, 800 damage. Like, maybe this facet's okay. Especially now that they've nerfed the other one that was just clearly better. Like, I understand, like, you can't pass up like doing 100% extra Starstorm meter damage. Your damage is too high, but like maybe there's something to be said about like if I'm a Mirana, if I pick Mirana and my ally doesn't have a stun, like maybe I should go the other facet. That way I can at least like do like an arrow into leap. You know? Does it stop TP? Probably does, yeah. Probably does. Blind level better one, level 1 trading for pots. Yes, obviously the evasion or the blind is good, right? But if it's just blind, maybe arrow leap's better, because then you could do like some better chance of stunning. Because then you can actually use your arrow, you know? You kind of want arrow in a lot of cases. And then you also have leap so you don't die, you know? Like, maybe you don't trade the best with your opponent, but you could always do arrow leap. And have your like carry move or something. Moonlight Shadow cooldown decreased. Moonlight Shadow cooldown replaced with Starstorm damage at 20. Wow, that's really early. A lot of extra damage. This would be obviously very good with Starstorm, with Starstruck, because it does slightly more damage. So you'd be doing like 1,000 magic damage with a double Starstorm at level 20. That's really good. I don't know if this makes like core Mirana viable. Maybe with the leap one, I could see that. I feel like if you're playing core Mirana and you went leaps and bounds, you'd be in a better place, legitimately. Because then you could like reliably stun. I feel like carries, like people that are trying to get kills, being able to like reliably stun someone is helpful because you can wield your high net worth in a way that is more likely to get kills. But if you're like a core Mirana and you're trying to like stun somebody, no one's ever gonna let you stun them. You know? But if you could do it with leap, land like a 1.5 second stun into leap with bonus attack speed and bonus movement speed, like maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's kill stuff, you know? Maybe you max leap first, get 100 attack speed. Is that crazy? Max leap with 2 points arrow. It'd be crazy not to get Starstorm though as a core to farm with it. But maybe you do like a leap 100 attack speed, like blow some guy up with a Deso or some shit. I don't know. That's probably bad. You need AoE. Max leap, diffusal, tons of damage. I don't know if diffusal is the ideal, but it kind of sounds good because you could diffusal arrow. Maybe that's the cast range is bad. There's something to be said there. I might play around with that facet a little bit. Monkey King base armor decreased by 1. Base attack time improved by a little bit. So less armor, but he attacks faster. His base attack speed decreased. No longer has a decreased number of +2s. Stun duration from falling off the tree decreased by 1 second, which is probably fair. 4 second is crazy. But I don't really see this hero get picked that often. It gets picked sometimes. Losing an armor is kind of a big deal, but they did buff Wraith Bands for attack speed, and BAT reduction is kind of crazy. Like a really low BAT. So this might give him like way better like I'm Monkey King, you're a melee hero situations, basically. So it might matter. Adaptive Strike stun is no longer exclusive to this facet. Okay. So you can do strength stuns on Edgy. Cast range is decreased. Stun target for 0.5 seconds and up to 2.4. Strength is higher than his. Muerte ink gain is up. The calling mana cost decreased from 140, so slightly less mana. Cast range is up a tiny bit. 150 health replaced with 20 attack speed. I mean, they're trying to make her a core again instead of just a support. Might get there. I don't know what her other one is.
You don't come for that.
Deadshot
comes
cast
for
range.
you.
Yeah, if you're being a right click Muerte, your talents look pretty nice though. Plus 2 seconds pierce the veil duration. Ups it up to 10 seconds. Gunslinger chance. Like, the talents are really good for right click margin. 20 attack speed, 55 gunslinger. Okay. Naga Siren base int decreased. Agility gain increased. Trying to make her more of a support or a core. Riptide damage increased by a tiny bit. Deluge cooldown is much worse early. Ensnare can no longer target invulnerable unless it's Song of the Siren, which is fine. Basically no difference. Max HP regen per second decrease. This is one of the problems that pros said about this hero is that like if you just Song in the middle of a fight, it heals your team a lot. And as a result of them being healed a lot, it's hard to win the fight afterwards if you just have more resources. So decreasing the max HP regen is helpful for that. Ag Shard max HP regen bonus also decreased by 1. So this is a drop of like 2%. Right? Because at level 5, or at level 18 before, you used to be getting 5, and now 2 plus 4, and now you're getting 3 plus 1. 4 plus 2 plus 1. Yeah, 4 instead of 6. So max level is 2% less total max HP regen. It's kind of a big deal. Or even early game, even if you're 18 without shard, you have like 2 points or something, it's still a lot less. Or if you have shard, it's 3 instead of 5. Like, it's a big deal. 3 instead of 4. So less HP regen. They're trying to inherently, I thought Naga might get reworked at some point because she's kind of just been a bad core for a long time. Occasionally you see somebody play it, but like it's just been a support for a long time, and it's been like first round pick for a long time too. So this will help ensure the hero gets picked less. Nature's Prophet agi gain decreased. Damage per level decreased by Nature's Prophet a little bit. Less farm speed, less right click, less carry potential. Bonus damage per tree decreased. Nature's Call mana cost decreased. Attack range up. Damage barely up. And movement speed a little bit up. So a little bit more split push, a little bit worse right click. Curse the Old Growth radius decreased as well. Necrophos, AoE per kill reduced. That's a nerf to Sadist. But HP regen per kill decreased. A nerf to Reaper Scythe. I mean, you can ulti the bear, but like, why are they hitting him so hard? Alright, you know what it is? Actually, I think Necrophos has like a high win rate in pubs, despite being a bad hero. He's like actually a bad hero is the problem. Against anybody remotely good, like Necro is really difficult to use, but against like average players, you can snowball on him a lot. That's a big deal. Number changes. This difference is not that big of a deal, but Death Pulse heal increased, Ghost Shroud slow decreased, or Supper regen reduction decreased. Just nerfs the hero. So I think it's safe to say this isn't going to change whether or not he gets used in pro games, because he straight up just got nerfs except for this. Am I missing other stuff? I mean, you can Yules ahead of time. They buffed Yules against Nullifier, but only if you use it ahead of time. But it is a buff. That's the biggest buff to him, was that Nullifier got nerfed, because it's by far the hardest counter. So if they jump you and you just Yules immediately before Nullifier comes out, you can buy yourself 2.5 seconds. But, which is good. But it's hard. It's hard to stay alive that long sometimes. We'll see how it affects things. Maybe it's just, they did nerf Nullifier in general. That was the main thing though, was that you can't use it on somebody that's already like Yules in air, but most of the time that's not a problem. You think because of the Veil build path, HP regen decreased because of the Veil build path and heart regen being improved? I don't think so. I think the Veil's about the same. The build path is easier, yes, but you don't really need that much HP regen on Necrophos. You kind of get that just by killing creeps. You don't usually buy regen items on them, so like building Veil is basically the same. I don't really think it's that different. But maybe I'm missing something else. What if Urn is good on this hero? Kind of redundant because it's like you want to kill a guy to have damage to kill a guy, which is kind of weird. But Wand buff, Wand got nerfed a little bit. Locket got buffed, but not really a Necro hero or a Necro item. It's probably Nullifier. Necro's in each and every one of your games in the one. Yeah, that makes sense because the hero's fun, right? You don't have to buy items to get mana and HP regen. You get really easy kills on enemy heroes when they make mistakes, which is common at low and more. Like every time I look at Necro in the pick stage with Dota Plus, it says that I have like green win rates against all heroes. So I'm like, okay, it says Necro's good, and I pick him and I still struggle because I don't like buying PKP. And then someone buys a nullifier and you're like, oh, my game's over. Okay, cool. That's what happens. Nice Darker Voidbringer, no decrease, +2 attribute. Heart of Darkness no longer reduces his health regen by 20% during the day. Good for him. Crippling Fear DPS increased from 20 to 40. It sucked ass. Terrible, one of the worst talents in the game, legitimately. It was like 20 more damage per second for like 7 seconds. Like, woo! Nyx, Mind Flare bonus damage decrease, so Dagon is hurt on this hero. Bummer for him. And then Spike Carapace stun duration is much better, so much better like 1-point wonder skill. Love this icon, it looks so good. Ogre Magi base damage increased. Bloodlust, cast range up. Can't Bloodlust people that are Yules. Can still target invulnerable buildings. Towers that aren't destroyed. Bloodlust attack speed talent is buffed. Basically unchanged. Omni base armor increased by 1. Repel cooldown decreased by a little bit, 5 seconds. It's significant down here. Memory purity no longer disabled by silence, so you just use it whenever. Cooldown decreased. I mean, this hero's still like kind of okay. Armor, 1 armor's a lot. You're playing with heals, but I really don't like his heal. It's really not fair. You like need the damage talent early, but then later in the game you kind of wish you had the heal talent. It's kind of what it feels like. But it's hard to pass up the damage talent, I feel. To like beat people up in the first couple levels to make this hero useful. Bummer that you have to choose between the both. If you get like good purifies, it's like a crazy amount of heal. Oracle Fortune's End can no longer target invulnerable units. Yep, just like Yules can't Yules people, or Fortune's End people out of Yules. Basic no longer has separate effects for allies and enemies. Always disarms the target and grants some magic resistance. Okay, good. Mana cost dropped, cooldown dropped by a lot. Interesting. I don't know why they put this back. It was kind of annoying. Made the hero like too easy to play, I feel like was part of it. Now you do have to consider that you're disarming your allies if you want to use it on them. Thank you for the sub. Okay, Pangolier removed double jump and Thunderbolt facets. Okay, Swashbuckle cooldown decreased. Now briefly slows enemy movement speed by 100% for 0.4 seconds. Usually what happens when I get stabbed with a sword is I stop moving. So 0.4 seconds means you're attacking 3 times. They're not separated very much, but it's a little bit of a slow, you know. Then shield crash cooldown is decreased a lot, especially later on. Mana cost is way less later on. Barrier changed for this much per hero hit to this higher if any enemy hero is hit. No enemy heroes hit barriers not provided. Okay, so you have to hit heroes for the barrier to work, which means barrier is not going to work on creeps. So barrier for jungling is going to be weaker. So that's actually kind of a big deal in terms of clearing camps. The hero still clears camps quickly, but because you have 2 AoE nukes that deal physical damage, but it's going to be worse for early game for sure. Barrier duration decreased from 10 to 6. Like basically with this hero, you just go to lane with like treads and null talisman and Labracer, and you just have like everything you need in a wand. Because you just get HP and HP regen and fight and damage and mana regen. It's like you just have everything. But if you have to go jungle with that, it's going to be more of a problem now. Damage decreased by a decent amount as well. No longer slows enemies, and the Ag Swashbuckle damage decreased from 100 to 75. So definitely nerfs to the hero. He's still popular sometimes, but it'll be interesting to see how this changes stuff. You're getting more barrier, less damage, no slow on shield crash. Only slow on Swashbuckle. So this is mostly important because when you're doing Rolling Thunder shield crashes, when you're Rolling Thundered and you shield crash into them, you're not going to slow them. So you're going to hit them with your Rolling Thunder, they're going to be unstunned, and they're not going to be slowed. So hitting multiple Rolling Thunders on one guy is going to be way harder now. You will have Diffusal Blade that you can use while you're Rolling Thundering to slow them, but the slow comes from Swashbuckle now, which means Ags is in some ways better, because now Ags, using Shield Crash is going to Swashbuckle stab them, which will slow them. So you're going to slow them now with Ags, not Shield Crash. So could definitely affect the hero's damage potential in team fights with Rolling Thunder. Duration rescaled. Longer decreases cooldown of shield crash. Takes 1 second to reach full roll speed. Okay, so it takes time to like accelerate. So your first roll is going to be a little bit rough. This could mostly matter if you're rolling from distance to initiate the fight. It also matters if you start in Rolling Thunder on top of somebody and then plan to hit a wall and come back. Sometimes it might be harder to get that second hit. Shield Crash Barrier per hero replaced with Shield Crash Barrier raw. And also you can't get multiple barriers. This is like your max barrier is 240. So Shield Crash is arguably better against a single lane, worse against double heroes. So maybe Pango side lane is going to be weaker. Plus 15 attack damage of Swashbuckle damage replaced with Swashbuckle cooldown. Shield Crash radiation damage replaced with Shield Crash cooldown. Swashbuckle cooldown replaced with 20% attack damage of Swashbuckle. So we'll see how this affects the hero. Feels like it's gonna have to be one of those play things. You're gonna have way less shield crashes during your ulti, less AoE damage. Kinda gonna have to buy Ags if you want to do good damage and slow during your ulti, but your ulti's still good. Like the hero's still good. It's just gonna feel it's gonna feel like you have less free stuff on Pango, but still useful. Phantom Assassin Blur, active movement speed increased from 3 to 12 to 6 to 15. Okay, so a little faster. Phantom Strike cooldown replaced with 2 charges. And 21 to 12 second base recharge restart. Okay. This is quite good. It's going to be way easier to be an assassin, which is supposed to be jump in, kill a guy, escape. So you can use these if you would like to. The downside is that it takes a long time for them to come back if you don't have a lot of levels in it, but being able to use 2 Phantom Strikes on 1 camp is also nice. You can probably clear stacks a little bit better. Camp to camp a little bit cleaner, most likely. Kind of like having 2 Midases. Like, you're more likely to have it up when you want to use it, basically. Okay, Phantom Lancer agility gain increased by a lot, but they removed Origins and Lancelot's facets. Lancelot was the one where your illusions would deal damage. Lance damage, depending on how many were alive. And Divergence was basically newbie Phantom Lancer, but gave you bigger percentage damage on your ulti, but it wasn't a lot, so it wasn't very good. Armaments is reworked. Unfortunately, I've been talking about this for a long time. Whenever an illusion of PL is created, it can't have less than 18% of his damage for 3 seconds. Damage increases by 2% with every 3 Phantom Lancer level ups. I'm sad that's changed, but well, nobody did it. Probably tried it and thought it was bad. Damage increases by 2% with every 3 Phantom. Oh, 10. Let's say you're level 30. We're talking about 20% more damage, so it's quite strong. So when you spawn illusions, they're way stronger at the very beginning, rather than like if 20 illusions that have been around for a while run at you, basically. So big deal for Ags. No longer provides bonus agility while active. Ooh, this could like really change his win rate. Cooldown rescaled. Lower cooldown. And then provides evasion while rushing. That's cool. I like that. No longer has a 2-second linger effect. Evasion bonus is lost once the target is reached or the rush is cancelled. So when does it provide the agility bonus? Oh, while you're rushing. So that means while you are rushing, it doesn't give you agility. Once you get to your target, it should still give you agility, if I'm not mistaken. There's no more agility. Oh, you're right. So it just sucks ass then. This is a big nerf. This is why he got agility gain here. Because, I don't know, that skill was like by far the best. Because it gave you like 40 agility or something. So you would basically use it to like repeatedly rush your target and do more damage. However, this is like one of those things where you're just gonna have to see how it feels or do the math on it. Because before you could basically pump up the agility of your illusions with Phantom Rush. By doing so, they did more damage. But now you don't have Phantom Rush agility gain, but you have this illusory armaments. When you spawn a new illusion, it can't do less than 18% of your damage. So your base damage is more important because it's going to result in them stealing more damage. So you just got to do the math. Like, does it do more damage? Is it better? I went through a lot without clicking back in. Yeah, oop, that was it.
We will do as needed.
Just gives you distance and it gives you evasion while you're charging, which basically is not that good. Very blah. Doesn't matter. The evasion is irrelevant. The agi gain is good, but definitely different. Oh yeah, what was I here to check? I was here to check the illusion damage. So the juxtaposed illusion damage is 15%. That means, let's say you are level 6. That means at level 6, your illusions that are instantly spawned are doing minimum 22% damage for 3 seconds. Your ulti normal is 15. So, is it worth it for you guys to lose 30 agility in exchange to do 4% more damage per illusion? The answer is a resounding no. It's not better. It's straight up worse. I just can't. I mean, I could be wrong here, but off the dome, this looks just garbage right off the bat. Because, yeah, you're gaining more agility over the course of the game, but we're talking like 12 agility when it matters. And you're losing this like 40 agility in early stages, which is, or not 40, but it's like, it was like 24 by level 4. You're getting like 24 agility on your hero. Your hero's hitting for 24 more damage and 24 more attack speed. And your illusions are hitting for like 24 more agility reduced by 15%, which is like 3 some damage, 3 point something damage. So your illusions are hitting for like 3 more damage, and you were hitting for like 20 more damage. So like it just has to be worse. The upside, here's the upside. The upside is you don't have to max Phantom Rush before. Before, to do that, you had to get 4 points in Phantom Rush. You don't have to do that anymore. You could get points in Doppelgang. You could get points in Spirit Lance. People are even talking in the green room the other day about just getting Doppelganger level 1 and using it and fighting your opponents. Because it's too much damage. Your hero does 100%. One of your illusions does 20%. And if they attack the wrong PL illusion or use a spell in the wrong PL illusion, you are winning a big trade. So some people are doing this. They're using Doppelgang and fighting, which is smart. You don't really need the skill to level up much. Like, you should probably level it up, get like at least 1. But the 4th point, I probably max this much later. The evasion looks mostly useless to me. And instead you can max Spirit Lance or something. Anyways, let's go. Ags is good still. You're going to be spawning fresh illusions that do big percentage damage. So Ags is probably the way. Anyways, Phantom Rush Agility replaced with plus 3% illusion trigger chance. Spirit Lance cooldown replaced with Doppelganger cast range. That's your second skill. Phantom Rush bonus ability duration. They're just trying to rework them a little bit. Replaced with 50% illusion Spirit Lance damage. Spirit Lance is fired from illusions, deal 50% of the regular damage, which is then further reduced by the illusion's outgoing damage multiplier. Okay, so it is way less damage, but it's going to do damage. You're basically taking like a 300 damage nuke, cutting it in half. It's like 175, 150, and then that's going to be 15% or something. 15 to like 30%, somewhere in there. So each one is going to be doing like 15 to 30 damage, something like that. Yeah, something like that. 15 to 30 damage per illusion that exists. Could be okay. Juxtaposed damage, which would have been really great here, replaced with minus 70% juxtaposed illusion damage taken, so it makes your illusions stay alive better. They're trying to make him more of like an illusion hero in a way. And then Spirit Lance illusion damage replaced with plus 100 Spirit Lance damage, which would be really good with this one, of course. Just straight up better. And illusory armaments damage replaced with plus 2 seconds illusory armaments duration. Should make your illusions do more damage for longer in fight. So this hero, they're trying to make this hero like, in the past patch, they're like, hey, you can buy green items on Phantom Lancer. That's gone now. Now it is, you are an illusion hero. And your illusions don't get diffusal, by the way. So you don't have to buy Diffusal Blade if you don't want to. It's not particularly good on this hero anymore. There's going to be other items you buy. But the downside is that Diffusal is one of the agility items, you know? So that feels a little bit weird. But maybe you just rush Manta now or something. Just rush Manta on PL. Push side lanes with this. go Shard, Shard Manta. You don't go Deso because you need agility based items like 100% again. So it's probably like Manta Ags or something. Q spam dead now? No. It's not going to be good in lane, but the good thing about Q spam is that you can justifiably max out Q. Like you're not going to gimp yourself by maxing out Spirit Lance in lane. So in some ways you can Q spam. You can 100% Q spam. And your illusions are going to guarantee do like 20% damage. So I would argue Q spam in some ways is better. Like you're not going to be able to go fight heroes, but in some ways they changed the hero. It feels bad because they're changing the hero, right? Like change sucks. It doesn't feel good. But if you max out Spirit Lance, your Lance is going to be more leveled. It's going to increase your farm speed. The illusions that you spawn from Spirit Lance are going to do guaranteed damage for 3 seconds, and they only last for like up to 8 seconds anyways. So like the first 3 seconds, these things are going to be chunking because they're going to be dealing 20% of your damage. So the illusions you spawn from Spirit Lance are going to do damage. So I bet you can just get a little mana regen on this hero, and you can just spam Spirit Lance. And that's like the new build. You max Spirit Lance, you get Doppelganger, you get 1 Phantom Rush in case you need to gap close, and then you spawn illusions and run them at your opponents and like Spirit Lance spam. That's probably what you do. So it's going to be fine. Just max out Spirit Lance. Don't max out Phantom Rush. If you guys max out Phantom Rush, you're going to have a really bad time. You're not going to farm fast, and you're not going to do damage. The only good thing about it is that the cooldown lowers and the charge distance goes up. The evasion is irrelevant. How often do you attack a PL that's sprinting past you? The only time you ever do that is when it's like the hero you know, but you're just going to cast a spell on it. Stun, silence, whatever. So the evasion is useless, I think. Basically useless. The only time it's ever good is if you have like a Sven jump in and is like, oh, these PLs are running past me. He starts hitting them. If he misses them, that's good, you know, but there's not going to be, I mean, the cooldown's really low, so you're going to charge often. This skill's going to be really good late in the game when you're stronger than your opponents, but you got to get there. And the way you're going to do it is maxing Spirit Lance. It's just different now. That's all. Phoenix, health cost per second decreased for Sunray, base damage per second rescaled. Max damage rescaled. Okay, so a little bit less damage later, but you take less damage per second. Base damage is less, so Sunray is just weaker. And then level 15 talent health regen increased. Wow, 25 per second at 15. That's very good. And then Icarus dive cast range replaced with 70% Icarus dive cast range and damage, which is woo. So it is basically, it's fine. Like it's basically the same talent, but your dive does 70% more damage. Your dive, I think, only does like 280 damage, so it's like, it's really not a big deal, but it's fine. Pulverize AoE bonus slam decreased from 25 to 20, so a little nerf to this hero. Fun facet for sure. Puckish no longer applies when just joining attacks from buildings. Alright, that's very fair. This is one of the things that pucks would do to abuse. They would walk into tower range, they would let it attack, and right before the first attack hit, the second one would be thrown. They would use phase shift, and they would get 2 disjoints, which would give them a huge amount of health, and they could do this occasionally to slowly sustain in lane. So that's been nerfed, so you can't abuse that as much. Level 20 talent Winnie Rift cooldown reduced a little bit, so puck gets picked sometimes. But there's definitely been some complaints about how the hero lands, for sure. Pugna facets. Oh, I love Pugna. Siphoning Ward, Nether Ward, damage to heal decrease, damage to mana decrease. I don't mind. This talent is for supports. I like playing Pugna mid. Is it good? No. Is it slightly good? Yes. And they buffed Phylactery, and they buffed Conda. So I'm definitely gonna play Pugna. Talent health decreased by 50. This one was very good for sure. The other 15 talent is the big movement speed on decrep. I really like that one, but almost always the health talent is too good to pass up. But if you are playing a mobile mid hero, the extra movement speed can be really nice. Talent life drain heal decreased from 20 to 15 at the 20 talent. That's fine. And Nether Blast damage increased even more, which is generally the one I get. The other talent is the Nether Ward damage per cast, so it makes Nether Ward really good. But, I mean, your Nether Blast damage being 500 is crazy high, too. So, buffs to Pugna mid. I'm into it. Queen of Pain, Bondage, returning spell damage decreased by a little bit. This is important because if you get Blade Mail on this hero, the damage that you're reflecting with blade mail, you spell lifesteal on that. So arguably you're taking like, you're basically lifestealing 4% less of that damage. So it's a kind of like a damage and vulnerability thing. Blade mail is very good on Quap with this facet. Razor Thunderhead, Eye of the Storm, Storm Surge, cooldown reduction decrease from 2.5 to 2. So you could get a lot of Storm Surge zaps during this ulti. They're going to reduce the cooldown at all levels. Chance to strike is up a little bit. Really not much of a change here for Razor. He definitely likes being attacked though. Or if spells are cast on him. But I don't know. This hero's kind of blah right now. They've had to nerf his stats a lot. I feel like he's just kind of like, I feel like people just get away from him. It's kind of annoying. I haven't played with Shard that much though, but it does feel like a lot of heroes have solutions against you. Ricky removed his facets. Backstab no longer levels of Cloak and Dagger. Agi multiplier rescaled per level up. So it's a little bit better early. And every, we'll say 6 levels. Well, what is this? This would be at level, oh yeah, this is at level 6. So at level 6, it's the same. It's probably about the same at most levels, but it gets a little bit better. Now works on allied units at 25, so the best, which does make sense. You should be able to backstab your teammates. This is actually a really big deal because this is denies. So if you are denying allies that are like daggered or whatever, like sure it's going to be better, but this is really good for denying because you're getting 25% of that damage to make it easier to deny. So there's a chance that we see Ricky as like a really effective core as a result, because not only can you kill your opponents sometimes, you can also deny your creeps with really good effectiveness. So he might be a really strong laner. He has good regen, I think, but he's definitely kind of burstable. Damage is now done as separate damage, instance of damage, instead of part of the attack damage. Okay, interesting. So this really matters against heroes like TA, who have shields. It would be effective against like Ogre's Fire Shield. Anything else? Seems fine. So it worked on denies before. At some point it did, I think. It's all being written as per level up because they're, as somebody told me before, they're just changing it to be, they're just trying to keep the wording consistent basically. They're just changing it for everything because it was probably slightly confusing. Does it mean it pierces evasion? I don't think so. But maybe. I assume no though. 2 blank strike charges with 25, 21, 17, 13 base restore time replaced with 13, 10, 7, 4 second cooldown. So similar to PA. Actually, it's the opposite. He's losing his 2 charges, and he's just got 1 cooldown. Force on support. Magic damage replaced with bonus physical damage on attack. Which in some ways is better. 60 bonus physical. If you have like minus armor, you're not going to buy Deathfall on this hero though. But yeah, they're trying to make him more of a core. The hero's been kind of bad for a while. Sometimes you see people play it, but I saw somebody play it the other day and they went Gleipnir in this tournament. It was kind of cool. The smoke cloud was gigantic. Tricks of the trade, mana cost rescaled. 65 is more base, better later. Cooldown's the same later. Radius is smaller. 40% attack damage replaced with flat damage. You get bonus damage. Still applies bonus damage from backstab, but as a separate instant of damage now. No longer provides bonus agility. Now attacks 2 random targets by default. Acceptor slightly reworked. No longer increases the number of targets attacked. Now also allows to hide within allied creeps. Now increases ability duration by 1 second and attack count by 2, but only when Ricky hides within an ally. No longer increase attack count on non-ally casts. Okay, provides 50% bonus movement speed to the ally where Ricky's hiding. Okay, so they're trying to encourage this as a play with your ally type thing. The Ags before was strong because it just like doubled your attack targets, so you basically could clear like whole creep waves, jungle camps, etc. with tricks of the trade with bonus agility gain. You're gonna probably, I don't know, we'd have to check the numbers, but you probably do way less damage to when attacking things from behind. But maybe not. This is probably what compensates for it. It used to give you less attack damage, but you got an agility bonus. Now you have the same damage. It says flat. Does that mean like it doesn't scale with what your damage is, maybe? So it's like if you got 4 points of this level 4, it does 90 damage no matter what your damage is. And then on top of that, you get bonus damage from backstab based on your agility. So maybe as a support, it would be better to level the skill up than it was before, because you're guaranteed 90 damage per attack. And if you get Ags, then you can jump in an ally to get the movement speed, increases the duration by 1 second, attack count by 2, but only when he's within an ally. So you can use it to like zip around a little bit, be more evasive. I don't necessarily think this means you're buying Battle Fury, to be honest. I mean, certainly you're getting like more damage. We should just check. Grants experience when getting a hero kill and 101 get an assist, so that's just built into Cloak and Dagger's facets there. I imagine maybe Tricks of the Trade and Cloak and Dagger are basically the same as the other facets. Agility replaced with base damage added to Tricks of the Trade. Yeah, it looks like you just don't get your damage in Tricks of the Trade at all. It's basically just, you just get backstab damage and flat damage, whereas this would add 15%. Blink replenish time replaced with -1 second on the cooldown. Because the cooldown's low, it's like 4 seconds, it's really low. So like, if you are one-on-one with a Ricky, you're not getting away from him, and he's going to be hitting your back every like 3 seconds. Or 4 seconds. So this is very good in one-on-ones. Like, before it'd be like you blink strike twice and you hit him in the face until like the fight's over. Now you're like blinking a lot. You got a lot more blinks now. Then Tricks of the Trade basic dispel replaced with +100, 500 blink strike has strength. Yeah, that's quick. Yeah, that's stuff. Let's go look at Ricky quick.
With this power,
Cutthroat.
You didn't see that coming. At your service.
Okay, enemy should be. Yeah, it's 2 sources of damage. There's that 23, which is like his armor reduction.
prepare for battle.
See no evil.
And if I do this, it should be the same. Yep.
Oh, look at
So,
me.
in some ways, Battle Fury is worse on this hero than it was. It's worse on this hero than it was before, because the damage increases that you're getting isn't being increased. You might get some cleave or something.
Since you put it like that.
It looks like the cleave is happening,
At your
but like your raw
service.
damage is not increased by the raw damage you buy. So a Battle Fury Ags build is definitely not good, because if Rapier doesn't work, like it's a bad sign, you know? But if you do level this up, and you do like, you have to increase your agility. You have to increase your agility on this hero now. Diffusal Blade is still really good on this hero. This has always been a classic Ricky item. Gives you 15 agility. The agility is going to increase your backstab damage. So if I have 15 agility, 0.6 of that is being dealt as damage. So this is really like, this is like still like a 70 damage item on Ricky. Still good. And like buying agility items is going to give you like crazy damage output in comparison. See, like you're still getting good damage from agility as the game continues.
Like a whisper.
And leveling these up is not going to do that much, actually. You're only getting 20 damage per level, per attack. Kind of ass. So realistically, I mean, the cooldown being lower is good, but like, man, this cooldown being really low seems amazing.
Yes.
4 seconds. And then 1 second away for you can blink again. So I feel like this is what it's going to be. Blink Strike level 4 to increase your bonus damage as much as possible.
Or as you bid.
Oh, you do an attack right away? Oh, that's why it's so good.
You shall I kill.
Is it always like this? I think it used to do magic damage when you blinked in, but did it always attack instantly? Or could you cancel it? I think you could cancel it before. Bonus magic damage replaced with physical damage on attack. So I think it just did magic damage when you'd blink in before. Now it's dealing an attack with 60 physical. So I think you max Blink Strike for sure. And then you just spam Blink Strike on your opponents to get like these extra hits in. And then you maybe Tricks of the Trade disengage. It's definitely a lot easier to read. all this like damage lowered, agility up type shit is just kind of overwhelming, I think, for a lot of players, and just pumping the fastest into skills, I think is so. Yeah, probably max blink strike, 1 tricks of the trade, max tricks of the trade second probably to lower the cooldown, and then you use it to fight. You could probably go like Diffusal, Ags, Sanjiasha, or Manta, all probably fine. Ringmaster, still decent. Mana cost decrease for Wheel of Wonder. He's not like super good, but he's fine. Good players will use this ulti very well. Bad players will whiff it and they will feel like Ringmaster's not very good, which is true. You gotta land that ulti for it to feel good. This guy's evil as fuck, by the way. Rubik, base damage increased by 1. Telekinesis, the land sub ability no longer cancels channeling or interrupts movement. That means if you telekinesis and then Meteor Hammer, you can actually move them with the telekinesis while you're channeling your Meteor Hammer. Big buff. Guarantee Merlini sent a message to Valve and said, hey man, this annoys me. I love using telekinesis Meteor Hammer. By golly, Valve let him do it. So I'm sure he's very happy to read this right now. Okay. Level 15 talent, telekinesis lift and stun duration replaced with 20% fade bolt damage reduction. This is pretty useful actually. Definitely a good build. Against certain heroes, I think it's a little undervalued. Some heroes it really breaks their damage output. Burst strike cooldown reduction talent buffed a little bit. Epicenter pulses decreased by 2. I think it's not a big deal. It's fine. Fade bolt still steal the damage? No, that's been gone for a long time, I think. Shadow Demon Disruption, bonus base damage decrease. This hero is really strong right now, very popular. Demonic Purge can no longer target invulnerable units. That would be Yule Scepters, things like that. Demonic Cleanse, same thing. People are Yules, you can't cast it. Shadow Demon Agi gain bonus increased. Souls on hero kills increased by 1. Shaman Massive Serpent Ward. Health and Bounty multiplier decreased from 10 to 9. That's fine, it's still good. Still does a lot of damage. Oh, the bounty goes down, but it's easier to kill. That's fine. That's fine. I don't think there's a big difference between two. This is just a buff to Shadow Shaman in my mind. If they're going to get 18 hits, they're going to get 20 hits, you know? And I'd rather they get less gold as a result. I didn't know they got 200, 310 experience, though. Quite good. It's really good experience. Bounty decreased from 220 to 300 to 198 to 270. Damn, good to have that reroll dice against this. That's a big range. Like 30 gold if you kill a massive serpent ward with that neutral item. Shackle total damage heal is buffed, much better at level 1. Mass serpent ward cooldown slightly reduced. Silencer, synaptic split no longer has decreased. I still gotta play a game with this. I've just been scared. I kind of forgot about it. I just thought about it today when the patch came out. I was like, oh, I never bothered to play that one facet on Silencer. Silencer carry, guys. It's got to be the Silencer 3, maybe. Arcane Curse, Silence multiplier decrease. This needed to happen because it just made the hero too good. It's like you couldn't pass up leveling Arcane Curse and Silence because the damage is way too high. Like, so it doing 25% less damage when they're silenced is just gonna make the hero more multidimensional, which is good, and that's gonna allow them to buff other skills that make him multidimensional. Glaives of Wisdom insteel duration, insteel increased. So it's 2 at level 1, which is a big deal, and the duration is rescaled. So it doesn't last as long, but for small trades, it's way better. So rather than it before being like, holy shit, if you fight with Glaives of Wisdom for 20 seconds, you kill everybody, it's now like, oh, if you throw 4 glaives at a guy, you're doing more damage. And that's probably for the best. If you do level it up to level 2, it's just way better. But 1 skill point is going to feel way less bad to just grab. Especially if you're fighting an int hero and you're decreasing their damage by 2 every time you hit them with a glaive. This is actually going to be viable. So I'm into this. Level 10 talent, Arcane Curse penalty multiplier decrease. So also nerfed. Again, Arcane Curse was just like the only way to play the hero that was viable. I'm not saying this is good, but I might try it. Might be fun. Sky Mage, popular. Not super good, but good. Reasonable. A good hero against Jakiro too to beat him in lane. Talent Ancient Steel cooldown reduction decreased. Concussive shot slow decreased or increased. No one gets this slow. The other one's like the silence cooldown by like 7 reduction. It's like, why would you ever get a 20% slow increase with instead of like removing your silence cooldown by half? Like it's crazy. Slardar is very good right now. very popular. I've seen a lot of games crushed, no pun intended, by Slardar, who like owns games. Puddle radius increased, which is surprising. Ag Scepter crush puddle radius increased. Bash to the deep duration reduced, and the damage is worse. Most people just get one skill point here, so they're trying to punish that skill build. Then Seaborn Sentinel bonus damage increase. They buffed Slardar? Huh? No one said in an interview, I think this hero is OP, is what he said. And they buffed him? What's going on? I'm surprised. It's been used a lot. It's not every game, but a lot of people are like fitting a Slardar into their draft because they have like a gyro doing flak damage, or they have like another a gyro or like a physical carry doing a lot of physical damage. I'm very surprised to see this. Slark, remove his facets, remove Barracuda innate, moved in the ultimate, so you don't get that from level 1. Essence is innate, passive improves the Slark's level, lasts for 15 seconds plus 2.5 each time he levels up. So he's got Essence Shift always level 1, which is very good for him. He always gets Essence Shift stacks when leashing an enemy hero. New ability, Saltwater Shiv. Passive, auto cast attack modifier. Slices the target with a Salty Shiv, stealing 3 movement speed, 3 health regen, and health restoration from them with each attack. Subsequent use of it refreshes the duration of all Shiv stacks. Okay, so it's like if you keep hitting them, it stays longer. Steal duration is 6 to 12 if you keep fighting. Mana cost is 20. I see, the cooldown is 10 to 4 seconds. So if you slap somebody early, the duration's only for 6 seconds. It is a lot of regen though, so it's like 6 times 3, it's 18 HP. You're stealing 18 HP from them, giving it to yourself, and movement speed and health restoration. Kind of a big deal. Costs you 20 mana though, so I guess you're spending 20 mana to get like 18 HP. And you can probably hit creeps with this, I assume. Cooldown goes down to 4 seconds. You'd be stealing 3 HP for 12 seconds. Yeah, I mean, see how it feels. It's not breakable, disabled by silence, has no stack limit, ignores attack backswing. I don't know why it says this. Enemies with health restoration below 100% will not lose health from health restoration sources. Okay. If you like really wail on something, I mean, this is going to be great against a hero like Timbersaw. If you're wailing on him, lowering his health restoration, but it's still a 4-second cooldown, but he just has extra stuff now. You have Essence Shift for free. You don't have to level it up. If you have 10 levels, we're talking about like a level 2 Essence Shift. It's going to be harder to get a bunch of Essence Shift kills and then like go kill buildings, but like you're getting Essence Shift stacks automatically with Pounce now. You basically have 2 facets. Well, passively grants movement speed and health regen 1 unseen. You don't have bonus movement speed or regen outside of before 6, which is a negative for the hero. You do have it from Saltwater Shiv. You can't use Shadow Dance to deward until you're 6, so support Slark is in a worse place. 3-6, but Slark Core is certainly going to be more viable here. And I think if I'm playing support Slark, I mean it's fine. You can still like steal HP from people. It's going to cost you some mana. Depth Shroud duration decrease. Oof. Down to 2 seconds. Pretty fair though. This skill's incredible. 2 seconds, you can't attack my teammate. Like, thing's crazy. Crazy stuff. Dark Pack cooldown reduction increased even higher, so you could Dark Pack more often. Barracuda regen replaced with Shadow Dance regen. That's the ulti, of course. And it's a raw number, it's not a percentage. And Shadow Dance duration increased even more. So, I don't know, looks better. Again, the problem with Slark is that you need regen in lane because opponents will spam you out. So if you can just occasionally attack and heal yourself for 18 HP, it's not bad. At level 4, it's 36. You get 36 HP, if not more, because you're getting 6% health restoration from them. So it's a big swing between Essence Shift stealing their stats temporarily and this stealing some of their regen and giving it to you. It's potentially very good. We'll have to see how it feels though. I think it works on creeps probably, but it says target, doesn't say heroes, so you can probably use it on creeps. Slap a creep, gain 36 HP. Or 18. 18 level 1. But definitely more mana usages on this hero now. You have 3 ways to spend mana. That's gonna hurt you a bit. So you might need to buy a mana regen item for sure on this hero now. So. No item slaps on this hero though? Silver Edge. Ganking from Invis. Hit him with the Saltwater Shiv. Into the Essence Shift. You're stealing everything. Alright, Snapfire, Buckshot. Now only affects only attacks made on enemy heroes. This is the one that would sometimes do less damage. Attacks on non-heroes can still ricochet on miss, but they won't have extra damage or glance chance. So that means if there's a miss, it can ricochet. Like if you're attacking uphill, but they won't be reduced. So it basically makes Snapfire a more viable core, because before there was a chance you did less damage with your attack, which made it kind of annoying to player as a core a little bit, because you could just miss last hits. Fire Snap Cookie mana cost increased. Ag Shard, Mortimer Kiss damage decreased from 50% to 40%. Yeah, it was quite good. The shard is really good. Little Shredder base damage is less. Sniper can only assassinate. Invulnerable attack damage increased from 100 to up to 120. Trying to encourage people to actually cast this ability in the late game, but most of the time it's not worth channeling. On Sniper, attacking is just going to be better. If you buy Ags though, it buffs Ags, so it's fine. Spectre, now an agility hero. Well, that's good to see. Base damage increased by 2, base attributes unchanged, damage unchanged, attributes unchanged. Damage gain per level decreased by a lot, but you can buy agility items and not be sad about it. Damage at level 30 decreased by 27, base attack time worsened, base attack speed increased. So they gave her more base attack speed by a lot, 20 more attack speed, but less damage. Removed her facets, removed her spectral innate ability. Desolator is now innate. Passive improves with her level. 25 plus 2 every time she levels up, so that's cool. By level 6, we're talking about 37 damage. So you don't have to skill this now, which is nice. Just built in. It's free ability, basically. Which helps make up for the fact that she has less agility or damage gain. She just gets this for free. This is going to be a basic ability now. Let's continue reading though. Spectral Dagger mana cost decreased. Spectral Illusions now also benefit from the Shadow Path. That's really good actually. Because, well, Spectral would make you unphasable, so your illusions could stack up infinitely small, kind of like Mutalisks or something. Shadow Step basic ability thrusts an uncontrollable illusion, which follows the target and attacks it for a percentage of her damage. Follows the target and attacks it for 20 to 50. The illusion exists for 3.5 to 5 seconds, takes 200% damage, cast range is huge. Mana cost, not that bad. Cooldown on cast illusion moves at the speed of 900, then has 135 or move speed after reaching the target. Kind of like a Spearbreaker charge into illusion. The reality sub ability may be used to teleport to illusion, destroying it. Okay. Dispersion min radius increase, so it does a little bit more damage reflect. Reality can no longer be cast to no effect. This sinks down between cast on Shadow Step and Haunt illusions. Mana cost decreased from 40 to 25. 0.2 travel time to reach the target instead of nothing. The illusion and Spectre are invulnerable during this time, now disabled by roots, so it'll be easier to tell when she jumps to you. Disabled by roots, now always destroys the target illusion. Okay. So if you jump to the illusion, it's dead. You can't just go back and forth, it looks like. Which is probably for the best. Spectre's ultimate ability. Mana cost rescaled. Cheaper. Less duration. Cooldown is back up again, because it's going to be hitting everybody. Haunt outgoing damage decreased by a lot. Each illusion now spawns from the direction closest to Spectre. Okay, so rather than it being like behind you always, it's like you'll be able to know approximately where Spectre is on the map based on where the illusion spawns. You upgrade it with Ags, cooldown reduced by 20 when it's used on Haunt Illusion for the first time per Haunt cast. Enemies are feared away from Spectre for 1.5 with a reduced movement speed and an AoE. Okay, so you could use it as like a teamfight disruption. That's cool. Anybody else feeling it in their throat since they've been talking for 5 hours? Anyone else? Just me? Just me? I got confused on the YouTube viewers before. That's views, not viewers. I was way off. It's not 6,000. That would have been crazy. It's still good though. 700. I overestimated by 10. Wave clear is insane. Are you talking about Spectre? Ephemeral. Okay, dagger is the same. Shadow step. Okay. So it'll be more obvious when the real Spectre comes in, which is good. That was like too obnoxious. Just a relic of the past, basically.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
41 bonus damage. Okay. I'm into this, looks kind of fun. However, you're going to have a lot of mana cost issues. I mean, just outgoing illusion damage. You're basically just buying like Wraith Bands, I guess. You're just going to be doing like this. This is a Diffusal hero, I think. I feel like Diffusal is going to be too good. The extra slow is nice.
Silent
I don't know, maybe it's unnecessary, because if they have like reasonable movement speed or something, maybe they just don't die. Buy some Wraith Bands.
Yes.
I'm gonna do some like shit like this where really did not get slowed very much, huh?
I sprint.
I mean, it's basically, you're just gonna want attack speed, realistically. Because you're getting damage from Desolate. You're gonna want agility because it makes your illusions hit harder. This isn't that expensive mana-wise, but like, you're gonna have way more mana costs than before. Like, you almost need to buy a mana regen item now on this hero. I think you have to buy something. You go Diffusal Blade, it's like cool in theory, but the slow is a little redundant. You already have a decent slow from Spectral Dagger. This does not slow. And if you don't slow them, they're just gonna get to their allies, and if they get to their allies, they're gonna take less damage. I'm doing 41 physical right now. I mean, it's a lot of physical damage, or it's a lot of pure damage and physical damage. Like, it's got to be agility. I feel like it's like literally Wraith Bands.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Like, you could hypothetically buy like an Orchid, but attack speed, silence.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I just worry it's not enough disable when like very clearly.
Your
I don't know.
middle
I feel like
tower
you're gonna
has
need.
fallen.
I think it's back to like agility items or something. Butterflies, things like that. Not quite sure though. Need Orchid for mana and attack speed. I mean, that is true. The mana aspect of it will be good. The HP regen's not bad. But before Diffusal, I'm not sure. Let's see it. I mean, it's potentially good, but I like being able to like send these out in team fights. Like, you're basically gonna be like, oh, there's a support by himself, and you just do this, and he's gonna have to like deal with this shit because this thing is gonna kill him otherwise. You know, that aspect of this hero I like now. That's cool. And make it way easier to do like poke fights on this hero instead of like starting fights by just being like, well, this is all I have. I'm waiting so I can like ulti jump. I think it's gonna make the hero a lot more interesting, personally. So I'm into this. Alright, Spirit Breaker, Charge of Darkness, stun duration increased. Up to 2.2 seconds. Ag Shard bonus speed decreased. Bulldozer barrier decreased. Fine. The hero's got a decent win rate in pubs right now. A little buff here is fine. Storm Spirit, charge loss on death decreased by 2. A little easier to build those up. Attack speed slow increased from 80 to 90. Okay, it's fine. Almost nothing. I mean, it's gonna be easier to like recover from losing games, but you'll still have a lot of mana regen no matter what. Maybe less punishing to die. Sven Egg Scepter, this is the untargetable thing. Egg Scepter will increase projectile speed by a little bit and bonus cast range bonus. So the Scepter cast range bonus changed. So it's not as far. Leave damage reduced a little bit at all levels. Warcry cooldown is a little bit less. Alright, techies, give me these techies buffs, dude. This hero sucks ass. Bad hero. Base agility increased by 2. Damage at level 1 increased by 1. And that's it. Level 20 talent is basically the same. I mean, they buffed the one magic damage item. What's it called? They buffed Syrian Signet, which is good. But, I mean, I feel like that's it. They're just not good. There's one game that I saw that 9 class played techies and he went the techies attack range. He went squeeze scope.
I am Squee.
I'm spleen.
But he only did that because he was against a Juggernaut, I think. See how much attack range he gets. He's like, I'm gonna hit this healing ward, and I think he was being a little
They
bit.
call me spleen.
So he got. I have 100 extra attack range level 1. It's probably why he did this.
Prepare for battle.
Giving me like 5 attack range per Ironwood branch I get. But yeah, 100 attack range is
Let's go.
that's it. Yeah, he was like, I want 100 extra attack range so I can kill. And the range feels nice, I'm gonna be honest. Maybe this is truly the best facet all along. Because you can harass easier. I don't know, man.
Let's go.
How much attack range you get from this? Attack range 122.
Huh?
What?
Yeah, because you get attack range based on attack speed. So Wraithbane gives him 11 attack range. I mean, this doesn't look terrible, I'm going to be honest. I think I've been underselling this facet a little bit. The 100 attack range is a really big deal. With that said, it's not very synergistic with the rest of his build, and it might be kind of like Omni Knight, where this shit only kind of like makes his early game feel better. Because you ping kind of bad, but like you have a lot of attributes like this, it feels kind of okay. There's still like a lot of items just to get 58 damage, but plus 160 sticky bomb damage. Latch and explosion rate. Okay, so you can actually do more damage with sticky bomb at 20. Like this is fine, but I don't know. I expected more from techies. TA meld armor reduction decreased, nerfed damage decreased, nerfed. Psionic trap damage rescaled. Okay, less damage at basically all levels. Lower chance to push creep waves, less damage against heroes, sonic projection damage increased. I haven't seen anybody use this lately. Meld debuff duration decreased. Sonic slow, just mix of nerfs and buffs. They're making meld worse though. Minus armor is going to make our early laning stage weaker for sure. Terrorblade's kind of popular right now. It's getting picked sometimes. Illusions that are outside the radius no longer have a damage penalty. Okay, damage increase for illusions within radius are increased by a lot from 25 to 60. This instantly make like Terrorblade way better. 25% to 60%. It's crazy. Reflection damage decrease, so this skill's worse. Oh, I see, and they reduced the damage here. So they changed it so that you don't have to deal with this shit. And then they just said, well, hey, when you're close, you do a lot of damage. When you're far away, you do this. So they just adjusted the numbers. This is very important when we're talking about this. Thankfully, I read on this time. 30 to 60 to 20 to 35. Okay. That looks fine. That looks fine. Tied under. Gush damage is better later, worse early, makes eggs a little better. Arguably, Anchor Smash bonus damage is slightly buffed. Gush slow increased again. I just always feel so bad. Okay, thank God. They had to get rid of this 40 Anchor Smash damage talent, because you just have to take it. You're like, well, I want 40 more damage on Anchor Smash. That's going to increase my farm speed. So they just put it into Anchor Smash here. So it just does more damage no matter what. It's a little bit less once you get 10. But pre-10 it's better, and post-10 in some ways it makes the drama less. I always wanted to get Gush though in case I wanted to buy Ags, but like you can't get it over 40 Anchor Smash damage. 40 Anchor Smash damage is crazy for farm speed. Anyways, it's 20 damage Anchor Smash damage reduction at 10 now, which is pretty significant because we're talking about a big reduction. It goes from 40 to 60, so very good against some heroes. Certainly for decreasing their damage output on top of Tide. Paired with Kraken Shell, obviously a lot of damage reduction. At 15 though, instead of that, it's Ravage cooldown, which is cool. 15 less is good. I gotta play Tide again. I played him recently and I sucked ass and it felt bad. It's my turtle shell, it's like my clay thing. Big shoulders though. Oh, he has a tail, I forgot about that. Oh, Kraken Shell after all. Anyways, the cooldown is 150 to 140. So a 15 reduction is not huge, but it's like a 10% cooldown reduction. It's not terrible. The other talent is, I don't recall, Gush armor, Gush damage actually. Plus 100 Gush damage. You could up the slow to 60% for a 4.5 second duration. You get Ags, having 100 extra damage is really nice on this. Anyways, Anchor Smash affects buildings is replaced. Blubber effects triggers Anchor Smash. Oh, is that this? Yeah. So every time this happens, you do a free Anchor Smash, which is cool. Very nice against like Chronosphere. If you're getting like chronoed by Void or something, you get to automatically do an Anchor Smash, which if you have Lifesteal is going to give you HP. That's a really good talent. Blubber effect triggers Anchor Smash is really good. Then they moved Anchor Smash affects buildings at 25 and took away the chance of Anchor Smash attack. So it's not really going to be right clicking as much. Ravage duration buffed up to 1 second. It's fine, +1. That's a 3.4 second stun. Still good. I think I'm happy with this because it takes my pain away. It makes Gush a little bit better as a disable. I feel like Anchor Smash damage reduction is fantastic though. It's so good. Taking 30 less damage per attack from your opponents. Something. Alright, I'll move on though. I think Tide is probably fine. This isn't gonna affect him that much. It's just a little mix up. I think the talents look more enjoyable to me. This one looks really fun. Blubber, Trigger, Anchor Smash, I like that. Looks fun against some melee heroes. You're gonna get some more damage out. Maybe a Blade Mill looks kind of good with that. Timbersaw, one of the strongest heroes in the game right now. 285 movement speed, decreased by 5. Whirling Death, tree bonus damage decreased. Worse early, about the same later. Reactive armor, max stacks decreased because people finally discover the skill is good. Acceptor base barrier decreased as well. So not that different, but certainly less regen at the first 2 levels. Level 3 is going to be a little bit less strong, but Tinker, level 10, talent mana cost, mana loss reduction increased from 8% to 10%. So better at level 10, and then 25 defense matrix duration replaced with intelligence, which is good because this is gonna decrease the cooldown of your items, which is based on how much int you have. Definitely solid on Tinker, but pretty small changes to the hero. They're basically saying we think this hero is good, but he's just not played that much. Tiny strength gain increased by a little bit. Avalanche stun duration now applies its stun as an aura in the area. As a result, it's no longer affected by status resistance. Oh, that's interesting. Because yeah, before it was like stun for a little bit of time, then stun for a little bit of time, then stun for a little bit of time. But if it's not, I assume this means you can still like press BKB in between avalanche stuns, but it just means it's not affected by status resistance, which in some cases is going to make it like way weaker, is my assumption. Right? Because you're not perma-stunned by it. It hasn't been like that for a while.
Tiny, coming in.
Look at all these different models. We just double check.
No stone unturned. Rolling.
Oh, it stuns whole duration now. Okay.
Prepare
Head
for
for
battle.
the quarry.
So just a stun. Just straight up a stun now.
You got it. Coming in. I'm under attack.
So you can't cast BKB through it anymore because it's a stun. Tree throw no longer has separate damage bonus. Uses tree grab's value instead. It has separate damage bonus. I did not know that. Use tree grab's value instead. Okay, so it's like similar as when you're right clicking, I guess. Then movement speed bonus rescaled. Be better late, worse early. So, I mean, this is certainly good. Extra strength is good. Gonna make it a little bit better as a support, especially as the game continues, because we're still talking about an AoE stun, which is really valuable, obviously. Avalanche cast range at 10, which is kind of a cool ability. And like hit people from far away with it. Not a terrible nuke. 370 damage. Talent at 15 to make it do more. I don't know if this is gonna fix Tiny though. I tried playing him a little bit recently. I don't think he's very popular. Feels a little hard to utilize him, but I mean, tossback is inherently broken. That's probably what's gonna really make things like him strong. Oh, tree and protector removed. Okay, or reworked. Okay, I just talked a lot about Treant in some recent replay commentaries on YouTube. So I feel like I have a good grasp of the hero right now. And yeah, removed primeval power and sapling facets. Those are both gone, which is good because they both kind of sucked. Felt like you needed both. Nature's Guide is no longer upgraded with the Ag Shard. Now can be activated while tree walking to make him invisible until he attacks or loses the Nature's Guide's buff. Linger time is 2 seconds. No mana cost. Cooldown is 50 seconds. Cooldown is reduced by 3 per 2 of his levels. Cool. So like it's better as you play. Cooldown starts when the invisibility ends. So 2-second linger time. You can use it to while tree walking to make invis. And it basically allows you to approach without your opponent seeing it coming, which is good. It's kind of like a little Shadow Blade for free. And 3 seconds per 2 level ups. So that's 15 max level ups. That means the lowest cooldown is going to be like 20 seconds, right? 3 seconds per 2 level ups. Down to 8 seconds on level 29. Okay, I was way off. 15 times 3. Oh, yeah. 15 times 3, not max of 30. So, at late game, yeah, you can use it often for 2 seconds to kind of weave in and out of invis, and you don't have to spend anything to get this, which is good. You could certainly, if you use this to get kills or to survive, very strong, obviously. No longer does 50% more damage than slow when touching a tree. Damage per second is just better, although arguably weaker. So if it is touching a tree, it's worse, but not by like a lot. Because you can just put it wherever you want. With that said, I don't know if this makes it that much better, to be honest. Movement slow going up is fine. Creep penalty decreased. So it's better at killing creeps, which is nice. I'll read through the other ones and I'll check it out. Leech Seed, rework, passive, autocast, attack modifier. The attack plants a life sapping seed in an enemy unit, dealing an extra magic damage. Enemy is bound for up to 1.5 and emits 2 healing pulses. 1 upon application, 1 upon expiration. Healing up to 5 allies within 650 units for 15 to 45 plus 20% of the damage dealt by the attack. No mana cost. So 0 mana here, 0 mana here. That's good start already. Because now he's going to have less mana needs, which is nice. 80 magic damage first punch, and then 2 healing pulses. 1 application, 1 expiration. Max 45 plus 20% of the attack damage for the heals on both. Cooldown is 15 down to 6 seconds. It's breakable. Sends a maximum of 5 heals per pulse. Oh, okay. So it can't heal like whole creep wave, whole heroes, etc. No longer creep penalty for healing. So the downside, one of the downsides is it's going to push your wave, but for pushing it's kind of good. It's enemy units, so it's not like a hero. You have to be in melee range though, which kind of sucks. This linger time is 2 seconds is okay, because you can basically activate it when you're in tree lines and walk into a lane for 2 seconds to punch a guy. So, like, you could use it to basically do these hits, and they are bound, whatever the fuck that means, which is probably they can't move for 0.9 to 1.5 seconds. You can, like, walk in Nature's Grasp, punch a guy with Leech Seed, is probably what's going to happen. And you're getting basically a little root here. It's a pretty shit ability to level up, I would say. So you're only getting 20 magic damage per level, but you are getting a little bit more disable, and you're getting better heal. I would argue that this is kind of a 1-point wonder skill. You don't need a lot of points of this for it to feel okay. You're probably maxing Nature's Grasp still, which isn't terrible, because it is still decent damage over time. It's not amazing damage over time, though. And you're going to have to use Nature's Guise in a lot of cases, maybe to approach. And I don't see any buffs to movement speed just yet, so I'm kind of worried that he's still slow as sin, but maybe he still gets movement speed from this. I don't know. Living armor no longer grants bonus armor. We're doing damage block from player controlled sources. It's like the original one. Each time the spell blocks damage, the effect is decreased by 35 down to 20. So, okay, damage block affects any types of damage. Heal ends earlier if the damage block is reduced to 0. Okay. And instances of less than 20 damage are ignored by living armor. They're neither blocked nor countered towards blocked. I was wondering about that. Okay, so basically, heal per second increased, duration decreased. It's going to be much better against variety of damage, right? Like, sometimes you play Treant and you max out living armor and your opponents have magic damage. And you're like, well, the skill doesn't do shit. It's a Zeus and whatever else. But at least now, it's going to block 100 damage, the first spell that they get hit with, and then it's going to reduce by 20. And then the next one's going to block 80, and it's going to block 60, and it's going to block 40 and 20. And if we add that up, guys, what does that mean? It's 100 plus 80, which is 180. Add 60, which is 240. Add 40, which is 280, and then add 20, which is 300. So it's 300 damage block. Now, does that mean that that's 300 HP? The answer is no, it is not 300 HP. Which makes this less good, but still good. If it's global still good. I can basically give 300 damage block to a teammate somewhere. If somebody has 25% physical resistance, that 300 damage block is 225 HP. So that's kind of good. Duration is going to be 12 seconds at all levels, so the ability is definitely more spammable. And the heal per second can be kind of crazy at 13 per second. So, oh, that's duration, sorry. Duration is 12 seconds. The cooldown. I'm excited to try this out. I don't know how good it is. Cooldown is really high still, 30 seconds. But the damage block is definitely good. Certainly can be used to like stabilize a side lane, and which might be really important right now with the lack of regen. Heals towers faster too. Yeah, the heal is way faster. 13 is crazy. Let's go to Overgrowth. Upgraded with Ag Scepter. Decreases cooldown. So it just decreases the cooldown for now by like 30 seconds, which is a lot. I'm casting Overgrowth, Fear and Protect draws powers from the earth, becoming massive for 16 seconds, gaining plus 100% strength, phase movement, and a splashing attack that deals 60% attack damage and 300 unit. When large, he has a fixed movement speed of 345. Buff is undispellable. I mean, it's fun. Looks fun. When you're casting Overgrowth, you're usually kind of near your opponents. Becoming massive is basically all we need. We don't need to read the rest. Becoming massive for 16 seconds, which is long enough to finish. And then you gain 100% strength, so you're doubling your strength output. You're planning to punch anyways with Leech Seed. Leech Seed does bonus damage, or bonus heal, based on how much damage you're dealing with your attack. So it's synergistic with Leech Seed. Phase movement, splashing attack, 60% of the damage in a 300 unit radius. It's pretty small. You're sort of slow, but does your massive. Buff is undispellable. Looks cool. I mean, 100% strength for 16 seconds is crazy. Like, this could give you, like, a lot of health. If you do this with, like, Blade Mail, you might really, like, elongate your fight by being alive. And you get Eyes in the Forest from Shard. Mana cost is decreased. Cast range increased. Overgrowth no longer applied around the trees. Trees now have the same health as Observer Wards. They expire after 5 minutes. Interesting. They can be attacked when revealed by True Sight. Attacks will remove the affectability tree without destroying the tree itself. It's kind of like another way to ward. So it's making tree certainly more dynamic. You don't have to go Ags. I think Shard would be useful. Lasts for 5 minutes, which is like a weaker ward, but good, easier to cast. I'm excited to try this out for sure. This definitely makes you more well-rounded. I don't know if your damage is better. To be honest, Leech Seed damage before was ass. It was basically like 300 AoE damage with 4 points in Leech Seed, so it wasn't a lot, and most of the time it wasn't slowing people. So now at least I have a root thingy with Nature's Grasp. I'm probably maxing Nature's Grasp or Living Armor first, leaning towards Living Armor, because the scaling of this ability is really not very good. It's 35 to 80 damage with 4 skill points, so you're probably maxing Living Armor right now. But you could also probably max like Nature's Grasp and Leech Seed if you wanted to, but it just looks a lot weaker to me. Because this is only blocking like 100, 165, 190, like 200 damage. I guess that part's not bad. It's blocking like 200 damage with 1 skill point. It's not terrible. But the cooldown is much higher, and the duration, sorry, the heal per second is not very good. So kind of a bad level 1. It's an okay level 1 ability. It's certainly going to help for like first bloods and stuff. Like you're going to save some HP, but it's probably only like 100 and some. Like 130 or something. 140 HP, level 1. Is it really that much worse at level 2? I feel like I did my math wrong. These numbers, like, I feel like I'm doing my math wrong. It's 100 first, then it's 180, then it's 240, then it's 280, 300, right? Why does it feel so much worse? Why are the numbers so close? They're just close. So the block is really good for Living Armor with 1 skill point, frankly. Which is fine. Like they're trying to make all 3 of his skills okay at level 1, which they are. So that's the upside. Or you get this cooldown reduced and you can just like go punch people all the time with like Echo Saber or what's it called? Anyways, Nature's got movement speed, terrible talent, replaced with plus 50 base damage, beautiful, great. Living Armor, heal per second increase. I'm taking base damage many times. What if core this is more viable? Probably worse because you're on the creep wave, but I bet you could plant a tree and then go invis. Leech Seed movement slow replaced with Leech Seed damage to healing. Leech Seed bonus damage increased from 45 to 80. It's because this is like a single target basically. Doing like 80 extra damage with a punch. It's probably not very good. Living Armor bonus armor replaced with plus 20 Living Armor damage block. Which is good. That's going to be 120 plus 100, that's 220, plus 80, that's 300, plus 60, that's 360, plus 40 is 400, 420. So you're getting 420 damage blocked. It's a big deal. This one here, like 420 damage block instead of 300. Pretty big. I would argue that's definitely better than Leech Seed one, but we'll see. And then Overgrowth cooldown replaced with Leech Seed cooldown. That would put Leech Seed at 3 seconds, which is a 1.5 second root. It's very good, I would argue. You could like almost permanently root people. And the other one is going to be Living Armor AoE, which is also really, really strong. So, it's my Agi in 1.8. It's not good.
Prepare for battle.
Oh, he's big, alright. Which is good, because I didn't buy boots.
How about a stroll? In good time.
Helps when you're level 30 and you have all this attack speed.
Yes.
The bound thing, let's find out. Probably just not moving.
Ready?
How do I press this? Oh,
Camouflage.
yeah. Basically what you do.
Why not?
Maybe you do this.
One can never have too many branches. I
You could use this to dodge spells, certainly. Magic missile, projectiles and stuff. It's kind of expensive, obviously, because you're spending an Ironwood branch to do it. That's 55 gold, you know? But it's amazing. This item's been 50 gold for so long. Finally got like a real caustic. Finally got nerfed, you know? But yeah, if someone throws a magic missile in you and you do this, oops, you gotta press the hotkey. You could dodge some stuff, probably.
I'll not overrule.
On to the next grove.
We'll wing.
Okay.
Yes. Into forest shade.
Isn't that cool?
Come here.
My wings are broken.
So that's cool.
Blood
So you can choose to go invisible
from a deep cut knot.
against Avenge.
Sap flows.
Yeah, it does bonus damage, damage to healing. Like it's basically doing, I'm doing a punch, I'm doing my punch, and I'm doing 80 damage. And it does 2 heals.
So good with motion, you know.
45 damage to healing, bonus damage. Yeah, it's just a little puncher. And then this is like the same fucking kind of boring ability, to be honest. But if you get a punch on top of it, it's kind of helpful. Yeah. Anyways, we'll see. We'll have to see how it feels, but.
Yes, yes.
Good plan.
My movement speed is still atrocious. But I get the movement speed back here. So this doesn't seem bad, to be honest. Like these are pretty decent buffs. Like he's basically the same movement speed, but they made his abilities better 1-point wonder skills. Is what it feels like to me. They're definitely better 1-point wonder skills. The skill is just going to be more useful a little bit. It's better at farming creeps a little bit, but it's harder to do damage to them, I guess, because it doesn't get increased by 50%, but like seems fine. He's still got the 15 talent that increases more damage to Nature's Grasp by 25. That still does like good damage. But Overgrowth is exactly the same outside of Ags. The Ags is more interesting. The Shard is more useful, I would say, without a doubt, because it gives you vision play, very good against pro teams. So I could see Tree maybe getting utilized. I'm not sure how useful he's going to be in the laning stage, though. That's what I'm mostly worried about. But like core Tree is probably more viable with Ags and everything. 100% bonus strength is great. As we know from Undying, if you have some strength items and you're scaling a bit and you get that off, you're just going to be impossible to kill if you're doubling your value from your strength items. So Definitely something cool to be said about this hero with scaling and definitely more viability outside of just support. He's been just a support for so long. So I'll definitely be trying Tree. Troll Warlord, Berserker's Rage bonus armor increased by 1 at all levels. Good for him. Whirling Axe's damage increased, good for Ags. Berserker's Rage armor increased by 1 as well, so better against physical damage sources. Fine. Maybe useful against some kind of Slardar lineup, perhaps. Tusk Snowball, Gather Radius decrease, so it's a little bit harder to grab people next to you if they're not next to you. Walrus Punch bonus damage is up 2. Strength gain for Underlord is up. Base int is up. Base intelligence increased by from 17 to 18. Firestorm cast range increased to 675 at all levels. That's fine. This is kind of like one of those things that really didn't need to be in the game. Nice cleanup here. Hit mile slow decrease from 25 to 20. Wait, what? When do I see the? Oh, I did the new hero. Never mind. I just didn't demo him. Talent Pit Malice slow decreased from 25 to 20. Yeah, that one's broken. This talent nobody ever gets. The other one I think is Pit Malice slow duration or root duration. It's just too good to get. This one's potentially good. Like it could do a lot of damage, but Undying Soul Rip cooldown is decreased. People don't like this skill very much, but it's decent. Gonna buff the talent as well. Maybe Undying will become more of a healer, but Decay spam is just Entomb have just been pretty good for a while. Egg Shard reworked good. Applies 3 Fury Swipe stacks to each affected enemy. Okay. I think I'm really into this because, to be honest, Ursa's been kind of annoying for a long time with his Shard and Enrage thing. Been very difficult to disable him. So if he wants to jump in and Earth Shock and deal a shitload of physical damage in a short period, I'm kind of into it. Let him do his burst shit. But like fighting him is difficult otherwise. That part's kind of annoying. Enrage cooldown decreased a little bit early. So it's gonna be easier to kill for sure. But he should do a lot more damage. 3 Fury Swipe stacks is a lot. He's doing 60 extra damage per attack, basically, right? Oh, way more than that. 37 per attack at level 4. Crazy. The other one's plus 5. So that's like 100 damage. So it's like 100 extra damage per attack. And if you're attacking 6 times, it's like 600 more physical damage. So spooky. But at least you have counterplay and it's less annoying if you're like a stun hero. You can just be like, oh, Ursa jumped on me. Stun him. And if he uses Enrage, you're like, okay, he used Enrage. Now I Yules him. Then you Yules him. And if he jumps in and he uses BKB, you're going to fucking die. Unless you Yules yourself or go Scepter. So, but I just feel like that's easier to play against, less annoying. Makes the hero a little bit more straightforward. And then the 20 talent is gone. And you get increased small health damage. That's his innate. So damage as health bonus. Okay. Vengeful Spirit cooldown for Magic Missile is better early, worse late. Nether Swap can't target Yule Scepter. Wave of Terror armor reduction. Talent is good, so got nerfed. Fine. Not that great. Plague Carrier, Plague Wards created by Venom Scale have 75% health and damage. Okay. That's fine. It made those wards were quite good. I think it's still gonna be fine. Still gonna be fine. But those were quite good. Base damage per debuff decrease. Alright, that's gonna hurt. 20% less damage from Septic Shock is rough. The upside is that it doesn't affect how good Ags. Never mind, it also affects how good Ags is, because Ags simply increases your damage by 15%. With that said, you could do kind of crazy damage with this Ags, so I think it's alright. It's not that big of a deal. But this is certainly going to affect your farm speed and things like that. Viper Caustic Bath, time to max effect increase from 4 to 5 is fair. This hero has gotten a little bit annoying in pubs with the Ags. Mana cost, and I've been talking about Ags for years on this hero. I gotta say, talking about it for a long time. It's very good. Corrosive Skin, time to max effect increase from 4 to 5 seconds. Mana cost decrease for poison attack. Predator damage per missing health increased. Isn't this still terrible though? We gotta test this out because it's supposedly garbage. It's supposedly a garbage. So if I level up to 20, and I'm doing 1.15 damage per missing health on somebody, levels up per level I get. So if somebody's missing 80 health, I'm doing 80 physical. 80% of the health. Somebody's missing, let's do the calculator actually. So if someone's missing 80% of their health, that's times 1.15. I'm doing an extra 92 physical damage. Which is fine. If I get this talent here, then it's 1.4. Then I'm doing 112 damage instead. So it's basically giving me 20 physical damage per attack, which is really not that bad. It's kind of bad. It's pretty bad. Do I really want to do a level 20 talent for 20 damage per attack? And if let's say they're at 95, still like if they're at 95 health, we're still only talking about 24 damage, guys. It's not good. This talent sucks ass. If you don't want to rely, with that said, like you're only Viper striking one guy, you know? Like Viper Strike only hits one person, but it's 80 damage per second. It does like 500 damage to one guy. And that 500 damage that you're doing to that guy is making you do more predator damage. So like if you're right clicking a lot, maybe the predator one's slightly better.
Yes.
Are you getting two sources of damage? Is the other question. Yeah, it's separate. It's a separate number. So like yeah, I'm getting two sources of damage. So maybe like against something like a TA, the predator damage per missing health would be good. But it's kind of a weird way to go. And maybe there's something to be said about like an AC build with shard and but I'm not quite sold on it. I just feel like this talent is like I just can't imagine it's like 5491. That's like 134. Like I don't know. It's definitely a lot when they get low. I bet it has like a higher win rate than you expect. Like I'm 5-shotting this guy and I don't have any items, you know? Like it's basically giving me double damage at the end. It's probably better than you think it is, if I had to guess. Is the second source completely blocked by Crimson? I don't know actually. I can't test on a dummy because it does damage as a percentage of their missing health, and dummies always heal. That's why I didn't want to test on a dummy. And Viper Strike just feels better, but it is kind of sparse, and you are attacking a lot. Like, if you count how many times you attack over the course of a team fight versus Viper Strike, like, sometimes you attack a lot of times, you know? Attack a lot of times sometimes. Like, 15 times, 20 times. Maybe that total damage adds up to be 500, you know? It is physical, though. Early game percentage is really bad, I think. Like, what am I at level 1? 0.2%. So if they're missing 90 health, like 18 damage. Like okay, it's certainly gonna help for those like later stages. At max level it's 1.65. Would be higher. 90 1. Like 170 physical damage. It's kind of crazy when they get really low at late game stages. And if you have like minus armor, it's kind of sick. I think I don't know. I think there's potential. If you want really right click heavy with items like butterfly or something, you get like a butterfly late game with that facet, I could see some really good shit going on. There's probably some potential. Deso butterfly AC with satanic viper. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right, visage. Move speed drain. Improved. Gravekeeper's Cloak familiars now have their own copy of Gravekeeper's Cloak ability. Visual change only. Okay. Okay, good to know. Familiars now have their own ability to independently recall it to Visage. That way you don't have to bring all of them if you don't want to. Okay, the all cast Favor Venom is unchanged. Third familiar gained by level 20 is now automatically added to existing control grip when created. That's nice. Then 25 talent, 15 Gravekeeper's Cloak armor replaced with -2 Gravekeeper's Cloak recovery. This is much better because it's before this was just like 15 armor. It's kind of a blah talent. But this means if you're taking like a lot of sources of damage, the cloak is going to come back faster. And it's gonna be much more useful against like magic sources. What if you're taking a lot of magic sources? Like you just want this to come back faster. Speaking of which, I want to see what the recovery time is base. 4 seconds. So if you can drop that down to 2 seconds, that's a huge change. Sure. Void Spirit, Ag Scepter sounds duration decrease, nerf there. And then Aether Remnant damage is up actually, which is kind of decent for the scope of the hero, but the Ag's build is like by far the most popular. But certainly there's like Vessel builds that are decent. Shard is quite popular on Void Spirit. He's being picked at Dreamleague, but I feel like he's not winning that much. Warlock Chaotic Offering cooldown increased by 5. This hero's decently popular. Talent Upheaval attack stack per second on allies decreased from 10 to 8. Okay. It's the one where you upheaval, they all attack faster. Golem on death replaced with 25% damage resistance for offering golems. That's kind of cool. Makes them live longer at 20. And 25, no more magic resistance one or armor ones, you get +3 fatal bond targets, which is crazy good. And then Golem on death is at 25. Sounds fine. +3 fatal bond, really good though. Land that on some like heroes and epos and stuff. Really powerful. There. Weaver, the Swarm, attack damage increased by a little bit as you level it up. So buff to like the experienced Weaver. Basically, Ag Scepter now also reduces cooldown by 10 seconds. That's cool. So basically, if you fuck up and you do like Sakuchi into time lapse, you will be able to chase. You could also arguably buy an Ags just to like Sakuchi into a guy. Alright, check this tech out, guys. It's gonna blow your fucking mind. Check this tech out. Alright, so let's say you're a Weaver here. Buy an Ags. Buy Deso.
Prepare for battle.
Buy Daedalus. And get this. You buy a Silver Edge. Get your Geminate attack, your bonus damage. This, do this. And then what happens is got your Crystal Maiden. She's really tanky. She's got like 6 hearts. Okay. And then what you do is this. You Silver Edge in. You stand here for 5 seconds. And then you do this. It didn't work. Guys, my build's ruined. Oh, maybe this is why. Okay, let's see if this does it. Doesn't work. So it's only on allies? Okay, good to know. Aghanim Scepter, when used on allies, reduces cooldowns by 10 seconds. I was hoping I would get like a double Geminate hit, like instantly, which could be sick because you could attack 6 times, like right away, which would be bonkers. Like instant 6 hit, attack, time lapse. Because if you don't Silver Edge when you do it, you're gonna like approach somebody, attack, time lapse, you're gonna get sent back. So you have to Silver Edge to be standing there. Reduces ulti cooldown by 10. Oh, is that what it means? Okay. You're right. I'm just being crazy how I'm reading this. This still sucks though. The cast range is atrocious. It's not good. So if you try to use it to like save your ally, you basically need like Ags plus cast range, or you need to be like in melee range against your opponents, and they have to like not react. They don't like if you try to save a guy from Chronosphere, you're gonna have a bad time. Which I have done that before. It is the cooldown though. You guys are right. My bad. I thought it was reducing all of your abilities by 10. Anyways, Wind Ranger, very popular as a carry right now. It's not played by every team, but OG and some of the best teams are playing it. Her base damage per level is actually increased. What are they thinking? No, for real, what are they thinking? Am I crazy? They just straight up buffed the hero. It's not a lot. It's really not a lot, but they buffed the hero. I'm really surprised. Yes, OG legitimately, guys, was the best team at the group stage of Dreamleague just now. They just won. Like, they just won the group stage. They were like the first team to go undefeated. They literally beat every single team in the group stage until they had 0 losses. They did lose one game, I think, but like they were like they giga outperformed compared to their brand's average, right? It's a mostly it's a C roster, but they're really good players that you'd probably recognize some of them if you watched Dota at all. But yeah, they buffed the agility gain. It's not much. It's a tiny, tiny buff, but it's going to give her attack speed, and her damage per level goes up a little bit. And she's being played as a carrier right now. So I'm surprised she didn't get a baby nerf, to be honest. But it's fine. I don't think it's terrible that they didn't buff her. Like it looks beatable to me in the right circumstances. They nerfed Gale Force. It's fine. Anyways, let's move on. Winter Wyvern. Base damage increased by 1. Damage at level 1 is up. Base attack range is up. Bonus attack range is decreased, but she's got more bonus attack range here, so it offsets it fine. This is good. Makes her a better core, better support. She can attack from farther without using Arctic Burn. Winter talent Winter's Curse attack speed increased by 5, so this is all good too. Then Witch Doctor Malpractice. Maledict burst damage does not apply from non-hero units. Not apply from non-hero units. It's a nerf to it, I think. Does that mean you could use this against like Helm of the Dominator creeps? And those would explode? Or something? Or does this mean that damage against maledicted units that were from non-hero units check that now also affects player controlled creeps? Okay. So they're buffing it to work against player controlled creeps, like Helm of the Dominator. I just thought it maybe worked as against Helm creeps because they made them not creeps, so I thought maybe it counted. But thank you, yeah. That it doesn't burst. You can't like maledict a 1000 HP creep and then kill it, and then it explodes for everybody. Voodoo Restoration activation mana cost is decreased. Mana per second rescaled. Be better. This also gets decreased by the talent, which is going to drop it to like. It did drop to 15. Now it's going to drop it to like a little bit over 14 or something like that. But still better. It's like 4.5 under. So yeah, 13.5 mana per second instead of 15. So it'll be easier to spam this. Acceptor bounce radius decreased a little bit, basically nerfing it. This is a low level pub nerf right here, because this hero wrecks low level pubs by a lot, so they're just making it a little bit worse. Sometimes you gotta buff and nerf to adjust for the different skill regions. Then 15 talent Maledict AoE replaced with Maledict Duration. That's really nice, I feel like. Maledict Duration with this could really make a big difference, legitimately. Huge damage amp. And then 25 talent Maledict Duration replaced with -6 cooldown, which is cool. I like that. I feel like getting Witch Doctor level 25 is going to feel better, because -6 is a lot. That's an 8-second cooldown on Cask. You could farm faster that way. You can push creep waves better. I like that. I like it a lot. Wraith King, Wraithfire Blast damage is gone up by a little bit. Not much, but a little. Health talent nerfed. Attack speed talent nerfed. Doesn't this hero suck? God, this is another hero that's getting nerfed for the average player, unfortunately. Trends. So look at this. Herald. Here's the best hero, guys. It's Wraith King. It's Necrophos. It's Witch Doctor. All the tanky, easy to execute boys. See, lion's not up here. In reality, let's go look for Wraith King really quick here. Hey, Toad, Largo, of course. Not doing good. Not doing good. Here's Wraith King. Not good, guys. It's not good. With that said, Dragon Knight is down here at a 47% win rate, and it's picked consistently by pro players. So we'll see how that goes. Not surprised to see Spectre drop a little bit, but 3% for like a rework, which is going to change itemization, is really understandable here. Lone Druid, unfazed. Oh, that's not true, actually. These numbers are actually pretty precipitous. We'll see how it works out, though. Might make a difference. Alright, so, is that the end one? No, we got Zeus still. Jumps decrease slightly, static field. Okay, so we're basically... Oh, what is this? Multiplayer demo hero mode. Changing demo mode from a only single player style. Oh, I know some people that are going to love this. Cool. So you can like test out how fast you can Roshan stuff by yourself or with your teammates. Buffs tab to post game, view the number of duration of buffs. That's cool. I like this. Ability draft. Time lock not proccing to swashbuckle, little shredder, and falcon toss. Falcon toss? Oh, that's the I've definitely seen time lock with little shredder before, but it must have gotten bugged or something. Fatal bounce and sinister gate causing infinite damage. Yep. Yep, that one seems a little busted, alright. Necromastery with Feast of Souls. Okay. Shadowfiend is probably too good. Necromastery was just busted. You just like automatically got a free skill that gave you bonus damage as you got less hits. It was like way too good. This is like a balancing blur with immaterial. That is the evasion one, I think. Udara now grants blur. Desolate with shadow step. Okay, yeah, the new ability. Haunt grants reality. New ability for Lone Druid. Entangle, basically adding new stuff right away, which is great. Organ's Grasp for Medusa. Okay, cool. Solid patch. Not groundbreaking, but really big. Definitely big. A lot of small changes. I like the facet switches. Those are nice. But as a whole, a lot of little baby stuff. I think this is definitely going to be good. Like I'm more than happy. There's a lot of hero changes. I play a lot of different heroes. I feel like if you play 5 heroes, you might be a little disappointed in this patch if you happen to get some of these heroes that are just like little things like this. But what hero do I think got the best patch change? I'm excited for Tree. I think tree changes are potentially good. There's like cool stuff you can do there, certainly. Let's see what else. We're at about 6 hours here. I'm definitely excited to try the Spectre ones. I like the Slark changes, putting another ability into innates because the heroes weren't working. I think that's adding a lot to the game for sure. Definitely some things I've been reminded about that I've been meaning to try, like Silencer. Ricky changes, like there's enough reworks that they're not really that different. They're not super reworked. They're like slightly reworked to basically give them more stats. PL. I'm curious how these heroes are looking right now. Let's just do the change tab since there's been enough time for pubs. Nice buff for some of these heroes. Really not too many huge winners, it seems like. Bloodseeker's had a bad couple weeks, holy crap. Yeah, not too many huge winners, which makes sense because they didn't have like too many gigantic revolutionary changes. Necrophos jumped a lot, probably because of the nullifier, I guess. As long as you like Yules yourself way ahead of time, you're slightly covered. Especially if you get a Wind Waker, that's probably why they reduced the Wind Waker cooldown. Because if you get a Wind Waker really fast and some guy jumps you and you Yules yourself before he uses Nullifier, you can also reposition your hero, which is like extremely valuable, obviously. Tinker makes sense. You got that mana cost, mana loss change. Viper can just shift his playstyle. He really doesn't care very much, I don't think. Well, losers, there's going to be some losers, I think. Lone Druid is going to take some time until people figure out how to build, so I think this is just going to be temporary. But I just feel like as a dual lane hero, he's going to work way better. gonna work way better as a dueling hero. He's gonna want to play with somebody that has slows or stuns. I think slows will probably be good enough because you can right click kite, kind of. So if you play with like a Jakiro or something, or an Ogre Magi, I feel like Lone Druid could do well. Clinks is definitely going to take some time to get his win rate up. I don't think it's just going to be it might not just be item build, it could be other stuff. Pango's going to have some issues as people adjust. Oh yeah, brew changes too. Excited about the brew changes. Might be worse. All the heroes that I'm excited about are down here, but they're just complicated enough that I think it's going to affect their win rates, but they might bounce back. They could definitely bounce back here. I don't know, I'm pretty excited. You guys think? Try to Froggy yet? I actually haven't. I should probably open him out. It's a good idea. This is, what is his name? Where even is he on here? Not enough data. I'm gonna have to go this way and find where he is. I don't even know what character he is. Oh, there he is. Largo, Frogman.
I'll just play myself in.
Play your music. Come on. Musical pilgrimage. They reworked Lone Druid a lot.
But I could still make tunes with a piece of driftwood.
Is that a New Zealand accent?
Is pro.
Kind of makes sense. It's an island country, right?
Prepare for battle.
Now, yeah. Time to bring the noise. What should I play? You can feel the beat.
I'll cost mana every time, huh?
Let's the ripper. Battle of the bands.
It's very cool. Which song is the best? What do you guys think? The metronome.
Stepping to the rhythm. Time to strum and strong.
Obviously the best build for the hero.
That's some funky flow. When everyone's crying, give him a reason to smile.
So is it more if you do it right? Oh, it's very forgiving.
Hang in there, mate.
Interesting. So you could do it late.
Everybody.
So there's definitely a meta to like pressing it faster, actually. So the earlier you press it, the earlier it comes out. So you can increase your heal, but if you go too early, then you actually lose the heal. It's about there. Okay, so, however, the other ones don't matter. Because the buff will be... But the heal one you want to do faster. This looks difficult to play. Because, like, I'm just fucking around doing this. But you're gonna have to be, like, throwing spells and then, like, turning it on temporarily. So the middle one does movement speed and slow resistance. Movement speed, basically. The first one is spell amp, and your attacks deal magic damage. And then the third one is heal. Okay. And then armor per stack, song mana, cost reduction per stack. Stack lender. Does that mean the longer you do it? Oh yeah, it goes down. So the mana cost is going down as I play. And it gives me armor. But if you fuck up the stacks, you're losing armor stacks. That's cool. But you can play this one faster for sure. Oops. That's like about max. It's like right at the neck of the spoon. Well, it's not a spoon, it's a guitar, but... Feels wrong not to do it on beat, though. You know what I mean? Buffs that he applies to himself or his team have extended duration. That's cool. Like pipe and stuff. Crimson Guard. The strength gain 3.6. Edge gain sucks. Int is good. This is the Dispel one, I believe. Pulls allies. What about enemies? Pulls enemies a little bit, not as far. Deals damage, pull distance, ally versus enemy. Bonus health regen for 10 seconds. Like 100 HP if you level this up. See the really important thing. What he looks like when he attacks rapidly. Okay, good to know, good to know. So, scaling on this is not that good. It's basically 4 skill points to double the damage, but obviously for farming it's really good. So if you're playing core, you are 100% maxing this out. Because then you can go to like creep waves or whatever. You can just be like, boop. I don't know how many it's gonna cost to get kills. It's like just over 350 damage. It's not gonna like clear a whole thing, but it's pretty good. I was like trying to last and I was like, man, I got that really fast. I forgot about my move charts. Do you have an eggs yet? Oh yeah. Can play 2 songs per beat by strumming both at the same time. On beats when he strums 2 songs, deals magic damage per groove and stack to nearby enemies. Okay. Whenever he applies a unit target buff to a friendly hero, he also gets the buff. Ah. Buff is all applied nearly. Okay, so if you get shard, you can do like basically lick to get both. Grab it. I don't know why I didn't get healed. Oh, I need to dispel to get the heal, I think, right? Yeah, you have to dispel to get it. Over applies a unit target buff to a friendly hero, you also get the buff. Okay, yeah, this guy is like just a support, dude. Holy crap. So, Pavis. You get to Pavis yourself as well. Glimmer Cape. All this shit. Really support items. So good. That's really good. Yule's not exactly great, actually. Okay, that one doesn't work, thankfully.
Wanna come with?
That shit's cool. That shit's really cool. Not Force or Yules. Frog Stomp damage. Let's do Strum Tune. Items and abilities have reduced mana cost. The percentage of their damage reverberates over the following 4. Yeah. So they will do more damage when you use this on a teammate. Buff duration is 12. And a cost reduction. So great level 1 skill. Amazing 1-point skill. Definitely max this last. Because you're getting 30% of the damage with just 1 skill point. Lasts for 12 out of 25 seconds. By level 4, it's max duration. But yeah, this guy really is certainly a support. Frog Stomp damage versus catchy like health regen. So it'd put it into a 250 HP heal if you get a Dispel, which is cool.
Far out, mate. Sing us the victory.
Oh, but I also get one too, which increased my damage, of course.
He's a polywog percussionist. All good. I can strum as we strum.
That's cute.
I'll hop to it.
Oh, and then he takes extra bonus damage. The damage reverb Reburv that work with the old Dagon.
Let's get this toad on the road. Sometimes you airmonkers.
Well,
Choice. Those are some pretty good licks.
yep, still takes damage reverb. So
Here,
that
we
is
could go for a tramp.
legitimately 35% spell amp. That's crazy, actually. Very good on teammates. I mean, you can use it on yourself, but your hero just doesn't do that much damage. This is it's a cool hero concept. I like it.
Oh, little feet and a big beat, yeah? Hey, bro.
And it lowers mana cost, right? Lasts for 18 seconds. So if you're playing it mid, you 100% could do like 1-4-1 or something. I feel like it's just there's no reason not to get 1 point of this because it's gonna decrease your mana costs.
Yeah, I reckon.
You know, especially if you do like this.
Wicked riff.
Is it working on creeps? I don't think so.
What? Over there? Yeah. Yeah, sing it with me, friends. Oh, now we're moving. Right song just sets you right in. Oh yeah, makes you wanna move.
So this is the Runaway, You're Dying song. Oh my god, we're dying. This is the Kill Them. Kill their asses. This is DPS to the limit. Very cool. Costs extra mana to do both. Got free spells on. And it costs reduced by this. So you can turn it back on if you need more mana, but just want to keep pressing it endlessly. I like Guitar Hero too much. Song mana cost reduction per stack, stack linger duration 5, armor per stack. So yeah, you can get up to like 20 armor. But you're definitely gonna die against like magic heroes. But it's not like you can't like do some shit like this. It seems very fun to play. I'm into this much more than like a hero like Hez, who seems a little spazzy to me. I don't know if I'm gonna buy Ags too much, but I mean, movement speed of 20% is crazy. Slow resistance is crazy. I feel like I would waste a lot of mana though. I'd turn this shit on and I would just be standing here like, oh, I'm just gonna be spamming this because I can, and then all of a sudden I'm out of mana, you know?
Yeah, sing it with me, friends. On a serious note. Yeah, right, up to it. Oh, everybody! That's a ripper.
Spell amp 12%. I mean, it's good.
Far out, mate. I'm walking far out. Hey, get one. Come on, let's go strike up the band. Let's go with the flow. Maybe there's a silver lining. Sometimes
That's
inspiration
fine.
comes from a really dark place. Stand on the confidence. I'm not sure you're ready for this.
So this is giving me 12 spell amp, which is not that much to switch. In some ways it might be better for me to right click, but 12% spell amp is certainly okay. But I guess if you have like all support items, it's fine. And then these last longer based on your level, right? So this Pavis or whatever is gonna last for a long time.
What, over there?
More for me because I am Largo. So whatever.
Bright skies on a cloudy day. Get a regular on team.
I mean, this is great. This shard is doubling the value of your support items. This is cool. I really like his hero design. I think it's great. I think the Kez one is good too. It's just a little bit more overwhelming. This one is kind of straightforward and feels like it's fun to play it. Physically press the buttons, I feel like. Oh yeah, and people are gonna run away from you. You can pull them in. So what you should be doing actually is like some...
One night follows another. Let's get this turn on the road. Moving you to the front row.
This. This is what you should be doing. Pull them back into the frog stamp as they run out.
Get him tomorrow.
If you can. Doing this first is like okay, but...
And booze catching, you gotta stop and enjoy the music, mate.
Alright, this is great. I'm really into this. Permalincolns. When you turn it on, you can use the first note instantly. Yeah.
Worries later. The song's already going. Move to the groove.
How did I do it last time?
Make some noise.
Oh yeah.
Nah, yeah.
That's great. That's really cool. Alright, sick. Can you pull people up down cliffs? Probably. Most likely. Dispelling an effect from a target grants him. Yeah. The dispel is pretty good. Dispel very good, so you could use it against some like Monkey King, for example. The second he gets his Jingu stacks, you can take it away from him. Definitely some other heroes where that might be useful against. You could dispel like Abba Shield, for example. Great. Alright, cool patch. Definitely a lot of stuff that I'm excited to try. Plus there's fucking we are fat with stuff to do. They just gave more Quarteros Curios, so we can work on these. And there's still Monster Hunter stuff. Oh, hey, holiday stuff. A Poogie voucher! Wonderful. How many barrels? 3 barrels. Don't mind if I do. And this is because I bought the other thing. A Palico voucher. Barrels? 2 barrels. Sick. I've been waiting for this. Buzzy Bee. I'll take it. The Buzzy Bee. Equip item. Back. Here we go. The techies. 3 pigments. Look at this. I got all these barrels, and all it gives me is enough to do one thing. God. It's so many barrels. That's okay. I have all those other things I can craft barrels. I don't think any of my friends are going to play right now because they're all going to dinner soon. I didn't know how long my thing was going to go. But that was sick. That was very fun. Really cool patch. I'm definitely into this. Really ready to try a bunch of stuff. I don't think I'm gonna play any games tonight, unfortunately, because it's my off day and I've been working every day for like 10 days now. But I'm glad I got to share that, guys. Share that with you. That was fun. Let me see. Fast math with Largo lick build. Like what are you saying? Like how much damage does it do? Is that what you're thinking? Largo, I mean it's 100% of support. I think he'd be a pretty good 5 to be honest. The downside is that, or a pretty good 4. He's a fine 5 as well, certainly. It's melee though, he's pretty slow. 290 is slow. Once you get your ulti, he's better. Stroke of Genius. Damage reverb, mana cost reduction, buff duration, yeah. I don't know if you should get that at level 2 though. It's basically giving you a 30% damage increase for your spells. And it's better to get 2 spells usually. But it also gives you mana cost reduction, so you could probably do it with like Frog Stomp to increase your damage by a lot. I feel like Largo plus Enigma would be really good actually. Because between Malefice and like Frog Stomp, you'd probably do a lot of damage. But honestly, just like damage reverb on like Alina or something is crazy. You do like Stroke of Genius on Alina, who's got her damage over time thing, like it's just so much damage amp on damage amp on damage amp. Maybe this is why they didn't buff the one of the heroes. What's it called? They didn't buff Grimstroke. The damage was too effective. Could see something like that. Tell people to pick Zeus, Lina, Quap, or less when you pick Largo. Yeah, the E is crazy. It's an insane amount of damage increase. It's like 45% spell amp. It's insane. Percentage of their damage, but I mean it works good on other heroes too. Physical damage heroes, 40%, 45% more damage is a lot. It's a lot. But yeah, on spellcasters feels a little bit easier. Zeus, 100%. Works with some passives such as Ricky's backstab. That checks out, yeah. Anyways, very cool patch. Looking forward to it. If you guys want to see pros do stuff, Dreamleague starts again tomorrow. We have a couple more days. Let me see. It's the 16th. I think we have like a week. I have a couple things I need to do today. I have to chase some present stuff. And Largo juggling? Yeah, sounds fine. Pull people back into spin. Little mini stun for the chase. I think he just looks good in a lot of circumstances. Like, pulling your opponents is great. By 210, you can dispel. You can remove blood grenades. There's a lot of stuff you could take off, actually. Dual breath. Although if you use it on an ally, you're basically offsetting an enemy spell just for 40 health regen, so it's kind of blah, but against Shakiro it definitely is good. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to trying this guy out. I think I would feel comfortable playing him like immediately and not having too much trouble with it, which feels more attainable, but really cool hero design. Absolutely very interesting abilities. The music is nice, the hero design is excellent, it's so very well done. Very, very well done. He's fun to play, most new heroes are. Yeah, I bet. I'm excited to play him. Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna get going. Let me run one more set of ads, I think. Best is pause 5 or pause 4. I think he's probably he's pause 4 for sure. Or pause 5. Because he doesn't really have much of an initiation, I don't think. I mean, you could do like a blink Yules like I did with like Lick or whatever, but like your disable durations are not so high that it's like safe for you to go in first. I don't think. You are playing near your allies, giving them auras. You are a bard, like you are not. You're a 5. This is a 5 for sure. I think there's a chance you could play in mid with like the croak and damage increase from Frog Stomp and Catchy Lick. Like I 100% know you could like gank a side lane with this guy and do a lot of damage. There's no doubt in my mind on that. But it's gonna fall off pretty quick. And then you're gonna wish that you were playing a different hero at that point, because eventually you're gonna want to be casting your ulti. And relying on just like your first 2 skills to do damage with your ulti, I don't think is necessarily good enough. Even if you're increasing your spell amp and your Croak of Genius, like the scaling is nice. Like with items like Dagon or something, you could be okay, but Ag's ulti does damage. That's true. You can get Ags to increase your movement speed, and yeah, Radiance could work because your Radiance burning with bonus spell amp and bonus movement speed and or healing or whatever, but my hunch right now is carry is not the move. That his skill sets just makes more sense as a support, especially with his talents. So that was fun. What a cool patch. Yes, his shard copies I am signing myself out. Yep, I saw that. It's really good. Thank you for the sub, Caspar Parvo. Yeah, I'm gonna go get out of here now. Thanks everyone for watching. Goodbye. Sorry the quality sucked. Have a good night.